So this is our annual workshop on energy efficiency plug load. So for this year's theme for the workshop is Smart Energy Efficiency 2.0. Right, so we have done in the last 10 years more about energy efficiency. So what is the emerging technology and the solution we need to work on? So we will move on to this 2.0 technology for the support of California's grand challenge vision in carbon neutral society. Pause it again. 1 second. Oh. So I can, so I need to click. Okay. So just, okay. So I can see some of the new faces coming to this workshop, and there are people on the webinar. So I'd like to sort of remind you the purpose of CALPLUG. And it was set up more than about 10 years ago. The purpose of CALPLUG is to help California and US improve energy efficiency in plug load. Right, so in the past, the focus was on appliances and electronics and in the residential and commercial sector. With this emerging need of more low electrical load devices under the electrification agenda, and we will see more plug load appear to use more energy. So what should we do? So that is the purpose of today's meeting. And in our CALPLUG research, we focus on not only the basic, but also applied research and demonstration education. So it's about engineering, innovation, and some of the incentive, working together with the utility and working with the agency on the code and standard. And lastly, and most importantly, because this is about the plug load, which is the interface with the user. So the user behavior should be one of the key elements we have to consider in coming up with the solutions. So this is to remind you what are the evolution of residential and commercial plug load. So what you can see here, this is a traditional view of the plug load devices. As we're moving into the aging society, we see there is a surge of more devices for the home use. And at some time, we have heard a lot about the Internet of Things. And through the connectivity, there will be more devices connected. So there is a need to understand its energy use and also the cybersecurity and privacy issues. And lastly, this is happening in the last 2 years. California now is going through the electrification of everything. So that represents a growth of more plug load devices in the markets. And connecting with this connectivity and the surge demand. So how should we come up with a solution? So this is the theme we want to discuss today. So the workshop goal is to have an open information exchange forums for emerging connected plug loads and to accelerate their adoption for achieving energy efficiency and greenhouse gas emission reduction by all means, including the innovation in hardware and software, code and standard, incentive and rebate, and lastly, user behavior change. Right, so the anticipated outcome, my hope is through this group efforts, we can create smart energy efficient 2.0 working group for strong collaboration among players, including research centers like ours and others, and the manufacturer, service, and content provider, utility, and government agencies. So that's my hope. I think we have to work together as a team in this shared economy. By working together, we can come up with a holistic solution. So in today's workshop, we have a morning session. We are so happy to invite Felix from CEC to give us a keynote about the CEC view, and also the progress report from CALPLUG team, and also lastly on the update of our current project on energy efficient smart manufacturing agendas. And in the afternoon session, we're focused on smart energy efficiency 2.0 for California's zero greenhouse gas emission grant challenge, including 2 sessions. One is on emerging electrification load and the low power connected load management, including security. And also another session is about alternative greenhouse gas emission reduction solutions. So including economist presentation about dynamic charging, dynamic pricing, and also the different cooling and logistic management as a virtual energy storage as a way to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And lastly, in the session this afternoon, we do have a network receptions. Welcome of you. We always provide very good wine and dinners. And as a student doing the demo, you will enjoy our energetic younger generation, what they are working on and how they are going to join force with all of us to come up with a solution. So please stay for this network session as well. So at this time, I'd like to acknowledge the support for CTA and its a member company for the support and guidance in our plug-load research and related project, and also SoCal Edison, SDG&E, and ComEd for their support of our plug-load project, and PG&E so for the support of APS2 hosting and working with TrickleStar on those projects, and also CEC for the EPIC project support. And also many of you are CalPlug's member company and sponsors, including SDG&E, ComEd, and IBERS Network, and so on. And lastly, I want to really thank all the speakers and the CalPlug and KIT2 staff for supporting this event to make it happen. So at this time, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Felix, to come here to give us a presentation. Please join us. Welcome, Felix. Thanks, GP.
Thank you, GP. So my name is Felix Villanueva. I work for the California Energy Commission. We administer the EPIC program. It's a research program, and I'll go over that. So today I'll go over what we do at R&D, and I'll also go over some of the in the last few years. So these are the talking points. Again, I'll go over the electric program investment charge. I'll also go over my team, the Buildings Energy Efficiency Research Office, and then I'll go over some of our plug load projects that we have. We have about 9 right now. And then at the end, I will talk about how to connect with the Energy Commission. What are the different avenues that you guys can sign up for to learn more about what we do and how to sign up for funding opportunities. So a little bit about EPIC. The EPIC program is funded by an electricity ratepayer surcharge established by the CPUC in 2011. We're on our 3rd track right now, and we are hoping to get reapproved by the PUC for our 4th track. So the purpose of EPIC is to benefit electric ratepayers of the 3 electric investor-owned utilities. That's PG&E, SDG&E, and SCE. Our EPIC projects promote greater electricity reliability, lower costs, and increased safety. And we fund projects that lead to technological advancement and breakthroughs that overcome the barriers that prevent the achievement of our state's statutory energy goals. So our core mission is to invest funds to catalyze change and accelerate achievement of our policy goals. The 3 that I highlighted is something that our buildings team looks at as one of the main 3 goals that we look. So we look at building a safe and resilient energy system, improving the affordability, health, and comfort of California communities, and supporting California's local economies and businesses. Our EPIC program, we approximately administer about $133 million annually. So some of our policy drivers here that help us kind of move our program. Some of the 2 new ones that are on here is SB 100, which is the state's 100% renewable electricity goal by 2045, and also the executive order on carbon neutrality. This graph shows kind of the EPIC program through 2014 through December 2018, where our funding has been going to. The biggest, as you can see, is energy efficiency, of course, because it's on the top of the loading order. So 35% of our funding goes towards energy efficiency. So this is the innovation pipeline, and this graphic depicts where on the pipeline our investment lies. Most of the funding through applied research is at proof of concept pilot. I don't know if there's a pointer here. You can see that? Yeah. So most of our applied research grants are in the proof of concept pilot demonstration. So we invest on smaller scale projects for this category. And then we also invest in our technology demonstration deployment grants. And that's more of the larger demonstrations where we're actually trying to target a specific market for some of these technologies. We also fund within our program smaller programs where we provide entrepreneurs with resources to move along this pipeline. And that would be our Bridge, Ramp, and CalSeed program. Again, yeah, that's to help entrepreneurs, give them resources to kind of jump through this pipeline. So a little bit about our buildings team. Our objective is to identify and develop breakthrough technologies, decrease costs, and demonstrate technology and understand the overall benefits so that we can see maximum penetration and widespread deployment. See on the right, these are several of the technology areas that we focus on. As you can see, we have HVAC, domestic hot water, plug loads is on there, and lighting, and others. So in this graph, this is kind of an overview of the buildings R&D portfolio. The biggest piece of the pie is existing buildings, where we are focusing on multifamily and commercial retrofits. And also one of the biggest pies that we have is on plug loads at 16%, along with HVAC and DR. And these are all important topics that we try to invest in because, as you know, California is moving to more electrification. So this is our current plug load portfolio. We have 9 projects. I think we'll share these slides with you later on. You could click on these links. They'll give you more information on a few of our projects here. And I've highlighted the projects that I'll kind of give a deep dive about. One of the projects we're also investing is through UCI, and with Joy Pixley here, who's going to present on her project on the plug load or the power management user interface. So the first project I'm going to talk about is with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. This was a project that I actually managed with LBNL. It actually just wrapped up. The final report for this project actually just posted this morning. So if you want to read more about it, yeah, just come find me, or I can show you exactly where on our website you can find the final report. Basically, they did a full study on video games energy efficiency potential. This kind of testing and study was never done before on video games. So they mainly did some on PC video game systems. And so what they did was they developed a standardized energy performance measurement method, again, that didn't exist currently. And they bench tested a range of gaming devices along with different gaming titles, and identified, the effective gaming system hardware retrofit and software energy saving strategies. They do have a website that you can, and that's greengaming.lbl.gov. The next project is with Home Energy Analytics, and they designed a app, a free mobile app to analyze a home's idle load using smart meter data to help the user identify specific causes and recommended ideas to reduce their load. So I think in this project, it was at the pilot scale, and they have about 200 customers in PG&E and SE and SDG&E service territories where they're actually identifying their idle loads at their homes. So this project is still ongoing. I think it has about another year left, so there's not really any real results yet for this one. The next project, again, is with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, and what they basically did was they developed energy reporting for different plug load devices that was able to transmit information such as the identity, power consumption, and functional state through different communication protocols, and that would empower the user or building owners to kind of operate and control their energy use on their different plug load devices in their building. So this project just wrapped up this month. So we're anticipating that final report to be posted soon. So some of the results and key findings that they have found was that they developed 12 devices that are able to report energy use. They developed a standard protocol for each of those devices. The project laid out a roadmap for moving requirements for energy reporting into our codes and standards. And this project to eventually produce conservatively a 5% reduction in plug load energy use. The last project I'm going to highlight is by Fisher Nickel, and so they're one of the main researchers that do projects at the food service commercial industry. And so what they did was kind of assess the market for unventilated electric equipment, and they characterized the energy use and energy savings potential for electric cooking and warming equipment. So the different equipment that they tried to look at were toasters, food warmers, coffee brewers. A lot of these you would find in smaller commercial restaurants like fast food. So what they did was they monitored 13 restaurants over 3 years, and they looked at what of these technologies they can actually replace to have more energy efficient appliances. And they came up with if a 15% penetration, it would save 362.3 gigawatt hours. That results in 54.4 million in operating costs and 118 tons of CO2 emissions. So one pathway for technologies to enter the marketplace is through our codes and standards. And between 2005 and 2016, we had 18 research agreements that were directly responsible for contributing to 15 changes in these codes. Test methods and protocols from our consumer electronics. These energy code changes affected electronic devices such as TVs, external power supplies, battery chargers, and computer enabling rates, commercial outdoor indoor lighting, residential roofing materials that reduce the cooling load of homes, heating, ventilation and cooling systems, improvements in residential hot water pipeline installation. So just our consumer electronics alone is estimated annual savings is $2.1 billion. So in the end, for every $1 invested in R&D, we're saving Californians about $350. So looking into the future, we are still wanting to invest in the plug load research. Our most epic investment plan, which was the epic 2018-2020 triennial investment plan, we focused on 3 main areas for plug loads, and that was to develop and test new strategies for low power and idle mode devices. We're also looking at the energy savings opportunities in the medical equipment. I think GP showed a little graphic earlier on medical equipment being increased in the residential market. And 3, we want to see large-scale demonstrations of some of these low energy consuming plug load devices. So you can find more information about all our projects through our Innovation Showcase website. You can type plug loads in the search to read more about specific plug load projects. We also participate in many workshops such as this one. So you can find out all about that on our website. You can connect with us. We're on all platforms of social media. We have Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a good opportunity for our partners to network through and kind of make connections to build a team for future funding opportunities that we may have. So you can stay up to date with the Energy Commission through our listserv. So there's a link on this website where you can sign up about our EPIC program, research program. We also administer a natural gas research program. Excuse me. And then you can also sign up for the opportunity program, where we'll announce future funding opportunities. Again, you can find more information about our projects, our final reports, our funding opportunities, and upcoming events on our research website. And that's it. That's all I had to share. Again, I'd like to thank CalPlug for inviting me to present on EPIC and some of the projects that we have. Yeah, so I'm open to questions if there's any questions. Yeah. Yeah. So if you look into our investment plan that's out, we do have initiatives on demand response. Full disclosure, I can't really discuss exactly what our upcoming solicitations are. We are a competitive process, so I can't give any advantage to anyone here today about what's upcoming. So everything that I can share is what's on our investment plan. Yeah. Yes.
How does the solicitation process work behind the scenes a little bit? Like, how do you guys decide what you want to formalize?
So we look at what we decided in our investment plan, kind of the main areas, the 3 topics that that's approved by the PUC, and we follow that pretty much to a T. And we design our solicitations through different forums and different workshops, we send out for comments back to the public, and we find out what's the highest potential, or what's the most important that we should focus on. And as a team, we collectively kind of design the solicitation to respond to those concerns that people have. The process takes about 6 months to a year, I would say. Yes.
Are there any small business set asides or any role of small business with clients? Client contract.
So like SBL, STTR, otherwise.
So you're asking what can we do with our small businesses?
Small businesses will participate.
Yeah. So like I said, I think on one of my slides, I talked about, we have bigger programs where we fund, but we also have these smaller programs like the CalSeed program and the Bridge program, and those are typical for more smaller entities and entrepreneurs, and we help kind of push them to become bigger projects, to apply, and then this helps them apply, to be in the bigger pool with everyone else of the bigger companies. Yeah. Yes.
I don't know where to make this input, but in a home, one of the things I figured out was I looked around at all the motors in the house, and one of the biggest motors was in the furnace, which is also a fan for the air conditioning. And I realized that was blowing pretty hard. And on the campus, we know that by reducing airspeed, we radically reduced our energy per square foot per year. We improved energy use intensity here, the whole campus 50% in the last 20 years. And so I decided I'd slow it down. It was too loud anyway. It was annoying when it came on. You hear it come on, you hear it go off. Do more dust out because it was blowing so hard. And there was actually a switch right on the, I took apart the controller. There's a switch in there that has high, medium, low. I put it down on low, and I never asked anybody to put it on high. I concluded that the contractor probably put it on high automatically. And so it runs twice as long, but it uses way less energy because when you slow down a motor pushing air, it's not linear. It doesn't quite follow the cube rule, but it's way more than linear saving. And so I wonder, when you're talking about codes here, whether you look at the speed at which air handlers in houses are pushing air through those ducts, because the ducts aren't very big in houses, and they have to kind of they're not designed for low static losses at the corners and the bends and all that stuff. Just slowing it down has an incredible impact. I think that's a plug load item.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, plugged into it.
Yeah, so again, that's something that we are looking into. I don't work for our specific codes and standards office, but that's definitely some kind of information that they would probably greatly want to know. But yeah.
They look into stuff you tell them.
Perfect, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes.
I look at the different programs and I'm thinking about the home as well as the buildings and so forth. I don't necessarily see this movement towards either energy storage and beyond electricity, as well as sort of a re-architecture of how we heat and cool homes, heat and cool spaces.
Yeah, so this graphic does not give a very good representation, really, of like the specific technologies that we focus on, but energy storage is definitely something that we are investing in. As far as the heating and cooling for homes, I would say that yes, it falls into what we do in the buildings team under our HVAC research, but also it can fall in our natural gas research program that I didn't share here. And our natural gas research program is basically on technologies that are trying to reduce natural gas use, and that is also, with HVAC and hot water heating, and even envelopes as well.
I just don't see the integration. I mean, I think we talked yesterday at the advisory board about reuse of waste heat. It's done at a commercial level. Right? It's only started, but unfortunately, the Europeans have a leg on us. Right.
Right.
I don't necessarily, and I haven't seen any interest actually of doing things like that in the U.S. Or the two items on using water to basically store cooling aspects, right? The example I always use is the engineering building at Drexel, where they froze the water underneath the building, and they have a pool used as air conditioning in the summer, right?
Yeah.
That was done about almost 15 years ago. That building's now kind of old, and yet I see none of it either expanded or developed across the U.S. And people complain about how much energy is being wasted on air conditioning.
Right. So yeah, I mean that's a very good research topic, and maybe something that we can look into in wanting to invest in. So.
Last question.
Yes.
Kind of around here, I noticed that both in earlier charts and yours, you don't have vehicles, but vehicles are now plugged-in device on a home. And I also been to many webinars where there's a silo of somebody's focused on the building, somebody's focused on transportation, somebody's focused on urban planning. But really, if they combine their grants and they would do a joint research and joint funding projects, you really get the more useful data. What is the Energy Commission doing as far as combining funds across technology types or goals?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. We do have a transportation division, actually, Fuels and Transportation Division. They focus on the electricity of vehicles. Right now, there is no plan to kind of commingle funds. Again, we're kind of overlooked by the PUC on some of our funding, so they kind of tell us how to administer our investments. So.
Last questions?
Last question.
Thank you. Within your building envelopes R&D, do you look at the vertical allocation of buildings with objects?
Yeah, that's definitely something that we're looking into.
How long is your research on commercial market ready?
I wouldn't say that we've invested in that just yet, but it's definitely a topic that we have kind of focused on right now. Is that? Yeah.
Thank Felix.
Thank you, GP.
Next speaker is Joy.
So do we know how to make this go? Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to so many new faces. So this is one of the projects that Felix just mentioned. It's the Power Management User Interface. This is the third and final year. We are just closing out the project. So for those of you who have heard all the earlier preliminary versions, sorry, let me catch everybody else up first. And big thanks to the Energy Commission, by the way, for this fabulous project that I loved. Okay, so the general problem here is that computers have perfectly good, we think, sleep settings if they were enabled, and yet we have increasing evidence every year, more and more, that they are not enabled, that something is going wrong. So this is a tale of 3 studies. Here's the first 2 real quickly. We did a large survey of over 2,000 people and asked them all about their desktops at home and their desktops at work and their laptops. And this is what they said about their office desktops. 78% of them, of course, they're automatically going to sleep. What lovely news. And yet, When we then went and observed those same desktops, 80% of them were actually not enabled. So this is a problem. We have a doing. So I'm going to ignore these two groups of people right here, the 13% of people who are deliberately disabled and the 20% of people who are the good guys who aren't able to know about it. And I want to focus on these middle people here who think that their settings are enabled, or at least are generally open to their settings being enabled. So let's actually get them enabled. How do we do that? There are two basic procedures that are used a lot right now. One of them is that we ship all computers with settings enabled. Fabulous idea. Totally works right up until the point when somebody disables them. The other one is centralized IT control of computers, which again works really well when it works. But there are IT departments who don't want the hassle, all the pushback from the employees. It doesn't work for smaller companies or smaller, sort of 5 people companies or whatever, where they don't have centralized IT control. And of course, it does nothing for all those residential desktops. So our solution is to supplement those by creating a new user interface, a free software that people will put on their computers that will encourage them, it will give them feedback, and it will encourage them to voluntarily enable their sleep settings. So first step, we designed an interface. I love it, it's so beautiful. We'll demo it later if you want to. Just for now, believe me when I say that every single bit of this is based on all the behavioral theory and all the intervention research and all the psychology that we could throw at it. And it worked. So we did a field test of over 400 computers here on campus from staff members. We collected what is the largest data set on people's relationships with their power management. We have observations of sleep settings. We have observed computer states, by which I mean very simply off sleep, on but actively being used, on but idle. We have observed energy use, and we have a lot of self-reports about what people think their computers are doing and why they are doing that. We have a 3-to-1 treatment group versus control group. And let me tell you a little bit about what we did for the research design, because this is going to be important to understanding the results. So everybody gets 3 research visits. At the first research visit, we install PUMI in observation mode only. And then we also install, we have a power strip, we put in their computer, we put in any monitors that are attached. That goes to a plug meter. The plug meter goes in the wall. The plug meter sends us energy data. We observe a baseline for a minimum of 1 month, minus vacations, et cetera. At the second visit, now that we've collected that baseline data, we ask them a bunch of questions on a survey about what they think that their behaviors have been, their attitudes about power management, et cetera. For the treatment group, we show them the power management interface, right? So here it is, it's nice and pretty. For the control group, we wanted to make it as similar as possible, so we show them how to get to their standard sleep settings. And in both cases, if the person says, oh, am I supposed to, do I have to set my sleep settings now? The interviewers were trained very well by me to say, well, you can if you want to, but you don't have to. So they better have said that. So after a minimum of 2 months, we come back for the final research visit. We uninstall the software, we uninstall the hardware. We give them a second survey where we ask them about their behavior over the last 2 months and any sort of feedback that they're going to give us about the PUMI app. Okay, so initial results. 83% of them had their display settings enabled. 14% of the desktop computers were enabled. So I would be horrified and shocked by that number if this weren't the same number we found in the last study. So I'm only horrified. So a few people changed back and forth during the baseline, but not very many. So we ended up with essentially the same number, with exactly the same percentage just before the intervention visit. So I want to talk about what happened to the people who started off not enabled. Basically, the people who started off the study enabled pretty much stayed enabled. You don't have to worry about them. It's these people who are the problem. So at the first visit, now remember, a lot of these people think that their computer settings are enabled when they aren't. So what we expect to see here in the visit 2, when we show them their settings, is for them to go, whoops, and fix it. We expect to see at least a little bit of that going on. And in fact, that's exactly what we find. For the control group, we see 17% of them at that point enable their settings. And we see a much higher effect for the treatment group. So they're seeing the PUMI app, they're seeing the PUMI show them the last month of their data and some feedback. We're definitely getting an effect. Now, for all we know, this is the entire effect. You know, they changed it here, they kept it changed. This could be all that happens. So what we want to see is additional movement for the treatment group for the next 2 months. And surprise, that's exactly what we find. So for the control group, if you didn't enable the settings in that second period, you have almost no chance of enabling them in the next 2 months. That's not going to happen. But if you're in the treatment group and you didn't enable, 45% of them are responding to the continued feedback and engagement and then actually enabling their settings. We also find a stronger persistence effect. So for the control group, those that enabled them now, 20% of them disable them in the next 2 months, but 95% of the treatment group stay enabled over that time. So we're definitely seeing exactly the strong effects that we were hoping for the behavior. And this is just to clarify, 14% of the control people ended up enabling compared to 59% of the treatment group. Okay, so this is just another way of putting this, how many started off enabled versus how many ended enabled. And for the control group, we do see a little nudge. This is nothing to worry, nothing to scoff at here, just by giving them the awareness of what their sleep settings are and letting them know that they have control over them. So a lot of them thought that they didn't. However, the awareness, control, and feedback and encouragement allowed us to go from 13% to 64% for the treatment group. Now, I think that we could probably nudge that 64% up a little bit because I have all these improvements I want to make on the software and just tweak it a little bit, but we're not going to close that gap completely by just fixing the behavior. There are a lot of technical problems that people have with sleep, and those technical problems have to be addressed before we're going to close that gap, if we ever are. And one of those is remote access. So I keep being told that nobody uses remote access, and those who do can use Wake on LAN, and that is not what we found in our study. We found that 16% of people reported using Wake on LAN, or not using Wake on LAN, reported using remote access at least 1 to 3 times over the course of the study. And we have 25% who chose our biggest category, which obviously should have been bigger, at 4 times or more. So if we compare the frequent users to the never users, we see a difference in whether they're enabled from the very beginning. The remote access users are less likely to be enabled. And then when we see what happens during the study, we see that both groups, are doing pretty well they're increasing their enabling of the sleep settings. But for the treatment group, there's a substantial difference. The people who are using remote access have a much weaker treatment effect. They're having a much harder time enabling their sleep settings and continuing to use remote access. And we heard from a lot of them about the problems there. So this is a serious problem. Now we're turning to the data on the computer states and the energy use. So first, when we're looking at the computer states, and the blue right here is how much time they're spending in idle. We can see that for the first 3 weeks, there's not really any difference between the control group and the treatment group. They're just spending a lot of time in idle and a little bit of time in sleep. For the last 3 weeks, we're seeing a substantial difference. The control group has a slight reduction in idle time and a slight increase in sleep, but a much larger effect for the treatment group, down to 44% idle. And we can see that a little bit better here with the blue lines. Again, the control group, a little more sleep, a little less idle, but much higher for the treatment group, 21% more sleep, 24% less idle, a little tiny bit more off. So now, everybody in the control group and the treatment group, there are some people enabled and some people not enabled. This is what it looks like when you're just looking at enabled versus not enabled. And we can see that for the sleep not enabled in both periods, it's just mostly idle and a little bit of sleep, and all that sleep is manual. For the sleep enabled, we have much larger rates of sleep and in both periods. And it looks like a lot less idle, 23%, 26%. I started thinking, it's still a lot of idle. What's going on with all that idle? So let me tell you a little story. I dropped about 5 slides. Let me see if I can just tell them to you. Okay, so the idea is I'm trying to explain that idle. And I'm like, well, what about if it's the delay time? Because people who have a delay time of 60 minutes are going to spend more time in idle than the people with a delay of 10 minutes. So I did all those analyses, and there's no difference. There's no difference between them. They all spend the same amount of time on idle. That doesn't make any sense at all. So then I thought, well, maybe I have it all wrong. Maybe, I mean, you think about how much time they spend overnight and on the weekends. Maybe all of that sleep is just overwhelming the difference between 10 minutes and 60 minutes on the end of Friday. So I thought I will look at the data. I will sort the data by what your delay time is. So all the 5s, all the 10s, all the 15s, whatever. And then I will sort that by how much idle time you have. And what I expected to see was, you know, there's going to be variation depending on how you're using it. So it would go like, you know, 5, up a little, 10, up a little, 15, up a little. And over the course of this, it would go gradually larger. Unless, of course, that overnight sleep is totally, you know, washing it all out, in which case it would kind of go like this, sort of a curvy, flattish line. And that's why I'm not seeing a correlation. This is what we saw. The blue is idle, the green is sleep, the red is off. For each group, we see that there are some that are not spending very much time idle, the sleep settings are working, some where it's a little bit more idle, a little bit more idle. Oh my goodness, a whole lot of idle. Look at that, there's like crazy amounts of idle. So what is happening? So I started thinking, have I got the whole concept wrong? Are there all kinds of behavior profiles that would legitimately result in large amounts of idle like that? So I ran a couple dozen different kinds of behavior profiles. I varied it by how many times do you leave the computer for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours? How many times does it wake up in the middle of the night to do backups or updates? And I found 2 things. One of them is I was right. It really is lower for the lower delay settings than for the higher delay settings. And the second thing I found was, wow, really, really low amounts of sleep. So we're talking like 2% to 6, I'm sorry, low idle. 2% to 6% idle. 5% to 13% idle. We're not seeing numbers like this at all. So I start tweaking it and trying to get as much idle as I can, and I can get it all the way up to like 21, 24. I can't get anything like this at all. So what ends up happening here, what the only logical conclusion is that these really high amounts of idle have to be due to something interfering with sleep in the computer. They cannot be justified by looking at what the possible behavior profiles are. So I had to make a cutoff point. I decided to make the cutoff point at 25%. We're going to call everything above that is definitely a sleep block problem. This is a very conservative estimate. I'm going to continue to be working on this, and I will almost certainly find that for these groups, it should be more like 10% or 15% or 20%, but we're going to start with 25. And you can see that there's a lot of people who are like way above this, 30, 40, 50, 60%. So this is not a bad number. So if we use this number, 25%, we see that 42% of the computers that have sleep enabled have this extent of the problem with sleep block. This is huge. Now we also had sleep block events. So PUMI was collecting as a sleep block tracker, and it's supposed to identify any time when the computer was supposed to go to sleep, but it stayed idle after the period, and then record what was happening at the time. And we thought it was working because it was giving us events, but clearly it wasn't giving us all the events. So the events it gives us, we believe, but we're missing some. So we look here at all the people who had additional sleep block events who weren't included here, and that's another 23%. So we're looking at, what is this number here? 65% of our computers have some sort of problem. Now, it's not that we didn't know that things interrupted sleep, right? We know that there are several processes. There's updates, there's backups, there's virus checks. Things wake your computer up. We know that. But they're supposed to go back to sleep afterwards. If they don't go back to sleep afterwards, they are a sleep block event. We also know that there are problems that are sort of more pervasive. And we know this because if you go online and say, what is happening with my computer? There's some computer expert, and they say, oh, let me tell you. And they walk you through, go here and go here and go here, and then check this and check this and check this and turn this thing off and whatever. And they can fix that one particular problem that you have with sleep block. The problem with that is that these are very advanced techniques, and your average computer user is going to get like partway through and get scared and go away. So it's not really a solution. It only identifies that the computer experts know that this is a problem, but how much of a problem? Well, I started looking at all the other data out there. Is my data completely crazy? Are my numbers really off? Well, nobody would know because I can't find any data out there for a data set this large that actually identifies these numbers. I'm always hesitant to say that this is brand new stuff. There's always somebody in the second row who's been doing it for 40 years. But as far as I can tell, this is the first data set to really quantify the extent of the problem of sleep block so that we can now move on and say, well, let's actually address this. Okay, so despite that little side thing into sleep block, despite that fact, we still got energy savings from PUMI. It still works. So we were able to control for a number of things that also affect differences in energy. We can control for whether it's Windows or Mac. We can control for what you started off with as energy consumption. It turns out that the number of monitors gets sucked up into that. We can control for what your sleep settings were at the beginning of the first period, and we can also control for for the active level and the baseline versus the experimental group. And this is a real problem with most intervention studies. You have to assume that the baseline period is the same in every other way than the experimental period, and we can actually control for that. So that was good thinking on our part, GP. So the difference between the treatment group, the effect for the treatment group is 23.5% more energy saved than the control group at an average of about 129 kilowatt hours per year. If you look just at the effect of enabling your sleep settings, comparing it to people who started off not enabled, you get 34.9% energy savings for a total of 207 kilowatt hours per year. And of course, if you have a large office building, that's going to add up pretty quickly. So the main takeaways, first off, PUMI works. Giving people feedback like this, giving them engagement and encouragement like this really does encourage them to enable their settings and keep them enabled for at least 2 months. We have reason to believe that that would be a good persistence thing. So this supports the use of this kind of feedback in other kinds of interventions. 2, remote access is much more of a problem than I think that a lot of us have kind of accepted and understood, so we need to work on that. And 3, sleep blocking is definitely more pervasive and serious than we realize. Now, the next step there is to figure out exactly what is causing these sleep block events, because we have a wide range of programs, processes, and peripherals to choose from. Maybe some of them are going to be fairly easy solutions. Let's go for those first. And we have to figure out like which technical solutions we need for which technical problems. Now, the great thing about PUMI is that PUMI doesn't cause any of these problems, but it sure can help you figure them out. Because one of the issues is the average person doesn't know whether their computer is going to sleep or not just because you have it set to go to sleep. PUMI will show you the exact pattern of what your computer is doing, so you can find out, wait a minute, on Thursday night it woke up at 11 o'clock and it never went back to sleep. Now you can troubleshoot Thursday night at 11 o'clock what was happening then. Okay, this is the app is available online. This is a beta version. It just has the research thing, the research part of it taken out. We are going to continue to be developing that over time, but you can go there and you can demo it. You can learn more. I'll be demoing it later at the workshop. And here is the demo and the download information. You can also get that from me. I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank GP for all of his support, and I definitely want to thank the Energy Commission. Thank you. Yes, Charles.
I want to recommend one thing to manufacturers to implement this now to save good amount of energy.
To save energy or to get people to put their computers to sleep?
Well, computer to sleep. So
I would say, why don't you put PUMI on your software? If you're going to put Windows on your computers, go ahead and put PUMI on
so
it.
while you're looking to research on that, I will need to work with let's say Energy Star to promote some of your findings.
We would love to. I think our current idea is that we aren't maybe quite ready for that, but I would love to talk to them. But I think that we need to maybe put it out in more places first so that we have a larger base, and then we can go and say, look at this large base of people we have using it. But yeah, if they're willing to talk to us now, I would love to talk to them.
Okay, I will talk about it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I don't know who was first. Let's go in the back.
Lady first.
Pretty to you, yeah.
Adding on to that question, have you tried using it on the computers and
Oh, I've been using it since the beginning. All of the staff have been using it.
you can use it on the other.
Okay, so the problem has been, up until when we just finished it, is that it's been on research mode. So if you put it on your computer, you're sending us data about your computer. So now we're in in a non-research mode, and at this point, anybody in the building can start using it.
But data is something you want, wouldn't you want to have?
Right. So on the one hand, I would love to have research partners who are willing to work with us to put it in research mode, and we will collect their data, but we do have to set that up as a research project and go through IRB.
Have you talked to Microsoft Apple yet?
No. Well, I mean, we talked to them in general. We talked to some people, but the idea again is that we have 200 people, or 400 people right now. We were expecting that they would want a little bit more evidence, but again, if they're willing to talk to us, we would be happy
Yeah,
to
it
talk to
seems
them.
like it would be directionally correct, right? If you kind of.
I want to point out, by the way, all these questions about how you talk to somebody, that the energy data that I just showed you, the ink is still wet. We literally had this like 2 days ago. So a lot of this, have you talked to them yet? We were waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, you can't talk to them.
Right, so we don't have the press release out. We don't have the final report out from CEC. A lot of those things are going to happen once we have those final results public.
It seems like that would be the fastest way to scale.
I wanted to say that this is perfect proof why Epic exists. You address the problem, you find the problem, you bring Epic, and Felix knows we have a solution. Under the project model efficiency for CALPLUG, we research exactly those points why mobile phones do not exhibit this kind of behavior, but computers do. I think I would just say this is really a good point. There's synergistic efforts of the project and fruition, and will be, mostly the case are the drivers, the devices you attach to a computer, which are not properly implemented in the Windows operating system. Android and iOS have implemented wake clocks, known instrument, which was added to Linux operating system in order to detect such situation, depending who is reserving resources, and then forcefully go into the sleep. So that's what your phones are doing. We just explore that, and we're very happy to show you.
I would love to. One of the other issues, though, is that the desktops have a lot of different peripherals to them that the phones don't, and so we know that at least some of the problem here with sleepwalking is the peripherals.
These are the drivers. I mean,
The drivers.
peripherals work on the drivers. Yes, very often these drivers have controls over the drivers. Rule Android controls over the drivers. So yeah, it's very often they exist. But also applications have ability to reserve resources. For example, remote desktop will not allow you to sleep during the night.
Yes.
Because if there is an access, it will assume somebody else is using it. We can discuss. I think that's a great example of how the synergies come together on
Great. Thanks, Brian.
I was wondering if you studied boot up time from the off position and the impact on whether people are willing to turn computers off versus going to sleep mode.
Okay, so one of the things that we asked them was, what are the reasons why you don't turn your computer off? What are the reasons why you activated your sleep settings or deactivated your sleep settings? And we expected a lot of them to say, because it takes too long to reboot, because that's what frustrates me, right? But relatively few of them actually said that. So I don't know if they're just not conscious of it. Maybe they have a newer computer than I have. But we are looking at that and the amount of time that it takes. We weren't able to measure that in.
So can we actually detect the patterns of remote access? And I was wondering if we're doing telecommuting, maybe say they need to do it. So if you could actually have characteristics indirectly, right? You're translating based on that, maybe that's.
So we have this amazing data set that has incredibly complicated data that I have only been able to get like this much of yet. So I'm hoping that by the time I get into the pattern analysis, I will be able to see that. But it is, like I said, I've just gotten the basic energy data. I'm really hoping that the question is going to be exactly how does remote access show up in terms of the pattern mistakes. And I might not be able to see that based on what we collected. I'm going to try that. And I'll definitely try to get manual too. Like, are you manually doing it? Just manually turn it off. That's an important thing. There's something in the back, I thought. No?
issue of saving about 1 kilowatt hours a day, 129 on the low end and the higher end about 200 kilowatt hours. On California wide, and then US wide.
Yes, I
comes to
did.
1% of the energy used, 0.1% of the energy savings potential there.
I did, and I don't have that slide here. I just presented it to the Energy Commission, and there was an estimate of there's this many computers in California and this many percent do it. And I'm sorry, I don't remember. You did ask me earlier about one. I want to show you this. Mukesh had asked me about that earlier, about what we were seeing with the actual amounts of energy being used by these desktops. And this is the desktop and the monitor. And we're looking at sleep disabled versus sleep enabled. I just wanted to show this to you in terms of the range that we are finding it. This is the median here, and this is the 75th and the 25th percentile. So we're seeing a very large range. So any sort of number I gave you on the estimate is going to be for that medium group and not for like how high it's going to be here. Are you cutting me off? Oh no, one more. Okay.
Two more questions.
Okay. All right. I'm
Two questions.
Yeah, I would love to attack a laptop. So the reason why we did this on desktops is, first off, that the sleep settings page is a little bit different for laptops. It has the whole, like, you know, on battery versus plugged in. But also, our whole point here was to measure the energy use, and we couldn't figure out how we were going to measure the energy use because people's laptops keep walking away from the plug meter. But now that we have a pretty good idea of the relationship, you know, that what the energy thing is, if we can not have the energy and just talk about sleep settings and states, I would love to run it because I'm really curious about how often laptops are having the same kind of sleep block problems.
And have you looked at the software demons?
No.
The software demons are probably your biggest source of sleep block.
Next step. Okay, all right, next step. Good idea that I'm trying.
Sure, quick.
Yeah.
You mentioned sleep. Was there any difference between sleep and hibernate mode?
Sleep, so we're simplifying these modes. And hibernate is I think actually hibernate is stuck in with off because it's such a low.
Long delay.
Yeah, it's such a long because it's such a low energy use. Okay. I think are we out of time? I think we're pretty much out of time.
Throw an idea for your laptop. Make sure you include battery management.
Oh yeah.
Because if you can figure out how to, extend the life of the battery or how long you can be on battery mode as part of your study, you're gold with the rest of the data.
Right.
Key benefits and
How to extend the battery life. Okay, I will make a note. All right, I do need to turn this over to the next people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Left hand to the ceiling.
Yeah. Is this automatically set up for the next person, or how do we? That's not it.
The next speaker.
Hi, everybody. Do you know where yours is?
It should just be in the PowerPoint.
This is mine.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, let me out.
Excuse me. Thanks. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Sonia Sayed. I am a relatively new hire at CalPlug. I'm one of the specialists here, and I'm here to talk about the CalPlug SimHome project. It is a SCE-supported project. Our project manager is right in the front, Taryn, up here. I've been working on this project with Dr. Mike Klopfer and Dr. Joy Pixley, as well as with a team of students. So SimHome actually stands for Simulation, Integration, and Management Home. And the SimHome was originally set up as a testing facility for plug loads, and this is an extension of that project. In particular, we're looking at the gap analysis between standardized testing and what real-life usage is. Standardized testing, you're looking at multiple devices across one profile, which is exactly what you want to look at when you're comparing across a device type, because you want to keep everything as normal and consistent as possible. However, we know that in real life, there's a huge variation in how people use these devices in their home. So what we are looking at in SimHome is to look to supplement the standardized testing procedure by looking at multiple profiles across one device in order to get a range of real life usages of these devices. So we looked at 3 different elements of usage in a household plug load on the energy consumption in order to create profiles of which like these devices are going to be used. The first element that we looked at is how much is the device being used per day. So is it being used for 5 hours a day, or 1 hour a day, 5 hours a day, 10 hours a day? The second thing we looked at is what are the power management settings or user behaviors that affect the efficient use. So are there power management settings enabled, disabled? Are their user behaviors doing anything different? And then the third thing we looked at is the pattern of which it is being used. So are they, if they do use it for 5 hours, are they using it for that full 5 hours all in one time, or are they using it 5 times for 1 hour throughout the day? So this is only some of the devices that we've tested. There's like a very huge list of devices that we have tested. And we tried to prioritize the devices with varying usage profiles. So in particular, looking at devices that typically have a wide range of usages. I'm going to go into a couple of the devices later on in the slides. So once we selected the devices, we tested the states for each of the devices for power, energy, power factor, and power quality. By states, I mean the different states that the devices can be in, such as active in use, active and idle, sleep, idle, sleep or off. So we tested all of those and we created a database for that. And then once we had that, we developed the profiles for each of the devices based on the amount of time used, the pattern it is being used, and the power management settings, which is what I went over, so those 3 elements. And then once we did that, we ran the profiles through the CalPlug developed plug load simulator. So this is a simulator, a plug load simulator that CalPlug has developed in order to run these profiles to get daily usage values. So I know this is a lot, but I just wanted to give you an idea of like what each one of the profiles are, or how they're split up. So we have like at the top, it's just light, light, light. And so it'd be like a light usage, low frequency, and like the power management is light. And then this moderate right here would be the like standard or average of what like the standardized testing would be. And then high would be like the highest value of it. So I'll go more into that. I know that looks kind of confusing, but I wanted to get the variables. So like you see like light, and then it's like light, light, moderate, and then light, light, high. So it goes through all the profiles all the different combinations of the profiles that we could do. So we're going to look at a simple example first, which is a pod coffee example. And so for active use, what we have is a light would be like 1 cup a day. Moderate would be 6 cups a day, and then high would be 12 cups a day. And then combining that with the user pattern. So some of them you're not going to be able to combine. So like this one can't be light and light because if 3 in a row, you couldn't only have 1 cup. So some of the profiles we couldn't run. But so the light would have to start at high, so it's only 1 time, right? And so moderate, you could have light, moderate, and high. So you have 3 in a row for 6, so then you would have 2 uses. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. And then we also incorporated the power management. So light would be the default, which is no sleep settings, and it's on all the time. Moderate would be auto, off in 2 hours is enabled, and then high would be auto, off enabled, and turn off after they make their last cup of coffee. Looking at a more complex version, we're looking at a TV. The light would be 1 hour, the moderate would be 4 hours, the high usage would be 12 hours, and then the user pattern frequency has a little bit more variability. So yeah, we wanted to look to see if there was a difference if somebody used it for more than 4 more than 4 hours in between their usages, or if it was different if they only had 1 hour usage between, and then the same with these. And then the power management is usually leaves it on, switches to sleep after 4 hours. It just keeps going, and then the high power management is turned off immediately after use. So looking into the TV behavior profiles, I know this looks like a lot too, but I didn't put all of them. It like skips. So I wanted to get the light, moderate, and the high to show you guys. So the light version of it would be like 1 hour use per day, one time, and the user leaves it on, and it switches to sleep automatically after 4 hours. The like moderate or like average or standard would be 4 hours use per day, and 2 uses per day for 2 hours with 1 hour in between, followed by 20 minutes of idle and then sleep. And then the high would be 12 uses per day, 12 hours per day, 4 uses per day, and 3 hours each. So we're going to actually take a quicker look into the moderate one, just to go through one example. But before that, I wanted to go through the plug loads tool that we use to run all the profiles through that CalPlug has developed specifically for this project. And so it takes the results of the states that we got from the testing, and we get the numbers from each of the profiles. This is just the user interface of it. And so this is the moderate example that we were going to go through. So 4 hours of use per day, a total of 2 uses per day with 2 hours each for 1 hour in between with 20 minutes idle and then sleep. So this is how it's split up and how we enter it into the plug load simulator. And so if active boot up, we have like 2 minutes, and then video, active video is 120 minutes, and then off, and then active boot up. So this is just that profile. And then these are the energy usages of each one of those states. And then this is the total energy usage of that profile. And so if we look at the plug load simulators also gives us an output of graphs. And so we can see that was here, graphically demonstrated here. This is the power. So you can see that it goes on and goes off. So it's being used twice per day for 2 hours. And then this one's a little longer because it has that idle 20 minutes at the end. And then here is the energy, and as it goes up, and then the power factor, and then we also have power quality that it also gives us. So this is the preliminary data of all the TV usages that we got. So I put like all the profiles on here so that we can see like what we can take a look and compare and see what is being used more, what is using more energy, which profiles are using more, I guess, or less, more. And the red one right here is that moderate one that we take a look at, either the standard or average. And we can see that, and then I also sorted them to be in order to see the range that it has for all the different profiles. So this isn't the profile order. This is the smallest usage and then the largest usage over there. And you can see that some of them have a very they almost look the same, and that's just because whatever the variable was, when it changed, it didn't make a difference in the energy usage. So next steps. So we're trying to look to see what the range of energy consumption we are finding. In some cases, we might find that there is not a big range of energy differences. And we have been very careful about what data points we are choosing and how people are using these devices. And we're also being totally upfront with any kind of assumptions that we have to make on daily use or average usage or what people normally use in their home. But we did do a lot of research on what any data that was available for that. And then we are taking a look to see which of those 3 elements have the biggest effect on all these all these devices. So if it is how much the device is being used per day, if that's the biggest factor on their energy usage, then it's usually like it means that the active state is using a lot of energy, and so like it's like an engineering or design thing that we're going to be like looking into. And then if it's power management, then it could be the user behavior, and the settings are complicated. So we're going to be looking into that, or we'll follow into that. And then if it's a pattern, having the pattern having the most strongest effect, then it could be the background stuff that happens in the device. So like warm up or cool down, closing out processes that could, like if it's going on and off a lot, then that's what's causing a lot of energy usage. So some of the deliverables that we are having, this is still an active project, so we're not 100% done yet, but we're getting there. It's next month is the closing. We're closing it out. So the first deliverable is the PLSIM tool, and it's a quick energy estimation tool that I had showed you. We also have the database of energy usage on all the devices and all the profiles. And then a report finalizing all our results to SCE, summarizing the energy estimate results for devices, usage profiles, analysis of the device energy usage impacts on household total energy usage. We're looking at energy efficiency, power quality, time of energy use, and potential lead outs for demand-based control opportunities. Additionally, we're going to look to see if we can identify any savings modes or features that can be incentivized or incorporated into program design. Thank you, SCE, again. And I want to thank Joy and Mike for helping me with all this, and the team of students. And thank you. I think that's it.
Yes, yeah, I was curious to know if you said it was closing soon. You guys can share the draft report to the commission. Is that something that's allowed?
I need to ask.
I would have to confirm with my boss man, Mike.
Karen, this is open, correct?
Karen.
Yeah.
Confirm with the project manager.
Project, so once we have a final report, I didn't see the draft yet myself.
Okay.
We'll post it on the ECC it will be available.
Great.
Awesome.
That'll be a final though, not a draft.
Yeah, I haven't seen the draft yet, but
It's coming.
it'll be the final. So hopefully in a month or two.
Yeah.
Great. I'll look into it. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes.
Are you planning on communicating with any of the manufacturers, possibly modifying settings?
I think first we're going to try to get all the results, and then we're going to move on to see if that is going to be one of our next steps.
I think that is for sure we are going to do.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Ken from Vizio is our advisory board. So at Samsung, we also invite them to visit. So definitely, this is the direction I think.
Yeah.
Do the usage profiles impact the power draw, or is it just the timing of the power draw that you're?
So that depends on the device, because some of the devices, when they're off, they're not using any, or I think I understand what your question is, but let me. So you mean like
if the line drops?
Oh, so these.
Slide up, slide up.
Oh, okay.
So the power draw,
Mm-hmm.
is that going to be noticeably different if you have a high user? Like a TV
Yeah.
draws the same amount of power, different duration.
Yeah, so it'll be the same, but different duration if it's a high user.
Are there any appliances that you think of that have a different draw, based on the usage profile?
Yeah, because there's like warming of it, and so it like periodically will warm and cool, and so if it's on for a longer period of time. And I think Mike wants to add.
Depending on how you set the brightness, that changes how the power is drawn from the device.
Thank you.
With the television example, do you see, do you expect much variation within a category from model to model? You know, like the size of the TV or the capacity of the copy? Do you think you'll see any variance?
Yeah, I do think we will see. Do you want to add to that?
So the purpose of this report is many times when these studies are done, there's tons of devices that they look at and they don't look at the profile. We took it backwards. At the same time, we went blind with it. So we did for several of these devices, went through and did a number of studies of similar devices to show where the comparative contrast points are for equivalent states. So the next logical step there is the teardowns and what you can say about a particular state, what's happening with the firm. We didn't go that far, but we do point to those directions and say, okay, well, we did notice this disparity of an equivalent mode between these two models. What does this say about potential either actions that we've done while the device is off, the power supply, et cetera, et cetera?
Mike, I think, do you have a question for Mike? Or adding on?
More succinct question is, were you able to capture some of the advances in television, right, that to determine whether or not they may have an effect? For example, 4K and then 240 motion instead of 120, right? Each of these theoretically should add a little bit more. We just don't know how much, right? I think a valid response back to the television manufacturers is, hey, this is what you're costing, right? But I don't know if that was part of the deal or that's something you have planned later on.
Yeah, we're definitely comparing all the different TV types. Like we have 4K and we also have HD, but like I don't have the numbers memorized.
Okay.
But,
Great.
Yeah.
We do test submodes here. So we're talking about 240 motion. We're compatible again. The brightness control, the ABC, those factors in there. Separate those into modes and then you run a comparative and say, okay, if it were under these settings, what would be the difference there? So just reporting that gap is part of this. Now, some of the devices that we have don't have every possible mode under the sun, but where it doesn't exist, we comment in there that this is either a point of research for future work, or we know this looks like something, but based on that, that's all we can say at this point.
Great.
I think it is time for my coworker Sabina to come up.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sabine Kuhnrath. I'm also a specialist at CALPLUG, and I'm presenting on our work that Joy and I did on behavioral interventions in residential energy consumption. This is also an SCE-funded project. Danielle Wen was our project manager here. So there have been efforts to reduce energy consumption through behavior, to reduce household energy consumption through individual behavior since the 1970s. That all started with the international energy crisis, the oil crisis. Public interest was there, research interest was there, utilities were interested in reducing power consumption. And then in the 80s and early 90s, that's a nice combination there, there was a little bit of hold of this research was a little bit on hold, interest was less, but then in the wake of climate change, all of a sudden behavior came more into the research and public interest again. Indeed, 10 years ago, a seminal paper was published that talked about the potential of household actions to rapidly decrease energy consumption and the associated emissions. So that provides a behavioral wedge to do just that much faster than policy changes, for example. Behavioral programs are even mandated. The California Public Utility Commission says that at least 5% of the utility customers should be exposed to a behavioral program, and it mostly comes, maybe some of you have seen that, in form of a comparative energy report. And so what we see already, there's not really a debate about the role of behavior change in lowering energy consumption and emissions, but we really still need to see which behavioral intervention strategies have worked in empirical studies and probably why they have worked. So our goal was to conduct an extensive literature review. We devised a comprehensive search strategy with all the relevant terms. We checked academic literature databases of reputable organizations. We looked in conference proceedings. We checked reference list of papers. We even followed the most important papers proactively to see where they would be cited to really arrive at a good picture. And I'm going to skip that part and process. In the end of all of that, we arrived at over 1,400 individual articles, journal articles, reports, conference papers. And we took all the abstract of these papers and content coded them. So we looked at several aspects that were really basic information and applied codes to them. This helped us to narrow down which articles would be most interesting for our report. It helped us to prioritize. And once we had our prioritization strategy, we also coded over 200 papers in full text, which means we really read them thoroughly, we analyzed them, and we put them into our Access database system. And this is a not pretty example. This is actually the example of our combined coding sheet. It pulls information from my individual coding sheet. It pulls information from Troy's individual coding sheet. It combines our codes, and then we end up with a final code. So we had the system of two people coding, especially in the beginning, while we were still calibrating our codes. We wanted to understand that we both have the same understanding, and so that we could also set off and code independently. And I'm putting your attention right here. This is what happened if Troy and I had a different idea about what was going on in that abstract. It would give us an error in the combination sheet. We had to sit down and discuss it and come up with a final code right here. So the reason why we put this in the database format is that we did have a lot of articles and we wanted to be able to retrieve what we needed on demand. So this is a cross-up about the study type and the location. We were mostly interested in results from empirical studies and mainly in Californian studies and US studies. We only supplemented as needed from other locations, but we also wanted to check systematic reviews and meta-analysis. They are an excellent resource because they summarize and even combine the empirical results. But we also wanted to hold on to our own empirical studies, because what happens if other people combine it, you might lose an important aspect. And we wanted to really have a good overview on all the things that work and don't work. And the theories were very important to us too, because we wanted to look at the theoretical foundation of these behavioral strategies. It's just important to know why stuff works, what is out there that explains why some things work at one stage of a behavior change process and why it doesn't. So these were the three categories of papers that we prioritized, that we looked more into, and where we developed another sets of codes. And now you see that interface, it's much prettier. This is an interface that gives us already the final code. It's hard to read, and I apologize for that. I couldn't really fit it on one page, but these are the codes for our empirical studies. We went on and put in the study characteristic. What was the sample size? Did we follow up for persistence? Did they address any influencing factors such as household size, temperature in their paper? And most importantly, what interventions were they using in this article? And we had them broken up: feedback, commitment, goal setting, gamification, labeling, role modeling. So we coded for all of that. And that's the example for an empirical article that is full text coded. And I'm jumping right into the results. And what is successful here? It depends. It depends on our behavior type. We have conservation behaviors. These are everyday behaviors, repeated behaviors. And when you're exiting the room or looking here, we have one nice example just on the door. It says, upon conclusion of your event, turn off all equipment, turn off all lights, please close the door. And thank you. That's a wonderful example of a prompt, a behavioral prompt for conservation. But if I haven't formed the habit of doing so, maybe if I'm here next year and the sign isn't here, I won't turn off the lights anymore. So we run into issues of engagement and persistence with that kind of behavior. Investment behavior, there we have strategies that help us, for example, go out and buy that energy efficient appliance. For example, I get a rebate for it. These kinds of behaviors have to deal with rebound effects. Maybe I got that efficient appliance, but now I'm just starting to use it more, or I upsized it and got a way bigger one. So we don't really see any energy savings there. And also free riding is a problem more with cost effectiveness of these strategies. I wanted to buy that appliance anyway, but now I'm taking the coupon that the utility gives me. And now it's good for me, but I would have done it anyway. So it was not really an effective strategy for SCE. And another behavior type is demand response, load shifting. There again, we have other strategies that might be more useful there. I can think of putting an in-home display that helps me with getting to know my time of use plan there. So you saw all that sheet with all these strategies. In reality, many of these strategies are combined. Sometimes they are just combined out of no reason. Sometimes they are combined because there has actually been research going on what is really an effective combination. And I just may want to add, for making a report and for really trying to find out what strategy works, the combination is really hard because most of them don't test systematically how the strategies could be combined. But there is a beautiful study that was done rather early that really gave a set of people just a goal setting strategy. Another group got feedback, and then there was the group that got feedback plus goal setting. And there we could see that indeed that's a really good combination of strategies. So that works. Combine wisely. I'd like to address the topic of opt-in versus opt-out. That's a topic for behavior programs and also for research studies. Your results always depend a little bit whether you have the wide range of people that are just in the study or in the program, or whether if you have this great sample of people who opted in and who are really eager to participate. So this also affects the results of behavioral interventions. And I've put down, it really seemed to be a trade-off at times. A remote strategy, just like sending out the home energy report, that also happens to be actually an opt-out design. You reach a much higher number of people, probably at a lower cost, but also with savings that are 2 or 3%. Whereas if I have personnel, face-to-face, an in-home strategy, for example, with an in-home energy audit, you reach much less people, but the savings will be higher. So these are considerations. We found something that has been discussed in the literature a lot, that is those methodological weaknesses that make it kind of hard what works and what really persists and questions of generalizability and scalability also come in here. If I did my study on these 50 people and it worked, would it be really, it worked well, but it also worked with 500 or 5,000 people. What we found as very important, and it actually made us rephrase our original research question a little bit, not so much about what works, it's more about what works for whom and in what circumstances. So that's targeting for regional, socio-demographic, and situational considerations. I'm just mentioning a few. Low income needs different strategies. There's multifamily housing and renting versus owning. And we also found that sometimes these issues get very confounded. And it's important to note that low income people could be renters or owners. Multifamily people don't have to be low income, but sometimes it's all coming up, and it's really important to look at the actual data and studies. An interesting thing is the split incentive problem for renters. It depends on who's responsible for the bill, the landlord or the renter. Let's make an example where the renter pays the bill. The landlord won't be interested in taking energy measures unless they are encouraged otherwise. Group living is another thing that we looked into. It's a little bit like multifamily housing, except for it's really a group that is being held together by another purpose, be it the military or college living, and that opens again different strategies that can work really well in that settings. What is a consistent result is that high users really respond well to actually all kinds of behavioral interventions, probably because they have more to reduce. And also, even with the home energy reports, there people who already have an interest or a concern, and oftentimes it is assessed actually as being a political liberal also seems to make people respond better to these interventions. So these are some results that we found. And we asked ourselves, though, well, we've targeted all these high users, we have targeted all the political liberals, but how can we actually reach those who have low concern for the environment or a negative attitude towards energy savings? And I'm using this question just to zoom into the results. We obviously have a wide variety of results. We dealt with many topics, but this is actually a great example just to zoom in what the report can also give you. So to answer these questions, we actually make use of a behavioral theory. We look back, we find an intervention that's framing, and that comes from behavioral economics. Behavioral economics deals with the question of how can I help people make good choices? I can nudge them a little bit in a friendly way, and they don't even know why they all of a sudden react differently. So framing is one strategy of nudging. And there was one LA-based study that found if I'm framing the benefits of energy conservation as health benefits for kids, lowering emissions helps lower exposure to things that could cause childhood asthma, then there were 8% of savings on average, and families with children even saved 19%. And interestingly, they also had a cost frame. It was like the benefits of energy saving is that you save such an amount of dollar. I wrote here it was not effective, but for real, I should have written it even increased the usage, because probably these people realize, oh, wow, I'm not even losing so much money if I splurge a little bit there. So there's a framing example about health. This example actually doesn't come from energy conservation, but from another pro-environmental activity. It's a beach cleanup thing, and that found that people who have a low concern for the environment all of a sudden participate much more willing in the beach cleanup if it is published as a self-enhancement activity. That is, it's fun and it's great to do that. And they didn't care about the altruistic content of the activity. This is an Australian study that actually looked at climate change deniers, and they found that messages that focus on how climate, thank you. Oh, there's a, okay, I want to point out we have a strip here. That's great. We're very green here. If climate change actions were framed as increasing interpersonal warmth and enhance the economic and scientific development, then they were more willing to display pro-environmental intentions. And last, a message that stated that reducing energy usage is just a priority in the community also changed people's willingness to reduce consumption, even though their own personal belief ran contrary to that idea. So these are just some examples about how behavioral interventions can be used to change behavior, but I should point out that that's more experimental evidence. So that takes me to the recommendations. These were smaller scale experiments, but I find it so fruitful to look at those and to use behavioral science to assess programs and to optimize it. I would love to see that tested in a larger scale, what we just saw up there. We also saw that it's really important to use rigorous scientific methods for the program design, the management, and the evaluation. It is important to look at what the target of behavior change is, and we want to combine strategies if they are evidence-based and if also the combination has been shown to work. Know your region, know the customers, target wisely, and long-term savings should be considered in terms of persistence, habits, and also attitude change. So that was the summary of our literature report. I thank you very much, and I'm here to take your questions. Yes.
So did you find some studies that kind of looked at behavior before and after, especially on the after, that would cause them to take the next incentive? I'll give you an example. I did a watering efficiency thing once on my rebate check, and then I got taxed on it. So I was like, oh, okay, why would I do this again, right? Why would I trust those guys, right? So that negatively affected me for doing other incentives. So I was wondering, were there any kind of studies that looked on, they probably focus a lot on pinpoint incentives, right? But the culture of incentives and
that's interesting because what you just said, I haven't found that. I seem to recall, though, that it's more the other way around. Those who are participating in stuff are participating in more stuff. So maybe they didn't get hacked. Yeah. But I'm keeping my eyes open because that sounds interesting. But again, I just saw it in the other direction. Yeah. Pardon me?
I could add to that.
Oh, absolutely.
That one of the things that we found was that people who did things for money were less likely to keep doing it, whereas people who did things that was framed as you're a better person for doing this, you're saving energy, that was, they sort of internalized that, and then for the next one, they're more like, oh, I'm still a better person, I'm going to do this again.
Yes.
I hate to ask this question.
Oh.
Generation, the new generation, they typically, in my opinion, exemplify the social status of where we are, especially in California. Housing is another one. They are buying less number of cars, but they are making more free choices. So if you look at the generation.
That's a really great question, and I think this might be something that might be missing. I have more differences of where you are in your walk of life, like you just saw the parents, parents with kids, even that extends even to grandparents, that these seem to be people that are more concerned also if they have kids at school. And we looked at interventions at school, the kids come home and they kind of teach their parents. So we looked more into these things, but I didn't find anything, and I can't recall a study that would look at that, but it seems to be something that I should find if it's existing. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I take care of this. Yeah, sorry. Maybe it sends mixed messages.
Yeah, mine should be quick. Are there any programs that are underexplored in one field that are more mainstream in another? Like economists talk a lot about time of use pricing, but not so much about the behavioral nudging.
Well, I think I have a few answers here. I'll start off with that we really think and found that the theoretical approaches complement each other, and I wouldn't say that maybe now economists should also start doing that, but economical models and economical thinking, economical theory are really great for these kinds of things. And then we can add to it. Then we can say, well, and then there are these other theories that think we should focus on this, and then this gets more explored in that field. But I see more of an integration there now, actually, with a more comprehensive look at that. Nobody does just look at a rational choice theory frame on behavior anymore. It's more integrated than we think in practice, I think, and then we pool and explain through all the theories. Right? Are you happy with the answer? Okay. Yeah.
Last questions? Yeah. Did you do any comparison of how you message to your audience? Efficiency to me, is different than conservation. Conservation is about, sacrifice. Efficiency is just intelligently using something,
You're tackling the very first part of our report where we try to get all the different usages right. So what we like the terms not right, but define it. For us, we thought curtailment is even more worse, even worse than conservation. So we use conservation for these things, and efficiency gets used a lot for an overarching term for conservation, but also for investment or for investment in efficient technologies. That's just what we found in the literature. So we tried to limit we limited the use to conservation, and investment. We meant really placing a monetary investment.
That's problematic, I'll tell you. Okay. People look at efficiency and they think conservation, but really, you're not being deprived of anything if you're doing it more efficiently.
But are you talking about the messaging to the customer that you're trying to change, or the messaging that you're giving here with presenting the results?
Oh, not with you presenting the results, but when you do your surveys, you talk about conservation versus efficiency. Yeah, no, I mean, the whole, I'll tell you, the whole movement about making us greener and more efficient is really, lost in people thinking they're conserving, which means they're deprived of air conditioning or lighting or transportation, and that's, slowing us all down. It really has to be reframed as being efficient use of something.
Right.
Right?
Yes. And also it needs to be presented in a way that comes out in the 29 paper, that the reductions can be, even the behavioral reductions can be received without loss in comfort. Just
the use of reduction is a negative, right? If you just said better use of instead of reducing,
Yes, I think you want to answer that. So because that's your,
So that was actually the big part of our training is that a lot of the early research was showing, oh, wait a minute, only liberals are responding to these messages. Yeah, because you said
it's, we're very much aware of that, but the way that has it is definitely affecting yeah, that you're making more sacrifices.
No?
So you have to be really careful about how you frame them. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next speaker is Richard.
Excuse me. All right. Thank you, Sabine. And thank you all for coming here to Cal IT2 for this interesting workshop. Today, what I'm going to do is switch gears just a little bit. This is not strictly speaking a CalPlug project, but we are definitely leveraging all the expertise that's been generated through all the crazy projects that everybody's been doing in CalPlug. And there is a very close intersection between what we're doing with smart manufacturing and what is going on in the plug load center, particularly with respect to device management, software integration, capturing users, capturing the sociological aspects of how we use energy, whether it's in manufacturing or whether it's in our homes. And so a couple of things about SESME. First off, where is SESME? Well, SESME is a nationwide organization. For those of you that have been kind of following the evolution of this institute, a few things have changed here in the last 6 to 9 months. We used to be 5 regions. We're now 3 regions. So the administrative processes of SESME have been streamlined considerably. Here we are in Southern California. Here at Cal IT2, we are the Southern California Demonstration Center for the Western Regional Manufacturing Center of the Clean Energy Smart Manufacturing Innovation Institute. And so if we roll all that stuff into an acronym, I think that we could use this on the Puzzle Master on Sunday morning, could probably put together some kind of a clever sort of a puzzle for people to challenge themselves with. But the point of this map is that we're really, SESME is really a nationwide effort. Who is SESME? Well, SESME is a public-private partnership. This is a list of some of the companies that are engaged in one way or another, some of the organizations that are engaged in one way or another with SESME. Here in the Western region, I think we have 30 member companies, and probably a dozen academic institutions are part of the Western region. You can see sort of a who's who of automation and control. For example, there's Honeywell. They're a big player with us. You can see some of the top engineering schools in the country, Virginia Tech. We're also engaged with the NIST manufacturing extension partnerships across the country. Texas A&M is the location for the headquarters of the southern region. RPI, which is right here, they're the headquarters for the northern region, and UCLA is our new headquarters for the western region, and UCLA is also the headquarters for SESME writ large. Again, you can see here that we're engaged with a number of national laboratories. There's NREL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory is interestingly, this is a NETL, here's NREL. JPL is interestingly part of SESME as well, particularly for model-based engineering. They do a lot of interesting work. We work closely with Cal State University Northridge on a project that I'll talk about here toward the end of this talk. What is smart manufacturing? Well, this has been a bit of a contentious topic here for the last couple of years, just to come down to the definitions of this. But basically what it is we're looking at a set of business practices, enabling technologies, infrastructure, and people, importantly, people who have come together to understand that data is a key asset. You're looking at quality control for your operation, or whether you're looking at energy efficiency. And so the goal of smart manufacturing in general is to make data a key asset in your operations. Whether you're looking at utilizing power in a demand response, whether you're managing your supply chains across multiple vendors across the country, whether you're looking at your building management system, how well are you managing the temperature, the lighting, and the energy usage within your facility? The goal, of course, this is Department of Energy, and so they care about energy. The goal is to use data to reduce energy consumption and increase energy productivity. Those are primary goals, but also lowering emissions, making things more reliable. There's a small cybersecurity piece of this, but that's going to be writ large because they're now Department of Energy is now competing for another large institute that is focused on cybersecurity in advanced manufacturing. And so all of this data flying around has to be secure, and it has to be resilient, and recognize that it's going to be important that we can bring these systems up in the case of some catastrophic attack on supply chains or even the power delivery to a building. So what is the mission? The mission is to radically accelerate the development and adoption of advanced sensors, controls, platforms, and models to enable smart manufacturing. A lot of this is radically accelerate, is really radically run as fast as we can to keep up with all the changes that are going on out in this space of although we're coming to the end of Moore's Law, it's been an incredible run to get to where we're at. And now we're using devices in our smartphones, in Raspberry Pis, in little small devices that fit into our eyeglasses that have incredible computational power. They have incredible memory capabilities. There's been a number of huge breakthroughs in data analytics. And so the world is rushing ahead toward using the Internet of Things, toward using this new data paradigm, toward using this data analytics. And we have to, as academic institutions and as regulatory agencies and as people who utilize all of this stuff, we're in a small bit of a race to keep up with this so that we understand how this deployment is going to work. And particularly, we want to make sure that we do this in a way that increases energy productivity. This is the Institute sustainability. So this is all about making sure that the Institute can pay its bills for the next 10 years. This has been one of my soapboxes in SESME is that I think smart manufacturing is sustainable manufacturing. That if we have access to all this data, if we can capture this data, if we can understand how to utilize this data, we can not only make our processes more energy efficient, we can make them more life affirming. We can make our factories safer. We can make our environments cleaner. We can have people starting to do co-work with robots instead of having a fear of having your job replaced through automation. That's just a small soapbox. I'll get off that. The goals again for the Institute are 15% improvement in energy efficiency, 50% in the cost and time to deploy smart manufacturing. That becomes very important when we start looking at things like the California context, which I'll get to here in just a moment. And so SESME as an institution has gone through a number of different changes, but we are now in a position where we have launched 10 research and development projects across the country on various topics. We'll be talking about the Smart Connected Workers in Advanced Manufacturing, which is the project that we do here at UCI. But you can see these are all the different stages of smart manufacturing process. We have sensing, we have analytics, storage. Where is all this information stored? How do I access it? Do I want to access it through cloud storage, through cloud services, or do I want to have my own local data storage services and my own local data analytics? And so these are all big questions that we're answering, that we're working through with these different research projects. So how's smart manufacturing implemented? Well, here's an example, kind of a very much an overview example of one of the projects that's being done by Arconic, where they're looking at reducing defects in slabs, in aluminum slabs, in steel slabs. And so how does this work? Well, they have a control system. They're a very large company. They have a nice control system. So they have a great little booth up there where everybody can look out and see all these different sensors. All this information is put into the context of what, which sensors are tied to which processes and what processes are feeding into these different systems. And then there's visualization and analytics. It's taking all of this data and putting that in through a finite element analysis, maybe a casting analysis with Mark, and looking at that data, visualizing that data, taking that simulation and maybe running it through a design of experiments application to find the sweet spot in all of those different parameters, and then feed those sweet spots back into the control system and continue this closed loop of control. This all sounds pretty easy if you say it fast and you draw nice little cartoons with straight lines and have some decent projection systems. But the reality of this is it's messy, because each one of these steps probably contain, each one of these icons probably contains 2 or 3 different vendors. This is a display. It looks like it comes out of Wonderware, which is, maybe it's part of Rockwell again, I forget. Here's a bunch of displays. Again, another vendor has come up with some sort of a control room. This might be we work with a company called ThinkIQ that takes all this data, puts it into a nice GUI. This is probably a complex finite element program. This is design of experiments. So these are all, there's probably a dozen different vendors that are involved in producing that cartoon. So how do we do that? Well, the idea behind this is not unlike what we do with these modern gadgets. I say modern, everybody likes to make fun of my little iPhone. I think it's a 5E or something. But it, you know what? It's been a damn good little platform for me, right? I've kicked it around. This thing is pretty tough. I can tell you it's pretty tough. I have not run over it yet, but one of these days, well, knock on wood. But it's a great platform. We can do lots of things with our smartphone. We can integrate our we get receipts from Uber when we do ride sharing. When I make a call, I can, my navigation system is tied to my cell phone, so it can find out where I'm at. All of these things are tied together on this simple platform. I can go and I can download apps, or I can produce my own apps for my phone. So the idea behind the smart manufacturing platform is to do something similar for manufacturing. In that last example where I had dozens of potential vendors, the question is, how do I wire all this stuff together in some sort of a useful format? And that's what the smart manufacturing platform does. It's a collection of application programming interfaces, standards, and importantly, ontologies, which are represented as equipment and process profiles within this smart manufacturing program, so that when we get communication from some control system and we want to send a command to a sensor that is, so we get some communication from a control system that is Rockwell, we want to send some commands to some sensors that are Honeywell, that we have a method of doing that It isn't going to violate licensing agreements. It isn't going to, and it's not going to violate my time and effort on getting that to work. And so again, the idea here is we have these complicated processes, multiple vendors, multiple types of data. We use a smart manufacturing platform to identify, we go to a marketplace, maybe there's an app that's already out there. Maybe we have to generate our own. We're going to need secure, scalable cloud infrastructure for maybe doing data analytics or complex multivariable optimization. Connectivity and data management. Is my data safe and secure? And how do we get this into the operation? Interoperability and operation technology workflows. And so the smart manufacturing platform is sort of the enabling technology for smart manufacturing. So, all right, here we are in California. You wouldn't know it. It's been kind of cold and damp, but we're still in California, right? Sunny, reliable friction, too much traffic, but it's California. So what is going on in California in manufacturing? Well, you can see from these charts, we've got petroleum, primary metals, food and beverage, chemicals. In terms of output in millions of dollars, weirdly, we have computer and electronic products don't even show up over here on the energy side. But this is an important focus for us, obviously, here at Cal IT2. We have lots of different things going on here in California. Importantly, in this slide, this little graphic down here, we have 240 large companies, that is companies that have in excess of 500 employees, and we have some 37,000 small to medium-sized enterprises. These are the companies that can go to Rockwell, they can go to Honeywell, they can go to Wonderware, they can establish these complex control systems. They've got the $1 million to drop on some new software that may or may not work. They've got the $1 million to put into a new PLC controller system that maybe just even for a small part of their plant. But these small and medium-sized companies, they have one asset that is probably the most important asset to them. That's their workers, right? And so this is where we at UCI and at Cal IT2 fit into smart manufacturing, is that we are the people in smart manufacturing, because we recognize that 37,000 companies in the state of California are small and medium-sized businesses, and their chief asset are their people. And so a small and medium-sized company, they're small and medium-sized for lots of reasons. I've lived in various places and worked with manufacturers all over the country. One thing that I've noticed about small and medium-sized businesses, particularly manufacturers, they're small and medium-sized for a reason. They like it. You know, they want to be small and medium-sized. They don't want 500 people. They like the scale of their business. They like the people that they work with. They're in no hurry to automate their friends and family out of manufacturing enterprise. They still want to make some more money. They still want to have sustainable manufacturing, but they can't afford the $1 million to go into full automation, and nor do they really want to. And so what is the difference? Well, in the past, manufacturing, the human's chief asset was their hands, turning wrenches, building cars circa 1950. Some of you have seen these slides. I love these slides. This is an awesome slide. This is how we used to build cars back in the 1950s. When I was kind of into messing around with cars, this is how I built cars in the 1960s. You know, you had a car, you had some wrenches, you had some stuff to bend metal, you had stuff to cut metal and grind it, and you built yourself a car, right? So here's how we make cars today, right? Well, where are the people? The people are right there and right there. So this whole fab line for these cars is being at least managed or monitored by two people. And I think this guy, I haven't quite figured out, but I I think he's sitting down having a cigarette over here. And I think this is the guy that's probably the only guy that's actually working in this factory, right? And look at all those cars. But this isn't necessarily the answer to making cars. Ask Elon Musk. He ran into a smallish little problem as they raced ahead to go to full automation on a car. What they found out is that people have some pretty unique skills, and particularly when you start looking at fit and finish. And so what do we have as people? We have sophisticated onboard sensors. You know, it takes a lot of programming. It takes a lot of smart people to come together and design a robot that can reliably do that, right? You know, let alone make a perfect door that closes solidly every time. We have the ability to learn, think, and adapt. This in particular is one of the things that that Musk and Tesla have gone back to point out is that you know, everything about a car, building a car, isn't automatic. There's a lot of things that have to be kind of jiggered into place, and you gotta, oh, that's not quite right. Looks like there's a bad quality seal there. I need to go and find a new seal. We have contextual awareness. We have the ability to use wisdom and judgment. That is, I was talking with an engineer at a local company here that makes rivets, and they make rivets using 70-year-old equipment. And so every morning there is a recipe for how they're going to make rivets that day. And that recipe is handled, I forget the guy's real name, we'll just call him Bob. No offense to any Bobs in the room. And so Bob is the guy who makes the rivet recipe every morning. He literally sits in the middle of the room and hands out the rivet recipe to everybody to go to their 70-year-old machines. These guys are producing like 60, 70% of the rivets that are going into their aerospace companies. It's all being controlled by Bob and his recipe in the morning, right? And so Bob has a lot of wisdom and judgment because he's been doing this a long time. And so this is what people bring to the, excuse me, this is what people bring to the power of smart manufacturing. So here at UCI, we have one of the research and development projects for SESME called the Smart Connected Worker Program. And basically the idea is to augment those qualities of a worker using Internet of Things, using IoT technology, using data analytics, using visualization techniques, using advanced manufacturing where we can use neural networks to interpolate between model-based solutions and stochastic solutions. In fact, we have a new postdoc here in our program. What him and a staff scientist and a couple undergraduates are doing is taking OpenFOAM, which is a open source CFD code. We're doing some CFD analysis on that, using some big iron, some high performance computing to produce data sets that we're going to use we're using those data sets to train neural networks so that I can run CFD simulation on a Raspberry Pi. That is, I want to run CFD on about 100th of the power of this phone, right? And I want to be able to do that in a distributed environment and have all these workflows worked out so that I can order this stuff up in a seamless fashion. The basic idea that what we're focused on is we want to tie human workflows to information flows so that we can optimize energy consumption, and that is increase energy productivity and decrease energy consumption in advanced manufacturing settings. That's the goal because it's Department of Energy. It's all about energy. We have much higher goals. We have additional goals to that, which is to make people safer, healthier, happier in their work environment, give them the tools to solve problems as they come up, give them the tools to be able to access a cloud computing platform to do some data analytics, to be able to analyze what their own personal workflows are so that they can come up with maybe new ways of doing these, doing one process or another. This is all tied to some other really exciting projects that we're launching here at Cal IT2. The data engineering think tank is just one floor up. This is a place where we're opening up a facility where people can come and utilize some really nice local computing resources and have access to some really nice computing resources across the network. And so we just pulled our glass, pulled the fiber optics into the room last week, and we're now connected up to the Pacific Research Platform, which is a high-speed wide area network. It's a so-called scientific demilitarization zone. It's all about just doing large data transfer, doing high performance computing, no streaming Netflix, no checking CNN, although I'm sure that there's some of that going on. But generally speaking, it's dedicated to scientific computing. Currently, the system attributes, we have more than 320 GPUs are connected in this 100 bit per second network. In fact, I thought I heard Phil say something that there's something like over 400 now GPU.
And 30,000 CPU.
Yeah, and this is all available over a wide area network. Also access to some of the new chips that are coming out that are specifically designed for neural networks in particular. A lot of software that's available through this JCI network for doing things that are, some things like neural networks are naturally suited for doing sort of number crunching. Some things like do we have the Bayesian that's up there? But like support vector machines, these are very good for doing semantic classifications. There's lots of tools available on this network that we'll be able to access. And so, but yeah, that's all, folks, and I'll answer any questions you have.
One question.
Henry. Oh, no. What was that question you asked me last year?
Have you gone into work with
Problems
in communications across the manufacturing floor, automation versus human support, as well as defect detection, compatibility across equipment, and so forth. Much of it has already been solved, and actually there are problems still, but it would be a shame to go ahead and not take advantage of what is already being done.
Right.
Especially on the finite element analysis modeling that you were talking about. In fact, we know of 2 to 3 companies that are already doing that as part of a real-time response in the data center environment. Understand airflow, mechanical changes, and so forth. We've done that as a static analysis in the fab world very often. Had to do it because you can't allow people into those sites, right? So they became a template for a lot of this automation, and it's a shame to not use them. The other group that you really should look at is Boeing and aeronautics. They too have automated a number of these things. Tons of different vendors. They're all working in sync, right? Mostly, right. They use human glue in between.
Right.
But for the most part, these are 2 industries that you really want to grab as much information out of so that you don't reinvent the wheel.
I agree. I agree.
I think it's a very good question. So I think we're running out of time. Please go out to
But before you go, audience,
please keep your questions short because speakers, please stand at the podium. We have outside participants and they can't hear the questions. And if you're moving as a speaker.
Where's the mic for the?
Okay, so just an FYI, and we can hear you over there when you're whispering. So. Bon appetit.
All right.
That's really loud. They can hear us whispering, yeah. They can definitely hear me.
Nice seeing you, young man.
Yeah,
Excellent presentation.
Thank
You
you.
combined SESMI with what you're doing at CalITT and UCI,
Yeah,
It's a good one, right?
Yeah, well, I work at CalITT now. GP is my boss.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, I don't work for the deans of the two
Oh, you
schools
don't?
anymore.
Okay, right.
I have to answer to this
This is
taskmaster.
yeah, I saw a title, the smart manufacturing.
Yeah, I have a whole new ridiculously long title.
So I want to come and see in GP sometime, to discuss some of the latest work I have done and see whether how I can work with you,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
SESMI,
sure.
right,
Yeah, well, there's going to be a new call for proposals.
Right.
That's supposed to come out
Right.
sometime. I don't.
Well, they're saying in May, June, I was attending some of those webinars,
Yeah, I know. I attend those webinars too.
Right.
And so I've heard the whole mid
I
whatever this and whatever that. But
yeah.
that's
So I'll send you an email and maybe we can sit together and I will share some of the latest research I have done.
Yeah.
Mostly, developing training courses, based on what for the industry, right?
Yeah, well, that's an important part of things, and I think that we're just now. Hang on, just.
Oh no. Everyone can hear your conversation.
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody.
Okay, so do you want me to make the
I mean, good work with that. We have to catch it. We can work with it. How reason that yeah. Are they familiar, their solutions familiar with your? I mean, most of the funding for the computer regulation came through, and there was a prime.
You have to present.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Speakers, please speak at the podium. Participants, please have short answers. Speakers, please repeat the question because outside participants can't hear you. And this is live. So if you're up here, do not whisper. They hear you. Thank you. Have a great afternoon program.
So good afternoon. So this is trash. So good afternoon. So that's the start the afternoon session. Patricia, I just mentioned to you, we do have about 20 people sign in from webinar, so they could not hear us if the speaker is just standing away from the microphone. So please get closer to the microphone. And when you ask question, please ask short question, then the speaker can repeat the question so they can hear you. So let's start the afternoon session. Let's start with the mic.
Thank you very much, GP. Thank you, everyone, for the second half of this. I appreciate it. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you. So the second half of today is presenting a vision of smart energy efficiency 2.0. We're looking at the future, and what we're doing is drawing a bunch of niche topics and showing how they all play their effect in a greater vision of what we're going forward. So what I'm going to do is lay out the vision and lay out a little bit of an internal roadmap towards some of the other speakers that are going to be presenting today and how these different points are key in the greater vision of the energy future of California and the United States. Come on. Very good, right? There we go. All right, perfect. So some of the questions that we're going to try and address are, what does it look like over the next 20 years? What are the factors in play? What are the greater macro factors and also some of the minor things that are adjusting over time and dwelling, and how do we use these to make a model? Accordingly, we're looking at what the impacts are of specific plug loads and process loads in this discussion. So this is a combination of talking about the greater vision of what's going on, in addition to what is the role of plug loads in here. So I'm going to kind of be switching back and forth and qualifying it, because the topics that we're going forward to in some of the smaller subtopics relate not just to plug loads, but also the greater things. So I'm being inclusive to everything here. So one of the things that I want to go over, what are the major factors in here, and what can we say that we know, what we all agree over the next 20 years is going to continue to move forward, and what is the impact of that on energy? So the first one is technology is changing improvement. That's always been the case. That's always going to continue to move forward. There's factors in here about how much energy is being used. There's a cyclic factor in there. So for example, TVs. We've seen that high definition televisions had high energy usage when they were plasma. It reduced down through LCD and LED, and then now when you're at 4K, because of a different set of technical challenges, the energy shot back up again, and there's a process now to draw that forward. So there's going to be this continued pattern as technology moves forward of effectiveness leading to efficiency. Also, people becoming more connected. This is a major theme. What this relates to is more communication devices per individual, whether this is phones or whether this is devices that are linked to this, whether we're talking about your Alexa, your IoT devices around. Connectivity is not just you on Facebook, it's you being connected to all the things around you, whether it's information from Internet of Things or your grandmother. The point is being connected together. The population is aging. I'm going to go into this in a little bit more detail, but the trend continues substantially through 2040. In fact, it's a larger proportion of the population is over, I believe it's 60 at that point than below 60. And I'll go through those numbers again in a little bit here. And there's a continued rise of the information age. So big data, I know it's a big catchword for everything, AI and scale solutions. The point is data-driven solutions. Information is being taken in, is being transmitted somewhere, is being processed, and is used to make actionable solutions. This is a trend that doesn't look like it's going to be stopping. A more environmentally conscious public overall. We've seen this as a general trend moving forward, and this is something we can expect. With that being said, there's a caveat below we'll get to. And also security and privacy and energy usage. In general, with technology, security and privacy are major things when it's just a natural byproduct of having connectivity in general, more devices, making sure these are secure and they're not entry routes for malicious actors in there. Now, there's some of these trends, these sub-trends, which are actually a little bit more mercurial or factors that you can't necessarily say are going to be monotonically moving forward. For example, legislative goals and commitment, knock on whatever this is, California holds the direction moving forward. California has been a leader in the United States, it's been a direction forward, but as we've seen over the last couple of years, federal efforts pushing the opposite way doesn't detract us or doesn't pull us off our rails, but it slows things down. It slows the momentum down, and you have to go into defense mode to be able to push forward. That slows down the general goals of things. By the same token, changes for low carbon energy sources like sand and Onofre were unexpected and had to accelerate some aspects of what was planned for the transition here. I'm going to talk into that in a little bit of detail. Overall, it's a good thing, but it pushed the time frame a little bit tighter and it caused some changes in the meantime as far as carbon impact from this. The role of centralized or remote computing. This is something that zigzags back and forth since the beginning of computing. Are you computing on the mainframe or on the server or on the cloud, or are you computing on the local device? This is a trend that just bounds back and forth over time, and there's changes of roles within this. So this is its own thing to kind of weigh in. But in general, right now, the flavor of the day is towards edge because of all the advantages there with quick computation and everything there. But again, how many, I know we got some extras, how many K of RAM did Bill Gates say a computer should have? That was perfect. Was it 8K? That was a perfect computer. So the point is you can't predict the future to some level. So I'm going to say that this is going back and forth, but right now the trend is towards that. Trends in commodity prices and economic growth. We know things are moving forward, but as we saw during the Great Recession, there were turnbacks, and that doesn't mean that everything turns around and reverses course, but it means that the progress has been slowed down and the plan to move it forward does shift. Also, the effects of the sharing economy. If you're talking about vehicles, so for example, shared cars or shared transportation, scooters that are around, this kind of stuff has impacts on this. So whether it's something that you're using and you're returning back to some central authority, they're charging up and then bringing it back to you, there's energy impacts on this. Not been qualified, but there are impacts here to consider and things to discuss. And also societal views on climate change and energy policy. This goes back and forth. You can see there's a little bit of a snapback from this administration that was here. Again, there's a general trend towards the truth here. But with that being said, there's always some little setbacks in the process. Yeah, you're always going to fact check me there. Okay, so the big key point here is, we're always talking about two things that we put under the banner of electrification, and this is smart energy efficiency and electrification, and we'll talk about them just under the term of electrification as a combined term. And the point here is really two things. It's controlled deep energy savings through devices, and also intelligent ADR capacity. So what you're talking about is you have devices that, actually, let me skip to the second one. Let me come back around because I have a better way to frame it now. I've been thinking about this a little bit more. So the other half of this is converting devices that are not fueled through electricity into electricity. So the idea is you're talking about gas, gas water heaters, gas ranges, and these sort of things, in addition to whole sectors such as transportation. So if you're talking about electric vehicles, now you're talking about a load that's added to the electrical grid that was never there. That was petroleum products that were fueling these. So somehow that capacity has to be able to fill up that thing. And for the average home, this doubles the energy capacity. With that point being made, now getting back to the first part of this is anything that can be effectively controlled, that has been converted into electrical energy usage, should be managed in a way that reduces its total energy needs, in the sense of, if you have, you know, a water heater, that you could go through and actually manage how the preheating is set up, the time where peak energy is going on, you preheat in preparation for that. And I'll go into more details, but the idea is to be able to take intelligence, knowing the situation at hand, and apply these to the devices that are being converted over to electrical energy as a new energy source, as a paradigm. The other half is ADR, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit more detail coming up. So, because I'm an academic, I love to pull way back and come forward. So to set the stage, and most everyone knows here, but because this is a community forum and there are some cross disciplines here, we're just going to go back to the whole supply and demand classic argument here. What's going on? What are the factors here? So right now, solar and wind is growing. We know this is happening. There's also low carbon non-renewables that we have to remember, the way California classifies them. For example, hydro over 50 megawatts is considered non-renewable, but it's low carbon. Same thing with nuclear. They're low carbon, but they're not classified as renewables. But in overall, they're a basket of the current portfolio. This is not to say going out to 2040 that these are going to be of the same balance. They're reducing. There's not a monotonic change, but there is a change towards this. But with that being said, hydro during the drought years went really low. In fact, I have a chart up here on the next one where we talk about this, where hydro is going from a large proportion. Then during the drought, you're talking about very low hydro amounts. And what is this being filled up with? You don't have nuclear to do anything there, which would have probably filled up some elements of that before, because you don't have San Onofre online. So what was this filled up with? High carbon imports coming into the state, whether it was some stuff backed with coal. Even in the CalISO portfolio for 2018, the newest one that's full year, there still is oil and coal generation on the books for this. And the imports as well have balances that are not being explicitly listed through CalISO, but are known, and they do have these other factors in there. So there is a carbon footprint to this, and there is a consideration there. But by the same token, okay, so if we're talking pure renewables, you're talking about solar producing only during the day, of course, but also wind. Wind is very low during the wind is green here. So during the winters, wind has a very low profile of energy generation. Also, it's more during the evenings than it is during the days. So there's a reliability aspect here. Of course, you know, I was talking earlier about some of the other effects that can happen here. Charles Kim and I were discussing about the eclipse and what happened when that came through and what the impact on solar was. So there's a reliability aspect here. So when energy is not available, sometimes you have to shift over to higher carbon sources to be able to fill the gap in for reliability for the choice of energy that's going to be delivered. So that's a necessary evil in the meantime, while storage is getting to the point where that could be filled out. But there's all these stopgap elements in the process to getting towards that 2040 goal. But these are all being considered in there. But with this being said, there's a reliability aspect and there's a generation aspect, and you can see that imports and thermal are filling in the gaps. So what can you do to fill in other aspects of this? And it's through storage. And as storage is coming up, that's still something that has to be dealt with. But in the meantime, you're basically having to manage demand very judiciously to be able to do this. One of the things with net metered residential solar consideration there is, yes, you sell back your electrons, but the value of those electrons that you're selling back change with the time of day and the time of year. Of course, you know, during peak periods during the day, that's important, but at the same time, you know, the peak month of right now in California, it's September. There's an overall net higher value there is than during other times where it's being generated more superfluously from institutional solar, from hydro. So there's these other factors that have to be weighed into consideration. So with this being said, balancing the supply and demand is really critical. Now, let's go from the demand side. Everyone talks about the Rosenfeld curve from the late great Dr. Rosenfeld. This is usually shown as a you know, California figured it out. California has this together, where you show the flat curve for California and you show the United States, the laggards, figuring it out in the end. But I'd like to present this a bit differently, in the sense of, this is not so much, you know, the proof of that what we're doing works. This is evidence of a dynamic equilibrium. What's happening here is you have a number of factors across multiple sectors. And in fact, if you break apart the curve, you'll see some sectors, and this is a combination of the United States in addition to California's efforts, do better than others. And the fact is, the efficiency efforts in some areas are better than others. And when you net it out, it shows up as that curve is there. So the fact is, if you're adding in new loads, you're adding in transport loads, you're adding in fuel loads that are now part of a system that this was never designed for. Because when you're talking about the Rosenfeld curve in the most classic form, what you're talking about is you have a rising population and you have a per capita decreasing amount of energy that's being used per them. But if you're changing over elements from fuel sources like transport, your vehicle to work, that energy is coming right now from petroleum, but that's going on electricity. You have to push that curve up. Something has to change as that becomes something moving forward. That doesn't mean the paradigm and the general properties of what is being said here about efficiency is there, but this is something to consider. So the point is, it's like Moore's law, where you talk about Moore's law, being an empirical relationship that seems to be describing something that's going on. There's a similar aspect here. As time goes on, as more stuff moves over, there's a consideration that has to be dealt with. But with this being said, California's energy economy is being put together in a way which is based on not increasing demand that much. So now you have a bit of a cross between the two sides. And like I said before, it's not just the total demand. And again, the Rosenfeld curve, like I said here, there's no timing information that's being showed here. The value of those electrons changes for the time of day, whereas all you're showing in the classic curve is just the amount of energy on a yearly basis. So there's another depth to this that should be drawn out. And there's some factors in here that can help align some of these. One thing is being demand response, we'll get to into more detail, and time of use pricing as well, to try and set the market in a way where information about how much that energy, or not so much information, but the cold hard economics of that being passed on to the customer, in a sense where, do you have to run that load of laundry right now? I mean, it costs me twice as much no, it's even more than that. It's like 4 times during the peak time to charge my electric vehicle under SDG&E rates than during after hours, during base load hours. So the point is, this is an economic decision that is motivating, and taking that information, moving it forward, helps make these economic decisions easier, and it's not something that's transparent to the customer, it's something that drives them. And there's going to be more information. This is going to be a depth topic that we're going to go on to later in this session. The other aspect of this is storage. When you're talking about storage, or you're talking about on-site storage, there's factors to consider here. One thing is scalability. What is the cost of doing this on site? Right now, when net metering is in place, there's not a lot of incentive to this. There's other factors in play, but this is something to consider moving forward. There's elements in the evolving energy landscape which are just over the horizon as far as pushing storage, whether it's at a community level or whether it's a site level or a campus level. But this is something that is still moving forward in the process and still under discussion right now. So one of the big key graphics I'd like to point out here is this is the representation of energy being shifted. So taking several categories and pushing them together as plug loads. Now, again, we can argue all day what miscellaneous and what plug loads are in general, but the idea is household energy is going to be increasing when you're considering the addition of things like HVAC being added in there, in addition to electric vehicle charging, in addition to some of the plug loads themselves increasing in the amount of energy themselves as devices, in addition to adding more devices in total. So the point is, it's not just the balance that's changing, it's the total amount that's changing. So now to drift a little bit more towards plug loads specifically, as we've made as a common theme at CalPlug, miscellaneous loads and plug loads are difficult to address, and the reason why is there's a tight, intimate connection between those devices and yourself. So for example, okay, your laptop shutting off at a time you didn't expect it to shut off. That would drive you crazy. You would not be very happy. If your HVAC shuts off or cycles a few times, you probably wouldn't even notice it if it wasn't a pattern that was there. So the point is, devices that you're intimately working with. What if your TV shut off in the middle of your favorite programming? That's very different than your air conditioner tripping off for a minute or something like that and coming back up. You miss a key thing in a movie or a game, you're not going to be very happy. Point is, there's an added layer of requirements for that user interface, and that's something that has to be discussed and planned out for as part of the argument. Also, that recategorization of loads, when you're trying to add loads into the mix, that's always something that will shift it again. And again, there's a categorization and a discussion that has to happen in there. Also, the different types of loads that are going to be used. So for example, there's a lot of discussion right now about mini-split systems, and mini-split systems taking the role of central AC systems. In some cases, it's a great decision. If you're talking about a room this size, again, not part of a huge fancy building, but you know, in a location on its own, this would probably be a good application for a mini split or a smaller system or a multi-stage system, that you're not tying this together with 3 other rooms that are being conditioned when nobody's in them. So of course this draws this point through, and being able to put systems together in a manner that helps control this better. And again, there's a scalability issue. If you're talking residential, you're talking about one set of systems. If you're talking commercial, you're talking a different set of systems, but there still is a common parallel here between the two sides. So on the residential, just to go through what we believe are going to be some of the major points here that are going to be drawn out, is on-site generation is here to stay. This is something that's driving forward. It doesn't just make environmental sense, it makes economic sense right now. Even without net metering, it usually does make economic sense. And the point is, you have generation on your home, and with the dropping cost of solar, putting the size in there to be able to drive other loads that were beyond what you're typically driving. So let's just say, you know, you're using heat pump technology for HVAC, you're using heat pump technology for your water heating. This is something that now you don't have to pay the gas company for. This is something that your solar is being able to manage, provided, you know, again, assuming no net metering, that you run it in a way that you take advantage of the solar energy when it's available to do this. You have economic cost savings, and this is advantageous. Now, in some cases under this, DC circuits have been used for specific loads, in the sense where, especially when storage is in place, you're talking about rectifying it down, and you're talking about driving DC for specific units. You can get some advantages here under certain cases. Now, there's a whole DC camp. I don't want to go down that road, but the point is, there are some advantages for some clever applications for setting this up. Now that you have loads available that are being driven from solar or from storage that's on site, managing how that drive is being set, not just from an economic side, but a supply side, in the sense of, okay, right now the energy is available, let's act on this. You know, let's not delve too deeply into our storage. Let's try and use the energy that's on top of it. There's logic that can be applied to this as part of a building or a home energy management system that allows you to be able to use the energy that's available to you. This is not even bringing in electric vehicles. There's a lot of discussion out there about electric vehicles providing temporary energy storage. You pull the vehicle in, you charge up, and now that there's a two-way draw. There's a whole set of discussion there, but with that being said, there's a lot of different points energy can be drawn from and pushed forward, and there's intelligence behind these decisions. This is something that would be drawn forward in the future, to take some of these points we're discussing and drawing this forward. At the same time, clothes dryers, in addition to water heaters, with heat pump technology, show some substantial benefits there. In fact, there's some great slides prepared by CEC where shown for, I believe it's water heating, where the emission profile is less than gas compared when you're talking about those conversions of taking thermal generation with the basket of energy all the way to electricity and then back to thermal, you know, through that process, compared to just going through and burning the gas yourself. You still save going the electrical route. So there are benefits here. There are extreme benefits. In fact, you know, a room heater, I showed a picture of this, is about $1,400, and you're talking $400 to $700 savings per year, depending on the usage of the device. So it's not just a good economic decision, it's a great economic decision from that aspect. If you have the solar available and you can drive it directly, that's something to consider, and that's something to play in there. In addition, induction cooking and you know, and other means for food preparation is another thing to discuss. Now, there's aspects of this outside of the residential market, but we'll just stay right here. Induction cooking, you're talking about more transfer of heat into your cookware, and you're talking about, you know, not heating up so much of the room space that you'd have to condition out. So there are some benefits to this. In addition, which we're going to talk about more, Paul Delaney is going to talk about more in a little bit, with refrigerants and heat pump systems. You know, what are some advantages of using alternative refrigerants to the, you know, HCFCs that are being used right now? What are some advantages? Because CEC has shown some great information here where, you know, over time the impact of the hydrofluorocarbons actually have a substantial greenhouse effect when you compare it to the entire lifetime of the device. So there is benefits here. There are benefits here. Now, with this being said, there's some other factors that are a little bit tighter. And for example, this would be home EV charging. This is a new connected load. More mobile devices, like I mentioned before, and more devices overall, and more IoT devices as part of this. Now, connectivity and back-end connection is something that's also being discussed. I know we've discussed 5G in the past here, but one of the advantages of of 5G and the claim that this is being drawn at, again, not implemented right now, but looking forward for the next few years as the rollout of 5G goes forward, is not having that router at home. Every one of your devices in a perfect world is connected right up back to there, or you have a gateway within your home. Mind you that the distance between the tower and your end device has to be very short to be able to get the speeds you need. That means more devices out there in the field. So that's not necessarily in the home, but that's the infrastructure to support the connectivity, to support the back end, to support all the stuff that needs to be factored in. So this is something to weigh in there. In addition, you're talking about home automation and aging in place. So this is its own thing. So this is the statistic. So by 2035, there'll be 78 million people 65 years and older compared to 76 million under the age of 18. So you're talking about a split of more people over the age of 65 than under the age of 18. So you're talking about a growing population through this. Now, through this period that we're discussing. Now, mind you, I fit this demographic, and I can't say I'm that young, but I'm not that old either. So this is something that is, to weigh in there. So if you're looking at, everyone here that in 20 years is going to start marching into this demographic, you're talking about a group of people in this room and our friends and colleagues that are well connected, well, versed in technology, very interested in using devices. So you're not talking about your grandmother picking up the phone, not sure how to use it. You're talking about a population of future elderly people that know this stuff. Well, with that being said, okay, if you have a solution to make it so that your doors are locked at home, or all these other gimmicks that are being pushed out there, but once all this stuff continues to grow in popularity, these are real solutions. And for the elderly, if you don't have to push the vacuum cleaner around and you have a device to do this, that really does show a benefit. And these are things that we believe in the future are going to move forward. At the same time, the medical devices for elderly populations have, some of them, large energy uses. For example, CPAP and oxygen concentrators are two very specific categories. But with that being said, there's a number of other devices for aging in home that do have energy draws to them, and something to be considered. So the point, and then even to take this to the next level, is all right, so now you have a population of, older population. What does this impact when you think outside the home? Okay, what about the number of healthcare clinics and the equipment that has to be there? What is the infrastructure and other points to put this in? So when factoring all these points in here, this is something to think about at a bigger level, not just residential or commercial as a binary decision, but something part of energy decisions for society moving forward. On the commercial side, and again, commercial covers everything. You can go every which direction. So I'm kind of limiting the discussion to office buildings to frame the argument and get into some other details. So like we mentioned earlier, when you're talking about scaling up to, when you're working at scale, it's easier to implement higher pressure refrigerants. So you're talking potentially about replacing some of the current refrigerants with ammonia or CO2 or some of the other new refrigerants that are being, well, not necessarily new, but refrigerants have lower impact and have good thermodynamic capabilities, which make them advantageous to reducing the cooling solution's overall footprint, lifetime footprint. With that being said, AI concepts in building management. This was actually at ACEEE. There were a number of talks on this topic where various exploratory efforts were put in to try out. Okay, let's see what we can do to either use occupancy or people moving around buildings and who's going to be in that room, to even the point of tweaking PID settings using AI. So you're not necessarily changing some big factors, but you're just tweaking little factors about how the parameters work based on general usage to tune efficiency in there. So all these factors are going to play in. And AI, yes, it's a buzzword, but there are a lot of hard-coded factors that are in devices right now that could be tweaked to save efficiency, or just not done because it's either too difficult, could cause interruption, or cause outages or concerns to people. But with the capability of having oversight to do this and a system to be able to manage this better, this becomes a reality and becomes something that's scalable. Wireless connectivity end devices is another consideration. This is that 5G thing I mentioned earlier. This is probably relatively small for a whole network being discussed in here, but it is something to keep on the list. Now, there's also user privacy and security concerns as well. When you're increasing the number of devices, you have these to consider. Privacy concerns, especially as now you have the corporation or the building watching where you are, what you are doing, and using this to make decisions on this. So it's as simple as, okay, well, what if you're walking through a parking lot? Now, a lot of the parking lots, at least on campus, and you'll see off campus, have the adaptive lighting. Okay, well, I know somebody's going to come around the corner right now. I could go up and surprise that person, or somebody with more surreptitious means could do something too. There's effects to this kind of stuff. So these are just things to keep in the back of your mind during decisions. This is a privacy factor, something to consider. Likewise, when you're talking about food prep, retail, manufacture, logistics, transport, you're talking about all these other commercial entities that weigh in from this. Some of the plug load discussions could be transferred over into some of these other points. Some have various particular ways that things get moved forward, and there's solutions that are more difficult. For example, lighting in retail spaces, worked with the SCE team on this in discussion. There's some factors with First Amendment rights here. So there's other factors that have to be played in, and this is about bringing stakeholders together and talking about these solutions and seeing where priorities are and how these priorities can be addressed. So with this being said, I'm going to abruptly shift over to ADR and say what we can do. And some of these slides cover some stuff that we've discussed previously, but they're key points in how to make ADR work with plug loads. So right now, when you have a device that's a plug load, like I mentioned earlier, it's more often than not something that you're interacting with. This is not every device. Yes, blower motors are considered plug loads. Yes, it's part of HVAC, but for the most common devices, set-top boxes, TVs, radios, home theater and box systems, all the stuff that you typically put into those categories, there's a factor in there. If you go through and just turn off the device as part of a demand response, that has its own factors associated with it, usually not very positive ones. Once you start alienating your ally in the home, your customer, that becomes an issue. So the point here is, what can you do to help this? And the way we like to break this up was light touch and heavy touch. So light touch is basically notification, behavior encouragement, and measures basically trying to motivate people either through larger behavioral changes, whether it's a pattern that they're getting into, or just saying, hey, if you save, I just at home with a sticker I have over the door. It says, here's how much it's going to cost to charge your car at this time if you plug it in. Here's how much you're going to charge later. When I go and say, I don't really want to get up and look at that, it's like, oh, $5, this is how much it's going to cost over 6 months. All right, I'll get up and do that. So point is, these little reminders and things matter. And like Sabine mentioned earlier in her talk, there's studies out there that have shown that under certain circumstances and certain applications, these do have significant impact. So that's a point to make there. The heavy touch is more of the classic approach where you're going through and, this is the old pager and breaker thing where you're shutting off the AC for an incentive that's there. Now, of course, that's an ancient approach, and there's better approaches, whether, right now through a number of the utilities are working with some of the major thermostat companies basically to set back the degrees by so much based on, entering a program there. But with that being said, somebody comes home and says, screw it. What if I can just get, I just need it to be cool right now. I had a hard day. I don't care about this. Is there a way to meet somebody in the middle? You don't want to alienate, a potential ally, but at the same time, you need to be responsive and adaptive. Is there a system that's adaptive to be able to do this? And this is, again, we don't have all the solutions. We're putting these out here as points for discussion and for research. So going through and triaging devices, and again, blurring the lines with plug loads here. HVAC and water heating are the classics. These are devices that are, not, you're not intimately working with them. You're not, if they turn off for a little bit, you don't have effects here. So when you're trying to look at different devices to apply ADR aspects to, going through and looking at the amount of energy it takes to, to tool them up in a way that doesn't, through some mode of their operation of the ADR, have negative aspects on their consumer base is something to factor in. So working from lowest to highest is a way to approach this. So moving up from there, major appliances lighting have their own things. There's a number of approaches that have been used by dimming lighting by a certain percentage and hoping people don't notice it. Retail space, they don't really like that so much. They want their product to look a certain way under certain conditions. So with that being said, there's some challenges here. That's not to say that they can't be, there can't be partial, solutions being made there, but this is something to consider there. Major appliances as well. You stop a washing machine halfway through the cycle, you have to basically begin the cycle again. Sure, you're saving it for that period of time, but total, you're using more energy to apply it. It's not just the control system there, but in that case, you have to go back before you go forward again. And that's something to also weigh in there. And then there's newcomers that have not been dealt with very well. So for example, electric vehicles, there's not much to save there because you have to fill the battery up all the way. But with that being said, the time of charging is something to, to manage there. Many of the vehicles have startup timer delays on them. Oh, started after 9 o'clock or started after 3 hours or whatever. But okay, well, what if you need to charge now? I need it now. Like, is there an adaptable, easy way to do this? And this is a user interface problem, more than anything. It's about taking information from what the user wants and what the user needs and what the user will bear, and accordingly try and match it with solutions that are out there and provided. So we have a quick demonstration of a brokering system we put together for electric vehicles upstairs for a demonstration. But basically, in this whole process, considering both heavy and light touch approaches. Now, with this being said, what are the considerations for implementing these things? So the first thing is, can you self-manage the DR response? So if you have a DR response that's linked into a building management system, you don't need a utility command to do this. Can you take the information that is provided by this? Hey, there's solar energy right now. It's not being used to capacity. Can we load it down to preheat water? Can these decisions be made in the home? That's the first part of it. The second part is, if that doesn't work, then okay, there's some external event, whether it's, even that internal event, there's some price information that follows along there, but external information such as prices, or so for example, like flex alerts or grid loading conditions. It doesn't have to be a solid break, but it could be a phased in thing as far as what that DR signal actually looks like. And again, I'm speaking broad brush strokes towards the future here, but making those decisions accordingly, whether it's fully internal or partially internal with some external control being added on top of it. At the whole time you're doing this, you want to prevent the disruption or degradation of the user experience. And especially with no warning or opt-out control, this is the quickest way to lose users. Preventing the complication of the user's normal routine without substantial clear value, that's another factor. There's a mixed balance between individuals and roles of devices. So for example, if I went and I started an energy saving program and set the thermostat in a certain way my wife didn't like, she's going to get very, very frustrated with that very, very quickly and want me to unenroll the program. So it's about bringing in the stakeholders and about making sure that the value is clear to everyone involved so the decisions can be made. Also, make sure that a system works with a clear learning curve that's easy and straightforward and intuitive. This is an added feature that's added on there to save you money. This is, in many cases, this is not adding added utility, or at least from the perspective of the user. Yes, as engineers and as policymakers, we can dream up added utility all day, but to the average Joe using this device, what is that added utility? That has to be very clear. So if you're giving obtrusiveness to the workflow, that utility has to be added in there to balance it out, or you have to make sure not to do that. And likewise, from that, having no maintenance for continued use, it's resilient in operation, it doesn't go down, it keeps working. At the same time, you need to be able to respect the user's privacy and wishes, intuitions, and data security. So there's a lot of factors that are in play here. Another big key point to all this is all these solutions need to have clear overhead, clear low obtrusive overhead. So the idea is, whether it's the switching solutions that are being used, whether it's the power management in the devices themselves, or whether it's the communication layer, or even the back end, the cloud services that are making the decisions, all of these layers of the solution need to have low overhead to be able to make the solution justify itself. So in conclusion, there are major factors driving the changes in the energy market over the next 20 years. These cover societal, these cover technical, and these cover population, from aging populations to changes in technology that go sometimes forward and sometimes cyclical, and also society's views of these. To reduce carbon emissions, net electrical demand will grow, as we're showing with this model here. There's going to be a fuel switching effect, but California's economy for energy is based on reducing or at least keeping demand stable. So there's factors to weigh in here about the way that's being drawn forward. Again, much of these points have been baked into these models, but these are points to consider so that when directions that are being drawn out for particular points to intervention points, these are key points to draw into. The high quality, low overhead of control is important to be able to make a solution work. It has to be unobtrusive to the user. There's growing security and privacy concerns with connected devices. As you have more devices out there, you have more routes for stuff to go in. This has been a blind spot in many of the IoT development companies out there. You've seen, I'm sure, many of the news reports on this recently. Commercial building management will be improving with tight plug load management. This is something that's always been a challenge. Shutting off a wall outlet is very difficult. I mean, that's okay to turn off a light or turn off a fan, but if you want to turn off a computer right now, there's some idiosyncrasies of that. You want to turn off game consoles, there's idiosyncrasies with that. Process controls, where you have to keep stuff thermostatic, or you have a whole shutdown sequence. that won't even be tolerated. When you're talking about process controls in factories or steps where stuff takes hours to heat up, there's strategies to bring temperatures down and bring them back up at certain times to not wreck processes. But if you just do power cuts, that doesn't work. So the point here is, can you basically draw in more intelligence here to be able to make that work? And this, as I've brought in points from many different things, there's economics, there's pure science, there's technology, there's policy. All these factors come together to make this vision I'm presenting actually something that works. This is highly translational, and there's a lot of different points to go in there. So this is a rallying cry to everyone. There's a lot of work to do here, and there's a lot of different points. And the other speakers following me are going to be going into some of those details. And then finally, continued sustainable, prioritized, and adaptive efforts are required to make this vision happen. The point is, you need, it's good to look at the curve and show that the problem is solved. What can you do? Technology changes, people change, things move on. Sustainable, it has to be something that can, not sustainable with planet concern, but sustainable economically or sustainable as a solution. Is this a program that can continue to produce dividends moving forward after the program ends? Prioritize, you can attack everything, but if you don't attack it in the right priority, you're gonna be spending a lot of effort to justify, that this works. You can stepping stone it right. So prioritizing this accordingly matters. And then also adaptive, things change. We don't know everything. I presented one vision. Like that first slide I showed, I'm gazing to a crystal ball at some elements of this. There are pieces that are not under our control. So adaptivity is a factor that needs to be weighed in here. But again, there's a lot of points in the future. There's a lot of different elements out there. There's a lot of things to do. So let's get to it. Thank you. Oh, come on. Are we going?
No questions? So,
yeah, please. Thank you.
So why are we spending any time, and this is just the benefit of utility, right? Shifting load is just about making sure they have not costs during the summer months. So
I see everyone chomping at the bit to grab on. You want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Well, the factor is overall, the cost of energy, what is it, like 20% of your bill is to make sure that the power's on all the time. So the fact of the matter is to be able to have the energy there, to be able to meet the climate goals. Again, this is tragedy of the commons issue. So to be able to meet your climate goals, to be able to hit these goals, every piece of the chain needs to be aligned. So yes, the utility has a benefit in there, and yes, you are helping the utility, but again, this is for an overall goal of being able to use renewable versus other resources that are adding to the carbon footprint.
If we just had competitive utilities competing against each other for the customer, wouldn't we get these gains anyway?
From sources. Well, right now, there's a lot of pieces in play. So when I showed the renewable curves, the point is there's periods of time where that is not, you don't have that available. And right now the cost of doing storage at scale is not enough to be able to make this work. There's a lot of different pieces in play to be able to drive the solution forward to something that's sustainable. No, you raise a very good point, and this is something that is part of the discussion that's going on right now in the sense of what are the utilities' roles moving forward. But in some level, you have generation that is coming from either the utility themselves or another entity as a central point, and you have distributed generation. The utility is providing that middleman to be able to make sure your lights stay on when your generation isn't working the way it's supposed to be. There is a value to that. Edwin, did you want to?
No, you got it. More and more we're moving towards a carbonized society in California. Whether it happens is enabled or supported by the utilities or not, it doesn't matter. We're moving more and more to a wireless type of function. And a lot of players are participating, whether it's through CCAs or other suppliers. Regardless of that, I think the technology and the behaviors and what technology does with the buildings and it's irrespective of the goals of California goals are what's driving a lot of these things. And we hope that whether what you're postulating accelerates or decelerates or enables or doesn't, I could argue both ways. That you can slow it down. A non-monopoly type of environment, whether that is accelerating or not. I could argue both ways.
Market-based competition is always proven to be more efficient.
For certain things.
Don't get me on it.
Okay, I think we need
Sorry.
to move on to the next speaker.
Perfect.
Mike.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Chris to give the second.
Very good. Thank you, GP. I want to thank you for inviting me to speak here today. My name is Chris Giovanniello. I'm a co-founder and head of marketing at a company called Menlo Microsystems. We're actually based here right in Irvine. And you know, a lot of the themes that I've heard so far today are very well aligned with some of the things that we're working on at a very different level of abstraction. So hopefully you can follow along. We're a fabless semiconductor company based here in Irvine, and we make switches. These switches are unique in that they're the world's smallest, most reliable, and one of the very unique attributes is that they're capable of handling very high power, kilowatts of power. And you can see in this image that I have over here on the side, we manufacture these through a proprietary process that was developed at General Electric called a MEMS process, where you're actually making a micromechanical actuator. So it's not a semiconductor, it's not a traditional mechanical relay, it's a micromechanical device. The picture you see here is one of our switches, measures roughly 50 microns by 50 microns, so smaller than a human hair, but we can handle hundreds of volts. And when we scale these properly with some of our designs, we can handle tens of amps of current. So very unique process that was developed at GE that we're commercializing. Just a little bit of background. We're based here in Orange County, even though the technology came out of GE in New York. Russ Garcia, who's a veteran of the industry, is our CEO. And a couple of us, Chris Keimel, myself, came out of GE's research labs to help form Menlo with some other industry vets. So, you know, switches. It's one of the more forgotten components, I think, out there. They're really ubiquitous. They're in our homes. We talked about, you know, managing the HVAC system, your thermostat, the circuit breaker in your house. There's probably 25 or 30 in your smartphone. You get in your car in the morning. There's, you know, hundreds, if not thousands, of relays and switches. So they're really everywhere. And the technology, depending on how we orient it, we have applications that can have an impact across a lot of these different areas. And if you go back, you know, a lot of people have always talked about, well, what is the perfect switch? And if you think about it, a perfect switch, when it's on, it's just a wire. So there's a wire or a trace, and it's carrying current with zero resistance. When it's off, it's an open circuit, no leakage, no current can flow, ideally an air gap. And to actuate the switch, the actuation is important. You'd like to ideally have no power dissipated to turn them on and keep them on. You want to have very broadband performance from DC to AC to even radio frequencies. And you want to have them small, fast, cheap, and last forever. So we're not quite there yet, but this technology that we're branding the ideal switch technology, we're getting pretty darn close. As you can see here, in terms of losses, we have designs that go down to just a few milliohms. So, you know, even better than what you can get out of a mechanical device. When it's off, because it's mechanical, although small, we have gigohms of resistance, so very low leakage, and we don't arc across the gap. Extremely low power, so they're driven electrostatically, so they don't really require any current to turn on or to keep them on, which is a big difference, as we'll see, compared to some traditional technologies. And then very broadband, so we're using these not only for AC/DC switching, but also for radio frequencies. And then key is the lifetime, over 3 billion actuations. So these devices, they can make contact and break the contact billions and billions of times before they wear out, which is a very unique property for a mechanical relay. So it's because we manufacture these in a semiconductor-like process on wafers, the way that they're built is in a scalable format, similar to what you get with semiconductor technology. So in that way, it's nice. It's like a semiconductor, but it's not a semiconductor. It's a true conductor. So you're getting very low losses and not a lot of the trade-offs that you get when you use a transistor for switching. This is just looking at a cartoon of what it looks like. You can see here, this is a cross-section of how we build these. And you just have this suspended beam. Again, it's a 50 micron spec that we plate down on our wafers. You apply a voltage here and the beam snaps shut and current will flow through that structure. So very scalable. And as you see in some of the pictures, we can, because they're so small, we can put lots of them down in a very small area, and that's how we scale up voltage and current to handle, 1,000 volts and 50 amps or even greater. Just some other nice features in terms of innovations we've done on the packaging to make these extremely small, because again, it's a wafer level manufacturing process. So the smaller you can make it, the more you can pack on a wafer, and the lower the cost to make it more adaptable for different applications. Again, just showing some of the packaging. One of our investors is a company called Corning, which is a world leader in glass manufacturing. And one of the unique attributes is that we build all these switches on glass substrates. And I have some examples if you want to stop by and see me after the talk. But what you can see here is we actually have these metal switches that are embedded inside this glass cavity. So very high isolation and very good performance for some of the applications we're going after. But what is the landscape that we're going into? There's a couple of different types of switches out there. We break down the world of switches into these two categories. You have your electromechanical for different markets. If you're doing radio frequency or power electronics, you have these different types of electromechanical devices. Why do people like those? They can handle a lot of power. Like I said earlier, for a mechanical device, you have metal to metal contact, so very low loss when you're sending AC DC power through them. And when they're off, they're truly off. You have an air gap and no current will flow across that gap. The problem with mechanical devices is they're big, they're slow. In some cases, for certain applications, they be expensive and not very reliable. They're prone to vibration and shock. In many cases, you can only turn them on and off maybe hundreds of thousands of times before they have to be thrown away and replaced. On the solid state side, a lot of mechanical technologies have moved to solid state over the last 50 years with the transistor, but and that solves a lot of these issues in terms of making things very small, really cheap, very fast, reliable. But again, back to for certain applications, especially for power electronics, sending all of your loads through a semiconductor device has voltage drop and losses that can be significant as you scale up. So, from a technology perspective, if you look at how some of these technologies evolved, the electromechanical relay was invented in the early 19th century. I think telegraph and for switching electricity. Every 30 to 50 years, there's been some new technology that came along to create a different way to make switches. First it was the vacuum tube, then came the transistor, then came the MOSFET, the IGBT. So we're really looking at this technology as a next node. It's not just a product that we're working on, but it's a very proprietary manufacturing process for making all different types of switches, similar to how with the invent of the transistor, you had switches that you could then make computers, right? I mean, if you go back to the early days, computers were made out of mechanical relays. So just another tool in the toolbox for designers in terms of how to make switches. Like I mentioned, we came out of GE, and interestingly, as you probably know, the circuit breaker started with Edison. GE had close to over 100 years of expertise in high voltage, high reliability controls, industrial controls, things like circuit breakers, motor controllers for industrial environments. And it was in 2004 that GE started an effort to really try and reinvent the circuit breaker. So that's where this technology came out of, was trying to make a micromechanical circuit breaker. For a variety of reasons, after GE spent 12 years and probably $40 plus million in developing the core technology, there wasn't really it was a supply chain problem for GE to get this to market. And so we spun out available to a broad array of markets. And that's where Menlo came from in 2016. Skip along. Talked about how we manufacture on glass. So this is, helps us to scale this up and make it very inexpensive. We talked about what we call our mechanical transistor, or that individual unit cell. And this picture right here, which is a little faded, but it shows you one of our products and how we print these things down on a wafer to scale up the voltage and the current. So this array that you see here is an example of one of our switches that's designed for 500 volts and roughly 5 amps of current. But again, this whole area is like 2 by 3 millimeters. So a very small area, and that can scale, up to much higher levels. These are just some of the different configurations and how we're developing our products. And then this is, what are some of the real big benefits compared to a traditional mechanical relay technology? Like I said, on the power consumption side, a traditional mechanical relay, like what you see here, you have to drive a coil. So there's a lot of current required to, drive the electromagnet to make that mass move from point A to point B to make a connection. We don't have any coil to drive, so these are electrostatic. They're, orders of magnitude lower power consumption to actuate. Also unique on the speed side. This is really important if you're looking at a relay for a protection device. So for protection, if you detect a fault, you want to open the circuit as quickly as you can. Today, mechanical relays, you can switch in milliseconds. So we're able to switch these things in microseconds, which is important for protection. And then, like I mentioned earlier, the lifetime. Traditional mechanical devices are in the millions, and we've got devices operating in the single-digit billions, with a roadmap to pushing to 10 to 20 billion or plus. And then finally, on the size side, this is really one of the more compelling things. Is you can see because we're eliminating some of those traditional coils and other actuation methodologies, we're able to make these things extremely small. Some cases, 70, 80, 90% reduction in the volume for that switching function compared to mechanical devices. The other thing you'll see on the other side of this coin is solid state technology. So again, for the reasons I mentioned, some mechanical devices over the last 20, 30 years have been increasingly replaced with solid state. One of the big challenges, at least for this audience, is looking at solid state for power. And this is a typical solid state relay, a 20 amp relay. Because it is a semiconductor inside, when you put a load through these things, it gives off a lot of heat. So these huge heat sinks are required in order for the thing to function. We've demonstrated, I have some slides in here hopefully we can get to, that we were able to perform the same function in a much smaller space without any active cooling and no heat sink. So a big benefit in terms of density and the power consumption. These are the typical relays that you might find in for appliances or in the industrial setting for robotics or controlling machinery. So in terms of the different things that Menlo is working on right now, our core products are more focused in the RF and microwave space. That's another area where we have a lot of benefit. We're starting to introduce some lower frequency switching products that are going into things like medical equipment and test and measurement. But the one that Menlo is looking to engage with this community, with CalPlug in particular, is around energy efficiency for both home automation and industrial control. So areas where those mechanical relays and solid state relays are used for switching your line voltage, 120 volt, 240 volt, 480 volt, 5 amp, 10 amp, 20 amp, 50 amp loads, where it's interesting. There's been so much investment gone into things like wide bandgap semiconductors for increasing the efficiency of the power generation in the conversion from AC to DC, DC to DC. But in all those cases, once you have the voltage that you want, you need to send it to some piece of equipment, and all those things go through some of these old-fashioned relays that are just burning tons of power. So we're really looking at bringing those same concepts of efficiency to the industrial control element versus the power conversion element. These are just some of the markets that we're focused on. Again, like I mentioned, a lot of the RF stuff that we're doing right now is focused in aerospace, defense, and test and measurement, as well as for wireless 5G infrastructure, where there's a lot of use for this type of technology in antennas and applications like that. But the big ticket for us, I think, is really pushing into this power IoT space and looking at the enormous number of power relays that are used for power switching and protection. So, just a quick summary how these things are have benefits for power. Like I said, Voltage and current is scalable. We've demonstrated at GE designs up to 1,000 volts. Right now, the Menlo products are working up to 500 volts. We've demonstrated up to 10 amps, but working in that direction. For power relay, we've tested over 100 million operations, even without using a zero crossing, which is traditionally what you need to do to switch an AC relay. Arc-free switching on demand. So again, one of the really unique things here is that we've reduced the size of the air gap when the switch is open down to roughly a micron, but we're still able to stand off 400 to 800 volts across that air gap without arcing. So there's some very unique techniques on the material side that have allowed us to do that. It can be done. The physics back it up. We can do your demo. Same architecture for AC and DC. Like I said, passively cooled, and we've got plans for being able to do protection, resettable protection devices using this. And this is just an example. One of the applications that we've started to engage with one or two customers is just looking at on the home automation side. These plugs are becoming pretty much ubiquitous. I was shocked when I started to look at this. There's probably 30 or 40 companies offering these Wi-Fi smart plugs now. But it's interesting that it's a large brick that you plug into your socket, and when you open it up and look inside, why does the thing have the form factor it does? That's the relay. So you've got a huge relay. You go from having a piece of metal in your wall to putting this relay in your wall, and to keep the thing closed, you're running hundreds of milliwatts just to keep the circuit closed. So not a very, from my perspective, not a very scalable technology if you want to replace the 40 billion plugs that are in American homes and businesses with smart plugs that all have relays burning a few hundred milliwatts. You're talking a few power plants in that case. So we're looking at how can we reduce the size, the thermal performance, and eliminate the losses so that these types of applications can scale up without having a significant negative impact on power efficiency. And again, it's for us, the IoT play is in looking at the number of industrial IoT nodes that are forecasted. There's so many companies out there working on low power wireless and low power sensors and processors and data analytics. But for us, it really all comes back to all these decisions that get made. They end up turning into some actuation, right? So you're making a decision to turn on a robotic arm or turn on a motor, and that's really where we're focusing on, is the efficiencies that come into play when you're connecting to that grid, whether it's a data center or an automotive battery application or a line voltage in different countries. That's where we're really focused on with our technology. And this is just showing some we actually demonstrated at APEC last month, some examples of some of our power relays just to show some of the reliability. But this is a proto board that we ran 16 amps through a series of those very small relays with a minimal temperature rise. These devices were shown we can operate these at hundreds of degrees C, which is really important because when you're putting lots of current, there's a lot of self-heating, no matter how lossless they are. You need to be able to handle the temperature. But this is showing you for a traditional solid state device, even a lower current, it heats up almost 25% more and requires these heavy, expensive heat sinks. Add $25 to be able to use that relay in a real life application. So, a lot of opportunity for improvement there. So, just wanted to wrap up and open it up to any questions. Again, really, most of our technology development over the last, as we spun out of GE, was focused on some of these wireless and 5G infrastructure markets, but we're just starting to staff up an effort to really explore the right applications in the power electronic side. And just happy to engage with this audience in finding ways that we can apply this to address some of the energy efficiency issues that you guys have all been talking about. So Thank you. Yes.
Looking at your crystal ball, when do you see equivalency in the mechanical relay, let's say 16 amp or 50 amp?
Good question. So if you look at it from the perspective of, this is a comparison that we did looking at, I believe this was a 20, this is probably a 15 amp mechanical relay and a 15 amp solid state. These are a few dollars. These tend to be 8 to 10 times more expensive because you're paying a premium for the reliability that you get with those. So our goal is to enter the market kind of at a cost equivalency to the solid state technology that's out there, with the benefits of the smaller form factor and the better power efficiency. But the real thing for us is that our costs go down substantially with scale. So as we drive more wafers through our fab, not only for these applications, but for other applications, we see us getting down to cost equivalency probably in 3 years' time, 2 to 3 years. Just to give you an idea, and I have some prototypes I can show you if you stop by to see me after that. That die, the 3 by 3 millimeter die, that's really tiny. We actually have customers that we're talking to about licensing our technology into the smartphone space for RF switches. And to get into that market, it's extremely cost sensitive. So of course, the volumes of wafers are huge because they're doing 1,000, 5,000 wafers per month. But for those applications, we can get the cost of the switch down to a few pennies. So when you get it down to a few pennies, then the whole relay with everything else, you start to be competitive with mechanical. This is a die, one of our devices. This is a 6 amp relay we can put through this device without any reliability issues. Right?
Yeah, so there are a lot of questions, but what did you do to handle metals?
Sure, I'll repeat your question.
What did you do to handle both metal fatigue, as well as current density issues, both of which have been problems in the semiconductor world?
Yes, that's a great question. So I'd say the main. Can you repeat the question? Yes, the question was, what did we do to handle metal fatigue, and what was the other piece?
Current density.
And current density. So, you have to go back to the history and where this came from, and in particular, the application that GE was going after. So, it was interesting because for the circuit breaker, they wanted to make something very small that could handle 50 amps. And when this program started at GE, the intent was not to make a MEMS process. They wanted to actually buy these types of MEMS switches and build the algorithms and the controls around it to make a circuit breaker. And the first thing that the GE team did, they spent 3 years testing every micromechanical switch that was out there. And the first thing they did was they subjected them to accelerated temperature and stress, and all of them fell apart. And so after 3 years of FA, they basically figured out this is a materials problem. And we at GE are really good at high temperature, high reliability alloys for things like jet engine turbine blades and gas turbines. And it was a collaboration with the material science team at GE to come up with an alloy that could be suitable for processing at a semiconductor level in a fab, but also had very good low loss or conductive properties, but very strong mechanically. So the number one, I'd say the number one thing that GE added to the space of micromechanical switches was the alloys that are used to make this actuator, because metal fatigue is the number one root cause of failure. Yes. So you know from experience. Yes.
Now, what about current density?
Well, it's the current density is really, it's also a thermal question. So this alloy has been tested up to 300 to 400 degrees C. So it's allowed to run hot, which means you can put more current through it and still have it operate. I mean, it does. You do have to put more of them. I mean, that's how we scale up to higher current. Is you put more of these. This is just showing you one. The device that I just showed you on my finger has 48, and if you want to handle 20 amps, we put 4 or 6 of those on a circuit board to handle more current. Again, the space is very small, but the more contacts you put, the lower the resistance, because you're just putting a more metal together, and the losses get lower. Yep. Yes. Yeah, the question was, can we do a normally closed switch instead of normally open? That's a great question, and that has been asked before, and we have not pursued that yet. That is it would be a drastically different design from what we're doing right now. Yep. Yeah, you need some way to bias that, or to make sure that there was some control voltage so that you could always maintain it closed. It has to have a voltage bias in order to keep the switches actuated in the closed position, which we normally drive off of the control terminals. There's different ways to do that, but yeah, if you lose power, then yeah, you need to have some backup to make sure that the thing stays on. Good question.
Any other questions? Curious about the charge pump that you're using. Is it a separate little chip that you have that's supplying the control electrostatic voltage?
Yes, we have embedded one of the nice. Yeah, the question was, how do we control the switch, and you need to have what's called a charge pump to bias these devices so you can turn them on and off. This is a picture here of one of our products that has an embedded controller. So we use traditional semiconductor packaging techniques to combine multiple chips into a single package that'll combine the switch, which is this small glass. This is the glass switch technology, and then we can just combine, whether it's in CMOS or some other technology, a controller. So it's all packaged in a very small space. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
So let's invite the next speaker. Ian.
Let me see. I think it's here. Yeah, got it. Okay. Hello, I'm Ian Harris. I'm a professor of computer science. Our office is next door in Brent Hall, but I'm working with the Cybersecurity Policy and Research Institute, and we're now situated upstairs on the 4th floor. And I'm just going to talk about, actually, it's a little bit of switching gears. I'm going to talk about cybersecurity. Now, it's of IoT systems, and it bears on power. I mean, you can have cybersecurity attacks on power, a smart grid, or on other devices that actually affect the smart grid. But I'm generally talking about cybersecurity of IoT systems sort of more broadly, and what we're doing in that space. So our goal right now of the gift that we have right now, we have a Taubman gift, is to develop standards for IoT security. So what I mean by standards, so we want to propose these standards that address weaknesses in IoT systems today, and there are many, right? There are many vulnerabilities that could be fixed with a simple standard, okay? So what we want to do is propose these standards. Now, problem with standards is that if you're going to get somebody to adopt the standard, it better not cost too much. So so at first it's got to be effective, and it better not cost too much. So we're going to evaluate that. That's actually what I'm doing. What I'll be doing upstairs on the 4th floor is evaluating these systems and these standards in these systems. So we implement the standard or the proposed standard, the mitigation inside the system. Then we attack the heck out of it with a cyber test range, make sure that it's not vulnerable to anything practical. And then we will also evaluate the costs, so the design costs, right? How much area does it cost? How much, extra complexity design does it cost? How much extra power does it use, and so on, and present it to our partners for feedback. So we have industrial partners who we meet with, who give us feedback about these things and say, yes, this is reasonable, no, it is not reasonable, and give us suggestions, and we just go back and forth forever. That's the idea again. Okay, so what do I mean by standards? There are lots of different types of standards. Oh, and please tell me if I'm going long. I know I'm not yet, but I might. So there are different types of technical standards. So what's a standard? So I grabbed the Wikipedia definition. But an established norm, right? So it describes, there are different types of standards. They can describe different things: how to implement a system, how to communicate with other devices, depending on what you're standardizing, right? How to secure a system, which is what we're particularly interested in. And it sort of forces uniformity on different systems. That's the idea of a standard, the main idea of a standard. So types of standards, different classes of standards that you might be interested in, some of which we are. Interface standards, so communication standards between components. That's probably the biggest thing that we're interested in. When you think about IoT systems, what people consider to be IoT standards, vast majority of them are standards on communication, different communication protocols. Their data format standards, we're probably less interested in these things, document standards, that sort of thing. Algorithmic standards, so we're probably interested in some of these things too. There are lots of different types of algorithms, but we would be interested in cryptography algorithms and things like that, AES, DS, hash algorithms, stuff like that. Also framework standards. So by framework standards, there are these standards that are really more abstract. They're not as specific. So they give you sort of a guideline on what must be required in a system, but they don't tell you hardly anything about how you got to achieve that goal. So they're very high level standards, like Trusted Platform Module, which we'd be interested in, is what you might call a framework standard. Okay, so why standards? Standards are there because uniformity is good in several ways. So advantages of uniformity: it reduces complexity and ambiguity, right? Everybody knows what to expect from everybody else's system. So you're compatible with other devices. Also easier to secure, right? Because now you know how these devices are designed, so you know how to protect them, right? And when you don't have this type of standardization is when you get into problems with security, right? Everybody designs their system a different way. They all have different vulnerabilities, and you can't protect against all of them. So that's why standards are a useful thing in security anyway. So goals of standards. Different types of standards have different goals. So some standards, and different primary goals, I should say. They have lots of impacts in different aspects of the system, but they generally have a primary goal. So they're communication standards, right? TCP, IP, right? Things like this. These are standards, and their main goal is for compatible communication. Testability and diagnosis, I just bring up one because test is my field. IEEE 1149.1 is JTAG standard for testing boards, board level tests, chip tests. Low power, okay, so power standards, Bluetooth Low Energy, just to name one. Also, caching and such like things like this. So these standards, they all have a sort of a main goal, but they have other impacts, right? So like if you're going to use AES or DES, it will encrypt your data, right? But it's going to cost you more in terms of power, for instance, and time, right? It takes time and power to do that. So they have all these other impacts, but they have this one main sort of goal. It is the focus of the standard. So one way that we think about these standards is that they are actually design constraints, sort of global design constraints, put it like that, right? So what I mean by that is that a standard constrains how you can implement your design. So it imposes some kind of constraints, and these constraints can cost you money in one way or another. And I say global design constraints because anybody who adopts a standard has to adhere to, is stuck with the same set of constraints. And companies often don't like this, right? They don't want to have to be constrained by the same, they have competitors, and they don't want to, maybe they want to get an advantage over a competitor. They don't want to have to adhere to the same design constraints as their competitor, right? So standards are tricky in this way. So just an example of how a standard is it imposes design constraints. Say I got some requirement, some standardization. I say, look, you've got to have encrypted communication. And actually, that's part of a lot of different standards, right? You've got to have encrypted communication between devices. So this guarantees secure communication, but it's got to have costs, right? It's going to hurt your performance, increase your hardware costs, right? Increase complexity if you implement it in software. It's going to increase complexity of software and maybe hurt your performance even worse. So these design constraints, industry doesn't generally want to have these constraints imposed on them. but some of them must be some minimal set of constraints. So standards are constraints in this way. And when you think of it like that, what we want when we're trying to evaluate these standards and propose them is to make sure that they are minimal, right? Minimal constraints to satisfy whatever the goal is. Because if they're not minimal, people won't accept them, or if they're somehow legislatively forced to accept them, they will fight back against that, and it will not be an accepted standard, right? They've got to be minimal. So how do you make a standard minimal? Well, there are a lot of ways, but one way is to give options in the standard. So, for instance, encrypted communications. So say I want to have a standard. I say the communication must be encrypted, but you can give freedom as to how that encryption is done, right? There are different algorithms for encryption that have different cost trade-offs, right? Maybe you want to use a software library, right? The designer might say, look, a software library, yeah, it's easy. It's not that hard to make software compared to hardware, but yeah, in my opinion, but it's quicker. But software library, it's going to be cheaper, but it's going to be slower, right? Or I can say, look, I'm going to use dedicated hardware, but I've got to pay for that hardware off the shelf. I buy a pre-made, IP. But that's going to have a high cost depending on your volume, right? High cost for low volume, but low cost for high volume. But it's going to be a lot faster and less power, right? Maybe you want to use fewer key bits. So you say, look, I'm going to use AES, but my key is going to be short, okay? So this will make everything faster and lower power and everything. It'll reduce your security though, right? But, sometimes with a lot of these standards, you want to give some kind of a freedom. So you say maybe, you have to use encryption, but you don't specify exactly which. Maybe you give a few options on how they can implement this so that, lots of different people can accept the standard. And otherwise the standard won't be successful. Okay, so as an example of a sort of a practical standard trade-off, I'm just going to talk about one, Zigbee protocol. So I don't know if you ever heard of Zigbee. It's an IoT standard. We find in smart homes all the time, right? So Zigbee is popular in devices. There's Z-Wave, there's Zigbee, and so on. And it requires security. There's encryption in communication, right? It uses a network key. There are several keys, but there's a network key that is shared by all the nodes in the system, so they can talk. They can de-encrypt, decrypt. So the key. So there's an option about how everybody gets the keys. Key distribution is always a problem, right? So how do you get the keys to be in the system? Statically, so maybe it's burned into a flash on the device, right? And this works okay if the system is static, if the network's static, right? These are the 20 components in there, and I can pre-configure them all with whatever the key is, right? Maybe you can do that. Another way to do it is to transmit the key in the clear, which is actually a much more common way to do it. Is to transmit the key in the clear when a node first joins the network, okay? Now, transmitting the key in the clear is sort of fatal error. I mean, when I first heard this, I was like, what? I was completely appalled. I'm like, how can you transmit the key in the clear? It makes zero sense for security. But, so it's like a sort of a blatant hole that's still in the protocol now, and I had to settle down and think, okay, why, right? But it's for practical reasons. I mean, these companies, they want to have open networks. They got to have some way of doing it, right? And they don't want to have to pre-configure the keys in these devices all the time. If you want to have any node come in and out, right, you don't want to have this pre-configured. So they do that now. So this is one of those issues where, yeah, you want security, or I want security, but in practice, companies want to be cheap and allow the features that they want. And if Zigbee said, look, you've got to do it this one way, probably half the companies would say, look, I'm not using the standard at all, and then what would be the point? And as a result of in part of doing this, of allowing this crazy stuff, it gets more accepted, right? It gets better use, right? But there are other options. So specifically with Zigbee, if it were my standard, I would have given other options besides just these two extremes, either pre-configure or send in the clear. I mean, you could have used, for instance, Diffie-Hellman key exchange. Now, I'm not going to explain what that is, but it's a way for two nodes to share a key, okay, in a secure way. Right? Now, it is expensive, right? It costs something, right, in terms of performance, but it's secure, right? So that could have been at least a third option in a Zigbee protocol. So some people could have said, oh, look, I have a secure device, and sorry if I'm blowing into this thing. Yeah, so that could have been another option. But this is the type of thing we have to consider. We want to consider when we're looking at these standards and developing and trying to propose standards, that we have to be sensitive to industrial needs, and we can't just have the cost. We have to allow what they need to make money. So lots of different application domains we'll probably work at. Right now, we're just looking at smart home. We're just starting in here. So we've been doing research on this type of stuff for a while, but the test range that I'm going to talk about a little bit, we're just starting. In fact, the stuff is getting, like, see, a piece of it got shipped today, you know? So the stuff is actually getting shipped to the room, the server room upstairs, even as we speak. But so we start with smart home stuff because it's sort of cheap and easy to access. Automotive, we're probably going to get into, because we have actually some faculty like Alfred Chanover in computer science. He's new. He did a lot of automotive stuff back when he was at the University of Michigan. Their transceivers are much more expensive, but it's probably worth it for the type of stuff we want to do. You know, he deals with different types of protocols, these protocols from car to car, car to traffic light, and that type of thing. And you know, we're going to work with those, but the transceivers cost a lot more money. Plus, you have to pay for the SDK. Costs are a lot, but we'll probably work with that. Medical devices, we'll probably end up working with medical devices. They're cheaper medical devices and expensive medical devices, like the implantable ones. Those cost a lot, and they're hard to get your hands. It's hard to get a pacemaker, for instance, legally. It's hard to get a pacemaker, but you know, you can. But other like a Fitbit's easy to find, right? So some things, but all of these share commonalities from our point of view. They're all network devices. They're all generally battery powered, some sort of battery power. They all share a lot of commonalities for us. So the application domain, we need, they're not that different at the level that we're looking at them. They all, you know, they have they're cyber physical, right? They have mechanical, like physical stuff that they're controlling, sensors and actuators that they're connected to. All these domains have that. So they're all very similar from my security point of view. Okay, so yeah, what are we doing? So first, so these are some steps that we're taking, some concrete steps that we're taking right now. Surveying existing research, and we've already done that. And investigating existing IoT. So I'm writing a document on that for actually mostly for, well, I'm writing two. One for our funders, right? The other one is for my students coming in. So now I'm recruiting students, and they need a whole different level of training, right? Because these type of things that we're doing, this type of security, the security that we're doing is not stuff that's generally taught in classes, okay? I have to train them directly, because otherwise, where would they get it? Either they got it on the streets or they don't know it, which is most often the thing. I mean, they have security background, but there's very specific stuff. Basically, what we're doing is we're acting exactly like a hacker would act, okay? We're going to attack the machine just like a hacker would act, and that type of thing is generally not taught in classes. You know, this is my class. I have a class where I teach exactly that stuff, but you know, it's not common, so I have to train the students as they come in. Develop new so eventually we'll be developing new IoT standards. Actually, I skipped a step. We're going to evaluate existing systems from some of our partners. We're going to get components that we're going to evaluate. So, for instance, Irvine Company. They're one of our contributors, right? And they're making a lot. You know, Irvine Company. They basically own all the rental property in Irvine in the vicinity, right? And like probably actually, I think they rent this land to us right here, right? So Irvine Company. They have they're making. So they own a lot of apartments, right? They're making this lock. So, you know, you can get these smart homes, these Bluetooth locks or whatever. Right? So they're making their own because they don't want the homeowner to have total control. Meaning they want to be able to, the homeowner can have control, but they want to have some sort of supervisory control and gather data and stuff like this. So so they're making their own, yeah. Anyway, that's what they're doing. And they're doing it with Slage, a lock maker. And they're going to give me some locks. And we're going to attack them and see how secure they are, you know, and we'll do different things to it. And so then we'll develop, eventually, once we study these things, we'll develop new proposals for new standards and publish some papers on those. And then we'll disseminate the information, publishing papers and, you know, put it in my classes and stuff like that. So yeah, surveying existing research, I already said this, but yeah, so I'm writing these two documents. One is sort of a high-level document for our partners, but then another one is sort of a low-level detailed document for training up the students that are coming in, starting actually first guy's coming in June on this specific project. We're going to investigate existing systems. So we're basically, like I said, we're going to act just like a hacker would act. And when you're an attacker and you want to analyze the system, you do generally two types of analysis. You do static analysis and dynamic analysis. Static means you analyze the system without actually running the system. Okay, you analyze the code, just staring at the code, looking at the code, but not running the code. Or the hardware, same thing. You analyze, you look at the hardware, but you don't execute, you don't power it up. And then there's dynamic analysis, which is where you actually run the stuff and you power it up and you use it. Dynamic is more dangerous because these are attacks you're looking at, right? Well, sorry, I'm thinking in the other direction. Dynamic is a different, in this sense, it's not more dangerous, it's just different, okay? It's a different piece of data. In fact, generally you use both techniques and you trade back and forth. Like the way I do it, I look statically, I make some guesses statically, and then I execute it dynamically and see if my guess was right. And then, you know, you go back and forth, like that's generally what's done. So static analysis, so there's reverse engineering is the other term for this. So basically, given a design, given an implementation of a design, how does it work? You want to figure out everything about how it works, right? And hackers do this. They basically test these devices better than they've been tested before shipping, okay? And they find bugs that the people who sold the product didn't find. And some fraction of these bugs allow them to have are vulnerabilities. Some fraction of the bugs are just bugs and aren't useful to an attacker, but some fraction of these bugs allow them to get into the system, right? So really the first thing a hacker is just a tester, an extremely good tester. And another thing that makes the hacker's job really difficult is because generally hacker doesn't have the source code, doesn't have the original design, right? The hacker has an implementation. You know, I got this lock, but I don't have the schematics for the lock. I don't have the source code for the lock. I got the lock, right? So I have to, as a hacker, as an attacker, I have to figure out everything about how it works. Now, we could, and we will, with our partners, we will ask them, look, how does this work? Let us have the source code. Let us have the schematic. But we can't completely trust those things, okay? Because part of the problem is that the people who manufacture, the people who design it think, oh yeah, I know how it works. It works exactly like this, but it doesn't, right? They didn't realize, oh, there's an extra feature that got slipped in by somebody later down the line, right? And that's a big part of the problem, right? So at the high level, you don't even know that it has these vulnerabilities, right? So we're going to get that information, but we can't trust it completely. We have to reverse it from scratch to see really what it actually does. So reversing, there's sort of two parts of that. One part is the hardware part of that. So you open up the device, identify the parts, look at the wiring in the board, that sort of thing. And then you dump the firmware. That's often one of the goals of that. Because there's firmware that is the code, you dump the firmware one way or another, maybe through a port or something. Then once you do that, then you get the software. So then you got to reverse engineer the software. And you take that and you disassemble it. You probably can't decompile it, but you disassemble it and you look at the assembly and you study that for a long time, okay? And that's all static analysis. What I'm showing there is a little picture of IDA Pro, which is sort of a reverse engineering software. But anyway, that's static analysis side. Then dynamically, we have to test it. So stress testing or fuzz testing is actually what people generally call it. And so you're going to take this system and attack it like crazy, you know, with every known attack, but also fuzz testing, which means directed random, constrained random test, okay? So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to make a test range for this purpose. Or when I say we're going to, we are in the act of making it right now. Like I say, a component just arrived, right? We got several servers and switches and firewalls and all that that we're going to use for that. Test range structure. So here's my real high level picture of what this test range looks like. In the middle is the system we want to test. So depending on the type of system, there can be humans involved in the system. First, we're not going to start with that, but there can be humans, right? Which, by the way, humans are probably the biggest problem in these systems anyway. Like the humans, I mean, you can't control what they do. You can't control what they do. Actually, it's a real problem. You can secure hardware and software, but you can't control what a human's going to do, right? So anyway, they're humans. Maybe there's a user of the system that's involved that you may have to emulate. They're attackers. There might be defenders, depending on the complexity of the system, right? Now, if it's a smart home, there's no defender. But if it's like a smart grid, you have a network there, you probably have system admin people who are there, right? So you can have defenders. And then there's monitors, which are generally hardware and software that we're going to have that are monitoring all the activity. Because while these attacks are going on, we basically have to record everything, right? So that we can replay and analyze. So we monitor everything. And all this is going on in that its own network. So we're building the network right now. Its own sort of high-speed network that's local. And it's all sandbox. So basically, we're going to be, when we attack this thing, we're going to actually be running real malware attacks on these devices, right? We don't want that to get out into the wild. So we don't want that to get out in the greater internet, or else we are now spreading actual malware, right? So so it has to be sandboxed in a very particular way. And generally a lot of the stuff that you would find in the internet that this thing would interact with, we would have to replicate. We'll have to replicate on our own servers, you know, like a name server, right? We'll have to have our own name server. Mail server communicates. We'll have our own mail server. Today we're going to model like you know, smart things, Samsung smart things, right? We'll have to fake their cloud. We'll have to make our own little fake Samsung things cloud that can talk to our devices, so we don't have to go to their actual cloud, stuff like that. Yeah, so it's got to be realistic. Yes, I just said this. It's got to be realistic. So you have to have things. You don't want to fake. You don't want to simulate anything, right? You want to have a real name server running, even if it's on a different hardware. It's on our hardware rather than, you know, the one outside. We got to have the real software running. Isolation is important. DMZ is a demilitarized zone, but it's basically a couple of firewalls and a machine in between. May or may not involve real people. For starters, we will not. Right now, we won't have real people, but eventually we can work on bigger systems where there are people actually defending the system, people using it. And it could be used to train people. This is more future, but that's actually how a lot of cyber test ranges are used. So there are other cyber test ranges, like the government has it, IBM has one in Cambridge, Mass, which we're going to see next month. And a lot of the point of those type of systems is to train people, right? So you get people involved in there protecting the system, and then you start attacking the system and see how well they can defend it, right? That's sort of a lot of the point. We are not doing that right now. We're just testing the system itself. Then we're going to disseminate information. You know, the dissemination. Make sure I'm not overdue. I'm not late, am I? No, I got time. How many minutes do I have?
6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay, cool. So disseminate information. So that's sort of the standard stuff. Also educational and publish papers, and we'll make lectures and all this. And of course, we're involving students. We'll eventually have a capture the flag competition, which is essentially training the students involved in the competition. Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to talk about work that we've already done along these lines. And so just before I go on with this, one thing to underscore is that we try to do stuff in a real setting, meaning we're not going to simulate these attacks. We're going to run actual attacks. Okay, and this is important because it makes a big difference in security. Simulation does not work well in security because there are always subtle differences between the simulation and the real thing. And these subtleties are exactly what these attacks are based on. These subtle, small things. If you start simulating, you cannot expect the attack to run the same way, right? So an important aspect of what we're doing is we're doing this in a realistic environment. We're making the cyber test ranges hopefully realistic. So, so something we did in the past was this. Actually, we published this almost 2 years ago. Was on battery exhaustion attacks in BLE-based mesh networks, Bluetooth low energy-based mesh networks. So just to be real quick, so Bluetooth. So everybody's familiar with Bluetooth. You got a master and a bunch of slaves, right? Like your car, my cell phone. The cell phone is a slave. The car is a master, right? And it's basically a star network. You got one master and a bunch of slaves, which is standard anyway. And they call it a piconet. Each one's a piconet. The slave can only talk to its master. The master can only talk to his slaves. So that's like standard Bluetooth. Now, as of version 4.2, which came out like at the end of 2014, it was changed to allow mesh networking. So, so now you can do hop to hop, you can do multi-hop routing across these networks. You don't just have to talk to your master and slave. Basically, what they do is they want it to be completely compatible with the original Bluetooth. So still, you got these constraints like master only to a slave, slave only to his master. But what they do to get around that is they say, look, a node can change its state. It can be a master or a slave. And if it can change, then you can accomplish hop, you know, you can go from one piconet to another. I can't talk in this. You can just switch this master to slave. So allowing yourself to switch allows you to do hop-to-hop, multi-hop networking. And you can make these scatternets. So threat model we're looking at is some attacker who can legally enter the network, you know, because this is an open network, people can come in and go out. The attacker wants to drain the battery of one of these nodes, the edge node, assuming. So usually the masters in a traditional Bluetooth network, the master has more power, literal power, than the edge nodes, right, than the slaves. The slaves are like low power devices on batteries, something like that, and the master is more, right? So somebody's trying to drain one of these devices, one of these batteries. So three sort of malicious behaviors: connection, disconnection requests. So you want to join the network, leave, join, leave, do it over and over, right? Lots of them. Another one is requesting services, because basically all these things do when they join, the normal pattern is you join a network, you request services, you leave the network. Okay, that's basically what a normal node does. So you can join, disconnect, or you can join and then request lots of services. Okay, and you can request services that are not provided by the network, which causes the network to look it up and waste power for that. Or you can request services that are provided by the network, and that's, by the way, hard to distinguish, right? Because that's a normal behavior. But if you do it a lot, then something is up. So this is what we're assuming that an attacker is trying to do to drain the network. And just to really quickly say what we do, we have and there's no detail here, but we have a blacklist. So once you discover this node is bad for one reason or another, then you put him in a blacklist and he's banned, and he gets ignored from then on. A priority list is used. So the idea there is that there are times where it's hard to tell the difference between a good node and a bad node. You know, somebody's requesting services, but is it so much that you would say they are bad? So what we do is we basically have a priority list. The more you request it, the lower you go on the priority list. So eventually, if you're a malicious actor, you get to the bottom of the priority list and you're starving anyway. You're in starvation anyway. And forced connection changes. So another thing is when a node joins a network, it generally connects to the nearest node, okay, physically nearest node. But after a while, we force every node to connect through different nodes. Basically, this, even if you're an attacker, it forces you, it spreads out the pain. Okay, you can't drain one battery. You have to spread it out amongst other nodes, which overall increases the lifetime of the whole network. And just quick evaluation. So, okay, on the left, right, just to say it real quick, we actually tried this. So one thing I should mention about this is that we did this in collaboration with Broadcom, who used to be situated like right there, right? Like right there. They're now in another part of Irvine. And my student actually worked there, and he wrote a lot of the firmware on like an iPhone 6, right, on the Bluetooth, the BLE implementation there. And so we work with them, and so we actually did this. We had a room, 5 by 15 meter room, and you know, we had real devices, which, by the way, I think was very cool, because when I would go give these talks at conferences, everybody else was like, oh, we used NS3 and we simulated the device and this and that. We simulated 1,000 nodes or whatever nonsense, where we actually did it. I thought that was great. We're the only group, only talk I ever saw where they actually we implemented this. Now, it was a small number of nodes, but it was a real number of nodes, right, as opposed to 1,000 fake nodes. Anyway, so the blue bar, the blue bar, there's a blue bar there. The blue bar is, no, sorry, the base one is the green. Yeah, okay, the blue bar is just the lifetime. So the Y scale is the lifetime of the network, okay? And the blue bars are basically the lifetime if nobody's attacking anything, okay? So fine, it has that lifetime. Then next to it, there is a red bar that is really low, right? That's if somebody's attacking and you don't use R defenses, okay? Then the green one is if somebody's attacking and you use R defenses. And notice our green bars are pretty close to the blue bars. They're a little less, but they're a lot better than the red. So that's what to get out of that. Then on the right is one of the main costs. The right, the y-axis is the total delay for sending a message, okay? And ours is without an attack, like with our system, is the red, ours is the blue. Ours is higher, which is bad, okay? More delay is true. But, you know, so there's a trade-off, okay? It doesn't win 100%, but it does defend against the attack, and maybe these delays, depending on what you're doing, these delays the increased delay might be okay. And yeah, so just to conclude, what we do is we're trying to make standards and evaluate these standards in a practical setting using this cyber test range, which we're developing right now. And, you know, and eventually we want to lead standardization efforts, IEEE specifically, or IETF. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. On your static analysis, I didn't necessarily see, by the way, this is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful. It's about time we heard it. But on your static analysis, I didn't necessarily see an architectural review, a logical architectural review.
Yeah.
And usually that's how attackers come in, right?
Yeah. No, you're right. So, okay. So part of this is, look, to be honest, part of this is basically what I know, okay, versus what I need to know, okay? So when you talk about architectural review, so I go to, you know, DEF CON, Black Hat, these hacking conventions, right? So I go there I go to DEF CON every year. I talk to Black Hat, not about this stuff, but other stuff last year, right? I go there every year. And hanging around there, you run into these real security guys, right? Like when I say real security guys, like actually doing penetration testing all the time. And, you know, and like I have several friends, like one guy, I went to UC San Diego, and one guy who graduated from there with me, he's a pen tester. He's actually in Copenhagen. Whatever, I talk to him all the time. And he says what you just said, okay? You're right, okay? And over time, what's gonna happen is, they say, like I said, we're just getting the equipment, right? We're gonna set it up. I'm gonna get, to be honest, I've gotta get results kind of quickly to demonstrate that I'm doing something good, right? For the people who are funding us. So I'm gonna do that really quick. But then eventually I'm going to say, okay, now let me think of deeper problems, think of other issues that I have to deal with, and that's amongst them. So yeah, you're right.
Use your CS department.
Use my CS department? How so?
They generally teach, hopefully, teach architectural reviews, right, on the different sort of computing structures that are being done, as well as networking structures that are being done. From there, they can go ahead and actually, if their mindset is for security, they can actually figure out, if you were a criminal, what would you do to make use of that information?
Okay, we'll have to talk about that a little later. When you say use my CS department, of course, but I'm trying to think exactly how, but we can talk more later. Yeah, we'll talk more later. Go ahead. Okay, so just to repeat, security aspects of Bluetooth 5.0 versus 4.2. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know the difference. I know 4.2, I don't know 5.0. So yeah, I can't realistically. I could fake something, but I can't really answer. Yeah, sorry. Basically, what we did was 4.2 specifically, and since then I've been working on other things. So.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we are right on time. So let's take about 15 minutes a break and be back at 3. So you will have an exciting session with 3 more speakers. Thank you.
Well, I have another question.
Good stuff. What I like is what we talked about yesterday, which is energy clusters, which is something that we should probably work and figure out what it takes to be, the next layer of necessary security. What is the impact of energy? It was interesting. We got kind of opposing views on right. I was arguing because Bojan was saying that this is something, a trend that pretty much needs connectivity, right? Or sure. So you can't go to deep sleep mode is not it has to be always a concern. It has to be low power. Low power. If you want low power, you will probably compromise. That was the argument. That's
There are a number of
yeah. So it's okay. All right, well, that's cool stuff. We need to continue. Specific to this section. And they'll have
It has to be the same. If it's not the same, including the idea of where it takes so how it goes. Oh, yeah. But if you have
One of the other issues is self-grade, so the other methods are given
Now, are you the right person? No. You have to validate it or something. Different protocol.
And I said, since when maybe
in the context of the user,
So you survived it.
Because the machine is doing that, that would go work.
It's fixable.
I got access. Right, that's the name of the middle. So they have.
Right.
There's two different aspects. Well, it's revenue protection for them, and revenue protection versus privacy or credentials or financial information. That's right.
Yes, yes, but they have a. That's my. Oh, that they probably.
You guys are working.
That's why, those are the issues in
Cybersecurity. It's an overarching.
So that's why it's not.
What are you thinking with this? Menlo.
Working well.
And you need to right now, it's, if you look at the solid state reader, it's just a piecing.
That is pretty cool. Yeah. Because all the IoT, smart home stuff. It's right for that. Because you're actuating.
Oh, yeah. You need a copy. They speak of and Microsystems.
Oh, really?
It's a Menlo part. Yeah, so that is Edison.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Ohio.
I got a firewall. You want to know how I got
Chemistry.
IP address is
How many people do you throw? And then there's a 0. Well, it should be a problem. I don't know why. It doesn't. Very. Figure it out.
Changes. Yes, and you know who it is, right? You have room for it. And that thing that you put who you just bought
Right now, when you're putting it together, you just put it story. Learn less all three jobs. All of these guys. Information goes to what, right? All due to understanding shot 626. Yeah, something stupid like that, right? Oh.
Why did this stuff? I don't know. Why did this stuff? Excellent. Okay, so that's but we don't have a class. Not an undergrad level. Yeah, you know, we have a security class, but certainly it's not something generally using it on meaning it's more like how does Chapter 56 use it? Yeah, it's more like, you know, how did the ES work or so on. So it's more abstract. It's also not a blind thing. It's not, you know, I want to take which I like. It's not sort of, implemented into this library. Yeah, a lot of it is one more. Yeah, I mean, the way I feel like it's just a lock. It's just like a lock. I tell people it's like a lock on the door that has a window next to it. What do you if you're gonna rob a place, you break the window, open the lock, and go. No. If you're a crook, the least difficult is the most likely. Yeah, like you're not gonna see a big. Okay, I'm gonna break. That's exactly what I'm going for. You know, you're gonna find. But he is very. And it's not just, you know. Well, simply it's water. Just give me a sigh. I'm like, you know what? Physicists, I look at all these implementations and so forth, I'm like, right? You know, I mean, why would they're not trying to go forward? I mean, it's just money. Utilities decide what utility programs are going to be incentivized. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that's where I'm going. Until we have the same. Right?
So please be seated. We need to start this section. So is this on?
Yes, it should be on. Let's.
Oh, he's using the PDF.
Oh, he's using the PDF.
Okay, please be seated, and we are going to start the last session before the networking reception. So let's introduce the next speaker, Kyle. He's an economist, and we'll talk about dynamic pricing.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Kyle Kettler. I'm a fourth year grad student here at UCI. I am going to put this to full screen mode. And my primary advisor is Matt Harding and Dr. Linda Cohen, who is on the advisory board of CalPlug, I think. Has been co-authoring a paper with me. And before I get started, I wanted to highlight a little bit of the work that I'm doing with her is about how government local state regulation leads to technology adoption of dynamic prices. And so that's the idea of a dynamic price, the mechanics, how it contributes to emissions, and whether or not people actually respond, will opt into dynamic prices, are the topic of my dissertation. So when Dr. Lee invited me to talk, I said that, oh, these are some of the things I can talk about, and said, yes, all of that. So I'm going to give a fairly brief, high-level overview of the 2 chapters of my dissertation that are in the best shape, and those are done with Matt Harding. So Matt has a data set that is a randomized control trial run by an unnamed utility in a south central US state, where households were randomly assigned to receive a dynamic price. This was a time of use price that varied from day to day. So that means that during the afternoon, when the price is highest, from hour 14 to 19, basically, that will be this spike. The price of electricity goes way up relative to the baseline, and during the rest of the day, the price of electricity is actually about 50% of the standard tariff baseline. So the reason that utility companies might be interested in a dynamic price is because the cost of producing electricity varies a lot, both over the course of the day and in response to the total level of grid demand. The way that economists usually respond to any sort of price variation is to say that people should pay for what it costs to make the stuff that they're consuming. And because of the normal rate is just flat, that leads to consumers buying too much power when the marginal price is higher, and too little power during the rest of the day when the marginal price is actually very low. So the dynamic price is one way to align the incentives of consumers with the realities of the grid. This is really important for the electricity grid because there's not free disposal. You can't just ground your power. And the consequences of a mismatch between supply and demand are fairly severe. It turns into blackouts and brownouts, and PUCs tend to focus a lot on reliability first and foremost. So the time of use price is one way to achieve peak shaving. So we can disincentivize consumption during this peak amount, which has a benefit. There's a paper I need to cite. It's Joshua Blondes in 2016 has published a paper called Making the Best of the Second Best Welfare Consequences of Time Varying Electricity Prices. And Josh's paper is very, very good. And he finds that one of the primary welfare gains of these time of use prices is that it allows power companies to defer building the expensive peaker plants that meet this very high demand on the 3 or 4 highest use days. Those peaker plants are expensive to keep in reserve. They're expensive to build. They're polluting. They run basically on diesel power. So any reduction in hours of peaker use is a major benefit. Time of use pricing is a good way to communicate the price of electricity, because the real-time price is actually very volatile. And we get, this is a single day, it's fairly recent. The axis is a little bit off, but the real-time price goes way up in the morning when everybody wakes up. And then it's flat here in California because of exceptional solar reserves. And then during the evening, it goes way back up again. This is caused by the duck curve. I'm speaking to a room of electricity people, so I don't think I need to explain this. But the ramping costs associated with the turnoff, with the shutdown of solar, and trying to catch that load or follow that load with carbon-based power plants is very expensive. So anything that we can do to shave this peak will have savings both on a social and a fiscal level. So I have two papers that research this general phenomenon of dynamic pricing. There's the first paper that I wrote is collaborative with Dr. Harding and Carlos Lamarche from Kentucky, and it addresses the fact that in the randomized control trial, we actually see evidence of load shifting. So during the periods of high prices, the consumption falls, but in the window both before and to a bit, people see an increase in consumption. So as you just saw, the marginal price, the real-time price in California is almost zero. Shifting consumption away from a zero cost time period would actually be bad in terms of the bottom line of the utility. And this is true for emissions calculations as well. If you convince someone not to run their washing machine at 7 p.m. when they're getting done with dinner in favor of doing it at midnight, you might have turned off their washing machine during a time when it would be powered by a windmill or a solar power plant, and turned it on in favor of a time when it's just going to be powered by a coal plant. So there's a priori uncertainty about the emissions effect of this rate structure. And I think that we can quantify that, and I do. The second chapter that I'd like to talk about today has to do with consumer welfare. So personally, I find consumer welfare a fascinating topic in itself, but there's a practical implication about whether people are made better off by in that most of the rate structures that I've heard of up until now have been opt-in. Nearly every program has to draw or attract consumers, and at least over time, people do tend to act rationally. They will not stay in a program that makes them worse off. So what I do is I compute the behavior that a household would have exhibited under a standard tariff. Then I compare that to the behavior that they were observed under the new dynamic tariff. And that allows me to compute the elasticity of demand, the price elasticity of demand. And using this and a few more economic calculations, I'm able to estimate that the time of use program is actually that was experimented with in this particular randomized control trial is actually too aggressive of a price drop during the off-peak hours, so that we can begin to put bounds on what a rate structure would look like that is not revenue decreasing for utilities, but still attracts consumers. And that's of general interest to both economists who care about decision-making and people in the industry who care about results. So in order to talk about either of these papers, it's important to get to think about the institutional details of the experiment. And the very first idea is that there's a variable peak price. So the control group stays on their standard block tariff, 8 cents for the first chunk, and then almost 10 cents for the second chunk, the second tier, I should say. But the treated group is a little more interesting. During the afternoon from 2 to 7, the price takes a value of either 4, 11, 23, or 46 cents per kilowatt hour. You'll notice that a jump from 8 cents that they're used to 46 cents is something like 400% increase. It's fairly severe. And during the off-peak, so up until 2 p.m., the price is very cheap. A handful of days, the price doesn't increase at all. A smaller handful of days, the price increases by an exceptional amount. There is a second axis of intervention that I cut because I have a tendency to go long, but because of the presentations that we've seen so far, I think is that you all will find interesting. The treated group only also received a technology for information provision. Every single member had access to a web portal that they could look at the current prevailing price and their current up to 15-minute real-time usage. Some of the households had an in-home display in addition to the portal, so that would be an iPad hanging out on their, mounted on the wall. Some of the houses had instead a programmable control thermostat. It's a little bit less sophisticated than a Nest. This was done in 2011. Then that thermostat could respond to either the prevailing price or the time of day. And then a final group had access to all of the information provision technology. I bring this up because most RCTs that I've seen since published since 2005 will not impose a price without some way of letting the consumer know how much it costs, because otherwise the consumers don't respond. And this is just a way to gouge them. So with the information provision, however, we do find a fairly serious increase in responsiveness the more you allow information and especially automation to help the consumer respond. And all of my results today will display just the programmable control thermostat. So I'll be talking about automation with the time of use price, but the results are available for the rest. In addition to 15-minute increments of 15-minute kilowatt hour measurements, I've got 21 zip codes and 38 monitoring stations across those zip codes from, I first downloaded from Wonderground, but then they closed their API, so I had to redo it with Dark Sky. And then I'm gonna pair this with administrative data sets from FERC and the EPA, where we'll be looking at the entire Southwest Power Pool grid, that interconnection, to find the grid demand and the total amount of emissions associated with power plants matching that grid demand. Finally, the utility, which will remain unnamed, has the locational marginal price for the nodes in its service area, so I can get a cost associated with the abated demand, with the load shifting, whether positive or negative. I can find out how much that change in consumption costs. So in economics, we often have a regression model that's a difference in difference. So the treated units are labeled with a 1 on where D counts as 1 and 0 if they were untreated. And in a fairly straightforward regression controlling for 4th or 5th degree splines of weather, we find an hourly treatment effect that exhibits definite load shifting in the morning, on medium, high, and critical price days, and definite load shifting in the evening after the price turns off, and a steadily increasing demand response is a function of how much the price went up. 11 cents, 23 cents, 46 cents. I went to a bit of trouble to make sure that the bootstrap standard errors are correct, but the sorts of ambush questions that economists ask are different than the questions engineers have asked today. I think it's worth discussing in brief the data, the emissions data. This comes from every single power plant in the EPA continuous emissions monitoring system that has 25 megawatt hours of capacity or greater. I track the carbon dioxide, nitrous oxides, and sulfur dioxide emissions. I've only included the greenhouse gases since the sulfur dioxide is local and still a bit harder to track. Carbon and NOx actually follow roughly the same profile over the day, and then sulfur peaks a little later. But what I find important is that because we have renewables operating during the day, any sort of demand shift away results in a higher marginal emissions. So it will be more costly to run, environmentally costly to run your washing machine. It's a fairly straightforward statistical model. We have a fixed effect for each hour, and then we're just looking at total grid demand and total grid emissions. So the gamma coefficient gives the relationship. And then results. So on a medium price day, a given household will emit on average 1 fewer pound of carbon, 1 less pound of carbon. These are a little bit noisy in this iteration of the results because I've averaged together all of the price days on the emissions side. So the more recent results are running as we speak. But what I think is most important is that there is a trend, especially in the NOx, that the higher prices are associated with a bigger drop of emissions. You can, since there were more medium price days than critical price days, you can compute, in effect, the number of cars taken off the road over the course of the entire summer. If you assume that the entire state of Texas received every household in the entire state of Texas received the program, and even then, it's only 100,000 cars removed. There are more cars than that in New York City. So while it's true that the load shifting effects are statistically significant, the emissions effects end up being relatively small. And this is because the effect of any given house is very small. Like the marginal emissions associated with meeting a single household demand is very small. And if you buy a little bit during the morning hours, that is not enough to outweigh the very significant decrease during the expensive time of the day, peak. So this analysis is nearly done. I basically am tightening up the error bounds because you can group the days in summer into a specific kind of day. The utility only calls a critical price event when they think demand is going to be very high. So by carefully targeting the sort of days that are likely to have to activate peaker plants, the utility can maximize emission reduction and cost savings without having to do too much onerous price manipulation for the consumers. So the idea of manipulating consumers by controlling price is the topic of the second chapter of my dissertation. And the word that I want to use is incentive compatibility. And this, in a sense, we just want to make sure that a person who's voluntarily opting into the program has not made a mistake. And to that end, I'm going to use the idea of consumer surplus, which is just the difference between the price that they were willing and able to pay, given by the demand line, and the price that they actually paid. So when the price goes down, they were willing and able to pay up to A, and now they're paying a lower price, so they receive G as a welfare increase, and they also buy more, so they receive AFB as a welfare increase as well. The process repeats except with a loss. The price goes up, and since the price increase is up to 400%, but during the peak hours, but there are fewer peak hours than off-peak hours where the price has fallen, I want to make sure I'm computing whether this particular time of use price is well balanced. Is it revenue increasing or decreasing? And the way to do that would ideally be to compare for every given household their consumption at A and their consumption at B, but we only ever observe a household at a single price. We can't see what the household would consume at their alternate price because there's differences in weather, there's differences in appliance usage. Some I've excluded people that move, but from one year to the next, there's important differences. So to get around that, I impute the counterfactual. So we know how much consumption every household used in 2010, where they were all on the standard tariff. And then we know the control group, how much they used in 2011 when they're still on the standard tariff. And we can use the relationship between a treated household within the K row and the untreated households during the pre-treatment phase to impute what that treated household would have done in 2011. This idea of vertical regression just has, we put a weight on each of these households, and we say that the treated household K can be predicted as a linear combination of the untreated household using the weights that we learned in the first period. There's a more complex version that I actually implement using nuclear norm regularization. Economists are late to the game in using machine learning for causal inference, but we're getting there. So a second approach to this problem that actually has outperformed in this small sample the current bigwig method is nearest neighbor prediction using dynamic time warping. So by identifying the nearest, in 2010, the pre-treatment data, by identifying the nearest 25 or so neighbors and then taking the median of those in the treatment period, I compute actually a better imputation, a better guess for this unobserved counterfactual than the more elaborate matrix completion method that I described first. But in order to do that, it involves a little bit of a smoothing algorithm, and it's still a real headache. So K nearest neighbors is in development. The elasticity treatment is still fairly rudimentary. In this paper, I assume a constant elasticity, so you have a curve that's very parametrically defined. Neural network is capable of solving this non-parametrically. Coding that is this summer's project. So once we get all of that out of the way, we can compute the change in consumer surplus for every single household, every one of my 480 treated households at different price levels. So the first low peak price, the consumer surplus had to go up because the price dropped from 8 cents to 4 cents. And we know there's a fairly wide variation in how much how much of a benefit per hour this price drop gave each household. The outliers are the ones that consumed a lot of additional electricity because of the price drop. By contrast, when the price jumps during the afternoon, we see that we lose as much as $1 of consumer welfare per hour at this very high price. And by aggregating for this particular household over the course of the day, we can find out whether that household would voluntarily opt in to a time of use price of this particular setup. I've done that computation on average using, not on average, I've done that computation and then averaged the household responses and found that the change in consumer surplus is positive or zero. This is statistically different from zero for all of the price ranges except for when the price goes up 400%. So what that implies is that the utility has actually lowered the price during the off hours by more than enough to compensate the customers for getting gouged during the peak hours. And since, as you saw, there were only 12 critical price days, over the course of an entire summer, every single household in their service area receives, on average, a $4.50 transfer payment. So this is problematic in the sense that this particular time of use setup was revenue decreasing for the utility. It dropped the average revenue the average price per kilowatt hour from 8.6% on average down to 7.5. So it's almost a cent reduction in kilowatt hours, and this is bad for the utility but good for the consumers. By combining the results of the emissions and the consumer welfare study, we can find out whether this program is socially beneficial in net. That would involve a cost of carbon, essentially. So the overall welfare study is not quite complete, but by going through it on both the utility supply side, looking at emissions and the cost to produce the electricity, as well as the consumer side, looking at it's not just their electricity bill, it's their welfare in an economic sense. We can see whether a time of use price of this extremity is socially beneficial or not. And it provides a roadmap to evaluate or put a bound on future time of use rates. The important takeaway, I think, is that the consumer surplus effects are unambiguously positive. They're fairly precisely estimated on the household level with a wide variation. So that gives room to do more aggressive targeting of households that are likely to respond to the prices. And that way the utility can optimize their revenue while still attracting volunteers. And I think that's about my time.
Thank you.
Wasn't quite able to determine, do you only talk about consumers deferring their usage? Because part of it, you talk about stability, but predictability both for producers and the consumers. So if they would pre-use instead of defer using, how does that change?
So there's both. The question is, as I take it, is the difference between deferring and conservation.
No. Electricity is expensive at 10 in the morning. Instead of doing it in the afternoon, you did it earlier in the day because you knew it was going to be expensive later in the day, so you used the electricity earlier. Not conservation, just doing it ahead of time.
Okay, yeah, so doing it ahead of time is the There is, yeah. I think the best answer to that question is by staying in the full screen mode. There we go. So we do see some evidence that people are using more in the morning, and that's the load shift. The welfare effect of that is that they're getting free money. So that is an unambiguous increase in welfare, because instead of costing 8 cents, it costs 4 cents. In terms of emissions, that is a small increase in emissions, but it's outweighed by the benefit of not doing it. It's outweighed by the savings later in the day. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Did they know the price was going to be higher later in the day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you actually overlay the demand shift that I created and over the because of the renewables and their negative impact, I suppose, to greenhouse gas emissions. If, on the other hand, the load shift didn't look like that, but was inverted to show more during the low carbon arena,
yeah,
would you see a much bigger savings in carbon emissions?
So yes, you could target the marginal emission savings, but only in the case that there was curtailment of a solar or wind renewable resource. So if the solar power plant is already being used at max capacity, then during the day that would have to be, the additional demand would be met by a peaker plant, which is environmentally very costly.
True, but as long as there was enough, then it's actually better for those peaks to have occurred, at least greenhouse gas emission ones.
Yeah,
in the time frame where the renewables were.
Yeah, the peaks can be, we could design a time of use price to optimize renewable capacity. Yes, currently they do not. Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that obviously the customers don't understand what kind of uses, they're going to have a hard time following it. And you mentioned earlier that they had a web portal, and some of them had in-home devices, and some of them had programmable thermostats. I'm not sure I caught it. So I think that these results are only for the programmable thermostats, or my general idea, however, is did you find any differences in terms of the amount of information that they got and or how often they were accessing the in-home device or the web portal? Were they actually learning from it over time, or were they just kind of looking at it once and going, oh, yeah, I'll do that?
So the question is about the information provision technologies and the usage, and the answer is that I could not look at how frequently they got into the web portal, but we can look at the drift over the summer of what the air conditioner seems to be doing. So if the consumer continues to engage with the smart thermostat, there's a little bit of evidence of drop off, that over the course of the summer, they get sick of being hot during the afternoon and dial back their conservation response. That is only detectable for the programmable control thermostat people. I don't see it for the in-home display.
Is this study based purely on consumer behavior response to the time of use rate? Would the result change if you had automatic demand response, automatic load management for the time of use schedule, where the customer doesn't have to do anything and maybe even doesn't have to opt in because the direct install program, or much larger scale and more of an opt-out approach than an opt-in approach?
So the question is about an automatic automated demand response with a opt-out instead of an opt-in. And I think it's clear that an opt-out would, just by inertia, more people would participate. These results on the screen right now are the programmable, they are automated, and there is a factory default that has a bit of a reduction. Whether a more totalitarian approach from the utility would drive additional dropouts is not clear to me. But if you do it for them, at least at first, yes, there would be a bigger response. You've had one. Can you guess?
Question? Yeah. Could you analyze it or keep track of the group's professional meeting? Do they work at home? Do they work in the office? You know, are they able to actually be home? Do they able to turn on a device to take advantage of a lower utility rate? Did they even care what air conditioning costs were since they were at the office and they could turn the thermostat up to 80 for 8 continuous hours?
So I have a bit of demographic data, and the lowest income consumers respond the most, as do, on a percentage basis, the lowest percentile usage. So the 10th percentile of usage has the largest demand response. As for whether or not people are at home, I have a separate disaggregation project that might be able to detect whether they're turning on a television or something. But since it's 15-minute observations instead of 1 minute or less, it's going to be noisy to get at that at best. So the answer really is no, but I can take a stab at it. Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on the next speaker, Paul.
Do you know which
Yeah.
we can, yeah, to get access.
Yeah, on the text.
I think that's just, no, that's yours. That should be that one right there.
This one.
Yep. So good afternoon. We're getting close to the end, but that means this is the best part of the day, right? You always keep the best for the end. That's why Alex is last. So everybody looked at this agenda, right? All right, but look at the back. If you look at these pictures, there's some pretty good, those are some pretty good looking people here. Although I do have to tell GP that he's left off half of my career, so you can keep the picture, but we'll add some of the other stuff I used to do. I've been fortunate in my career with Edison to be able to work with quite a few of our customers. In the old days, what's not listed here, I was able to work with companies like Fender Guitar and Callaway and Steelcase. So this was the 90s when it was about, anybody want to guess? Customer retention because of smog in the basin and VOCs and the environment, and that electric technologies are more better than other ways to do things. In those days, we liked radio frequency and infrared and those sorts of things as alternatives to natural gas, but it feels very similar in today's environment. It really does. So we're going to stop talking about the little stuff. We're going to start talking about end uses that matter. I mean, that are big, right? GP and I have had a number of discussions along the way that, who remembers what SESAME stands for? Clean
Clean Energy Smart Manufacturing Innovation Institute. So the whole idea of using artificial intelligence and sensors and cameras and whatever to make the worker more capable of doing their job and hopefully reducing energy and improving safety. So I've always told them, you can play around in those small manufacturing sites, but let's see about applying it in a facility like Alex and his company have. So just a little background on Edison, just in case you don't know who we are. Everybody know who we are? Maybe I'll just keep going. It's all in the green except for this. The big blob in the middle of Los Angeles, that's Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. But so we have most of Southern California up to about Visalia and parts in Tulare County and Ventura County and that sort of thing. These numbers are from 2015, so they're a little bit old, but you can see our history has been, we've had a long relationship with the California Energy Commission and the Public Utilities Commission regarding saving energy and helping our customers reduce the costs of their usage. So as far as cooling goes, and I've been concentrating on this for, I was talking to Tom in the back, since about 2011, when a company in downtown LA said, I've got this new low charge ammonia technology I want you to look at. So, and at that time, the SNAP regulator, I wasn't quite SNAP at that point, but the feds were looking at ways to reduce the uses of HFCs and HCFCs, and then the state of California looking for alternatives. I thought at that time, this is a really good idea. It's an alternative for those synthetics. And then you'll see these other assembly bills and Senate bills that the state has developed that, at least as a utility, we use as drivers for finding solutions for our customers that are impacted by them. So, and this is for Edwin with our company right here, if you don't know him. It's nice to have so many people from Edison here so I can pick on them if I want to. But the Emerging Technologies program within our company, and Edwin manages that program and now has the oversight for the entire state, right? So, well, you'll find out more about that later, I guess, maybe in another seminar or workshop. Anyway, we developed technology priority maps to support the idea of working with our customers in different areas. So we have 6 of them, and the ones that involve cooling, these are out of order. The ones that involve cooling and the one that I helped develop has to do with this technology map. And as you can see, we see these sorts of end users as impacted by the technologies. Now, that's not to say they're the only ones. Other engineers with our company are looking at similar approaches with end users that use air conditioning and ventilation and things like that. So this talk today is going to concentrate mostly about refrigeration and process cooling. But this is the general areas that we see these applicable to. One of the areas is to research and help develop the local global warming potential refrigerants, and then trying to help get them into the market transformation piece. So one of the interesting situations here is because, for example, the first technology that we've taken a good hard look at is low charge ammonia. It has started in the industrial space, but is now proceeding to move into the commercial space, which means eventually possibly walk-ins. It's certainly been used in supermarkets so far as a primary side, along with a CO2 secondary. But the idea is ammonia has a GWP number of 1, and replacing something like R22, which has an 1800 GWP, or 404A or 507A, which are about 4,000, 3,800. So what does that mean? That's just what I mentioned, cross-cutting opportunities. We've had a number of efforts looking at supermarkets. Obviously, I like refrigerated warehouses, food processing, manufacturing, and food service, et cetera. One of the things that's happened during our evaluations in this space is the development of the food processing investment program, which has to do with GHG reduction in food processing facilities. So if you look at the bottom three bullets are synthetics that are being replaced. So this is a thermal efficiency for those materials. And then ammonia, you can see, is better than them. One that I didn't put on here, which I should have, is propane is actually about or a little bit better than ammonia in the temperature ranges we're talking about. And what does that mean? It means minus 10 degrees Fahrenheit, about 35 degrees Fahrenheit and above. Okay, not anything much lower than minus 20 or so degrees Fahrenheit. So one of the reasons I mentioned propane is, if you can see, if you look at this, is the cover sheet on an effort we did back in 2015. The report was completed in 2016. So how many people know what that is in that picture? And we're not cooling wood, really. That's not the way you would see it in the store, okay? So that is a freezer case. Did anybody shop at Aldi's? Nobody from out east here. They are in California, believe it or not. But so this is affectionately known as a coffin case or a bunker case. That is a self-contained piece of equipment. It's very efficient. It's got propane as the refrigerant. We evaluated this product. This happened to be made by an Austrian company. And we tested it back in 2015 in conjunction with Whole Foods and EPRI. Actually, EPRI was involved. So the interesting thing now is, because of the way things are developing and happening so quickly, that the largest air conditioning manufacturer in the world has purchased AHT. You know who that is? GP? No, that's Daikin Corporation. They just built a brand new facility outside Houston, 420 some odd million campus facility there. They are the largest air conditioning company in the world, and they are proceeding to get into the supermarket business. And they see low GWP refrigerants as a solution. So anyway, we currently have in the low charge ammonia area, we have, I think there's seven different evaluations that have been completed or underway. You know, I know this slide was for an internal presentation, so it's a little bit dry. And so PULCA stands for packaged ultra low charge ammonia field evaluation. So you can figure this out. Low charge ammonia CO2 field evaluation. There's actually a unit down here in Irvine that's running, and several other ones. So if you look at the packaged low charge ammonia units, you can see the lower right corner. That is a unit that's actually in Southgate now. There's 6 of them on the roof of a about 100,000 square foot building. They are 60 feet long, roughly, about 8 feet wide, and about 9 or so feet tall. So now this is a package unit. So if you think about that, pretty good sized package unit, but that means the condenser and evaporator in the same box. There's a wall that separates them. But this unit is about 8 ounces per ton. So normal ammonia system design is 20 pounds per ton or so, maybe a little bit more. So one of the issues with ammonia is, as you can imagine, is safety, right? And as a utility, we regard safety as our #1 priority, right? In addition to energy efficiency. Although I can't, anyway, you know what I mean. So the low charge ammonia makes this natural refrigerant a very viable, safer system that's more efficient and can replace R22, 134A, 404A. So, and this is essentially the second effort we did. This is one of, actually Alex's company manages this facility in the Port of Long Beach. It's the newest warehouse there. 41% of all goods that come into the United States come in through Long Beach and LA, right? and then they end up on a truck and they're going somewhere from there. So this is one of the areas that the product goes to, okay? If you look at the picture on the top, that was the original design for the building with a large ammonia central plant system. And then the picture in the low left corner is each one of those package units on the roof. So. There's less than 500 pounds of ammonia on top of that building. So each one is well below the allowable limits. Okay, the other system that I wanted to mention that's in Irvine, this is with a company that makes rice desserts, Emiria, it's in Irvine. This is a Microsystems system, and it is an ammonia high side, CO2 low side system, and it basically is a walk-in freezer for their product. This is about 1.5 pounds per ton. This is a very good example as an alternative. We did a baseline evaluation with R507A, and the increase in efficiency was about 30%. So GWP reduction from 3,800 to 1. Okay, so definitely a good approach. And low charge ammonia means it's under the safety requirements for the fire department and the state. So everybody should like this one. This is an EPIC project. Sorry, this is an EPIC project up in Oakland. This is with EPRI. This is an ammonia glycol system. This also Microsystems setup. This is a sake plant in Oakland. This is Takara Sake, and they are replacing 448 system there. About 20% improvement, higher temperatures. A slightly different arrangement, but it's showing to be a really good installation as well. So everybody's familiar with what EPIC is. Don't ask me to remember the acronyms, please, but I know you can. Yeah. Anyway, as I mentioned, I think this is with EPRI, and we're supporting this project. It is up in Oakland, and we're looking for the results here shortly. One of the things to notice about this, and one thing I didn't mention earlier, is as in conjunction with the GHG considerations of lower GWP and energy efficiency and environmental impacts, in addition from that, we also are concerned about water consumption because of California climate zones. A lot of the hotter climates will require some sort of water cooling, whether it's adiabatic or cooling towers. This unit happens to be totally air cooled. So part of the way we work here, and part of the funding that we have, we not only do field evaluations, but we have found a good resource in Champaign, Illinois. In fact, Alex and I were there last week, and we're working on evaluating those package units in the laboratory. So remember the size of these units, and you can imagine the airflows involved. So 60 by 8 by 9 or so. This is Dr. Pega Herniak in the lower right corner. He's with Creative Thermal Solutions, and we are partnering with Lineage and Cypress and Danfoss and EPRI. And then the companies that I mentioned up here either have had their equipment evaluated there, or they will shortly. And so you got a Vapcold, which is out of Maryland, Maikawa out of Japan and Canada, Azane out of the UK, and Nexcold out of the United States, and Hill Phoenix. And the question mark is there's always somebody else. So also as part of our efforts, as you can appreciate, with manufacturers spending so much time in developing new technologies with these refrigerants, they also are putting controls, variable speed, everything, and they should be able to demonstrate good demand response capabilities. And so we do have a project with with the CEC as well, and another epic project at the Lineage facility in Long Beach for the time being. And that's about demonstrating flexible demand response. So about a year ago or so, this is July quote. So you see a bunch of handsome folks there too. I guess that's what this space is all about. So this is a picture on the roof at Long Beach with Senator Ricardo Lara from District 33. And this was part of his visit just before California signed into law the California Cooling Act. So we were showing this as an alternative to HFCs. And so we have CEC folks here, we have a bunch of Edison folks, the Senator and Lineage in support of this effort. So this is a good example of how we're working with the state and our customers to find effective solutions to the GHG question. All right, now next, ready to look for something else. Okay, so after we were out in Champaign last week, gentleman from Danfoss and I went to Camden, New Jersey, and we looked at the first transcritical CO2 warehouse in the country. It's about 70,000 square feet. It's actually on the site. I don't know how many years ago it was, but there was a large, I think about 3 buildings, large central ammonia plant that had an issue and caught on fire and was full of ham ready to go to the store. So it smelled like bacon in the neighborhood for a while, but it was not good, and it was for a variety of reasons. And it was a good example on how to look for solutions, or maybe there are solutions to large old ammonia plants that need to be cared for. So if you look behind the trees, maybe you can't see it, it's a little bit light in here. That's the condensing units for the CO2 units. Okay, this is about a 70,000 square foot building, and it's about 50 feet clear inside. And it's primarily minus 10 F inside, and it does have a tempering room and it's at 47, but for the most part, it's a freezer. So in the engine room, which is right next to where those condensers are these a bunch of these small CO2 compressors. And it's a clean engine room. It looks really pretty good. And so far, the energy numbers look pretty good. We're going to work with RLS and see if we can't share some of their data with them. But I'm very encouraged by what I'm seeing there. Obviously, CO2 doesn't have the same issues as ammonia. And there's some, question now as the advancement of the controls of those systems and those sorts of things, you're able to get the efficiencies close to ammonia, at least maybe. We'll see, but it does look encouraging. This slide's also for Alex. So you can see it's a pretty tall space in here. On the left, those racks, I think they're 2 deep, but they're bolted to the ground. The ones on the right are movable. So if you look down just past, you probably can't see this, but just past here, you'll see there's a space here. And there's also a space just to the right of where I was standing. But there's tracks in the concrete, and you can see them. They're below grade level, and they have sensors, and they basically will move those racks and allow you to get to the product that you're looking for. So the idea is that you would have some sort of barcode and be able to tell whatever it is you're trying to get. But it allows you to possibly, if that fits your storage needs, that you would be able to get more stuff in there. It's actually pretty it's not quite as scary once you see it happen, but looking at it, it's I mean, 45 feet tall. If you're standing in there looking up, I don't think a hard hat would help. All right, one of the other things that I thought was interesting, and this is there from the old plant, is that one of the other areas that we want to get into, in addition to continuing our efforts in low GWP refrigeration systems, is what can we do with the ETRUs. So if you look on the front of that Maersk container, that's a refrigeration unit that's diesel powered. And at this location, they are powered by the solar system, maybe not today, but or the day this was taken. But normally when it's parked there and it's during the day, that then they can provide power for those refrigeration units, so they don't have to run off the diesel fuel. So far, the estimates we've seen, and the savings are significant, and then you get the environmental benefits on top of that. So most trucks, even though the yellow tractor there doesn't, the trailer behind it doesn't have a reefer on it, but most of the trailers that go to these plants, they back into the dock and they run the refrigeration units as well. So ultimately, renewables like this, either in the parking area or on the roof, and then be able to plug in the refrigeration units while they're at the dock. And then we'll see from there whether we can power them over the road that way, but that's at least the initial intent. So this is intended to lead towards Alex's presentation. So one of the things that we realized, I mean, these new systems are cool. These new package systems can help with when you have a need to add blast freezing or additional capabilities to an existing building. But if you already have a refrigeration plant and it's ammonia, your GWP is good. It's just you have a lot of ammonia. So how can we help make that safe? But in addition to that, how can we control it? Can we add variable speed drives, different ways of managing the system? And Alex's company with his other scientists have done a significant amount of research in this area. And when we talked about it, I said, this is where we really need to look at now. And as an example, some of us were talking about the Oxnard plant. There's a Lineage plant in Oxnard that stores strawberries and squid in container. It's my favorite mix. That's what I have for dessert. A little raw squid. Anyway, so, but we're going to do a project together and demonstrate that their analytics showing performance curves for the equipment, different ways of managing the evaporator fans and the compressors, that they can make a significant amount of power available to the system when we need it. And they can use that big room full of frozen food for the battery, right? It's already built in. That's kind of cool too. So it's already built in, and then anyway, this is a summary of all the potential for all the facilities that are in our service territory. It's about 35 megawatts worth of power that can be made available. Here's an indication of where they are. As I said, the lighting in there is not very good, but I'm going to point anything else here. So this is Oxnard up here, Long Beach here, Riverside. We're going out there tomorrow, Mariloma, and then these ones that are kind of orphaned in Vernon. They don't really count, but because they're not in our service territory. But what was I going to say? Correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, right? Oxnard's #1 as far as energy consumption, Mariloma #2. So they're two biggest out of their fleet of 200 or so warehouses are right here with us. So we're going to work together to show the value of this distributed energy resource. All right, this is for Alex. So if you go up to their facilities in Alex's office is in San Francisco, and Elliot Woolf and Alex and those guys, the other guys, Alex and Jesse. If you look in the space, it's a bunch of bullets and airplanes and rocket ships, because they like airflow. So it's one thing to condition the air, it's another thing to get it to where it needs to be. So the question actually for everybody in the room is, based on current events, which airplane would you want to be flying on? So. Well, no, you don't, because that's the 737 MAX that I was riding on from Tampa earlier this year. So, and the other one's the 787 back from New York on Saturday. So that's actually a pretty cool airplane. Anyway, so that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Questions?
Oh, do you see a sesame pie with this stuff that Alex is presenting?
Well, yeah, I already told you, yes. I mean, we'll see if it happens. I don't want it to hold up what's going on, but it's really a good idea. You know, door openings and closures and coordinating what you're doing, it might make sense. It certainly would be an easy way to demonstrate certain things, but we'll see. I mean, I'd like to explore it with Lineage. Okay. Yes.
Well, what efficiencies do you see with CO2 in cooling? Because I think at least in small systems, that it doesn't perform that well in cooling mode. So,
yeah, the jury's out on that. The reason that we were looking at what was going on, Carnot has supposedly come up with some new approaches for the way they're doing things. CO2 has been, yeah, in cooling it's a little less attractive. The other thing is cost. The cost seems to be coming down. The efficiencies are going up, depending on whether you're using water or not. I mean, there's some variables though. The attractive part is they're pretty simple. I mean, Danfoss and their ejector technology has helped in some cases. So the answer is, that's why we started with ammonia. Ammonia overall has some qualities that are more forgiving, at least from the performance standpoint. And we'll see. We are going to definitely take a look at it. One of Lineage's competitors, U.S. Cold Storage, is building a CO2 plant in Turlock, and it's going to be a medium temperature plant. So I'm going to see what we can do as far as measuring and talking to them. They've already indicated they would work with us. So it's encouraging. As I said, you look at the size of this engine room compared to some of the other ones, it has some attractiveness to it. So, okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Paul.
thank you.
Let's see. Hiding somewhere. Where is this guy? Must be hiding.
So you're gonna have to do this one?
Yeah, sorry. Here, there's a PDF. And then, let's see. Oh, this guy?
No, the PDF is.
Do you have the PowerPoint? I could do the PDF. The images are nice.
One of them.
Yeah, it'd be nice because I have some videos if we do the PowerPoint, but no worries, we'll start with the PDF. Okay. So there, thanks everybody. Paul's quite the hype man, so we'll see how I measure up to this. Let's see if I can get into presenter mode here. I have some nice movies, but I'm just going to show the PDF and see what happens. So my name's Alex. I work for Lineage Logistics, which is a big warehousing company. We're only 10 years old, 11 years old now. So there's a reason you haven't heard of us. We're also not consumer facing. So that's another reason you haven't heard of us. But I'm hoping that maybe we'll be kind of the spearhead for industry coming to the table.
And the bigger point of all this is I'm actually just an academic mole who's gone to the dark side. So I'm reaching out my hand. If you ever want to run experiments at the industrial scale, please reach out. So I'm going to talk about joining the dark side a little bit. And then I'm going to explain what Lineage is, and I'm going to explain what we've been doing. Okay, so coming out of grad school, I just did a PhD in applied physics in 2014, and it was academia or bust is what it felt like. And I just want to, if you're a grad student, there are many other options out there, and they're all great, even though it might not seem, it seems like kind of dirty, but it's actually it's great. So the way I'd recommend thinking about this, I talk at a lot of universities, so this is why I bring this up. What do you want to solve? How do you want to do it? And for me, it was waste reduction, and I wanted to create and implement technologies. So when you're in grad school, all these people come, and it's like, hey, come be a business consultant, come be a data scientist, all this stuff. There's pros and cons to each. I ended up kind of doing a mix of everything. And so I'm a data scientist for a frozen warehousing company, which is a very odd job. Let me tell you what we do. So this is just a pure waste reduction technique. You have a pig. If you cook a baby back rib in the 4th of July, you will waste the rest of the pig. If you take a Christmas ham, you will waste the rest of the pig. So what you do is you take the pig, freeze it, and then you use both. We do this for lots of people. This is what the facilities look like. They're just kind of big boxes at first. This is our new facility in Oakland, California. Trucks come in and out, and then in the center there, trains go in and out. And this lots of stuff moves through here. It's unbelievable. I'll show you in a second. When you go inside, it's quite boring. On the left side, it's just a bunch of pallets sitting there, kind of like what Paul was showing. I can't show you room temperature, but I can convey it. It's 0 degrees Fahrenheit or lower. And the reason the facilities are cold is because you stop anaerobic decay and things like that. It's like a time machine for food. And then the engine room's pretty cool. A bunch of moving pipes and stuff like that. So figuring that out is quite neat. We're a lot of places. This is an old map. We've grown a lot since this map was made. 26 states, 200 warehouses, Europe. We're kind of everywhere now. And here's some high-level facts. We have about 1/3 of the US frozen food supply, not the full food supply. We use a lot of energy, and we spend a lot of money on it. So day one, let's go to work. I'm gonna do all this great stuff. Close the door, for God's sakes. It's 80 degrees outside. It's 0 degrees in the freezer. I'm way overqualified for this job. Okay, cool. But this plot, there's a nice plot I have here, but it's a CFD simulation showing that air comes in. And then I have a movie explaining, but essentially you have to quantify this. So close the door. Well, why? I can move things in and out faster if the door is open, and that means we'll be more efficient, we'll make more money. It's like, yeah, but there's also the minus sign of the energy savings. And so then you're like, well, I know what I'll do. I'll just put automatically closing doors. What are you gonna do with that? And then they'll just put scan guns in front of the IR reader, and they'll just jam them open. Great. And it's like, okay, well, now I'm gonna monitor the state of the door with this little, essentially it's a Opto22 unit. It looks like an industrial Raspberry Pi. I'm gonna write some code, and then I'm gonna plot the state of the door. And anytime the door's open for more than 5 minutes, I'm just gonna send an email to you and your boss. And so that's what that thing does, automatically sends it out. It's on all the doors. So it's like the measure to manage problem. We're not even close to energy grid stabilization at this point. We're just closing the doors. Okay, and by the way, once you have this data, you can do all sorts of fun stuff with it. You can actually compute the savings from this. Instead of just guessing what they may be or inferring, I can tell you what the actual savings are, which is nice. And this is how you unlock capital and go take something that's very unsexy, like the thing on the left, to a beautiful new blue door on the right. And then SCE will give you money for it, which is great too. Thank you for that, by the way. So we're hitting at a deeper truth, what's going on, and how do you unlock, telling you guys I'm a mole. So as a mole, you got to speak the language of corporate finance. So the language is cash flow. And that's what EBITDA is, earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, amortization. It's just cash flow. You can't hide how much money's coming in and out the door. And Lineage's cash flow is pretty straightforward. It's the price that we charge for our good, which is storing stuff, times the amount of stuff we store, which is the quantity, minus the two biggest cost centers, power and labor. So we're talking about power specifically now. And then within power, how much money do we spend? Well, it's analogous to a car. Thermal work, how many joules did you remove from the building, or watts, whatever you want to call them, which is analogous to how many miles your car drove. The efficiency, how many kilowatts electrical did it take you to affect a kilowatt thermal, which is like the miles per gallon of a car. And then the price, what's the price of fuel? So let's specifically, I was asked to talk about energy storage. I could talk to you about all sorts of other things, but energy storage specifically, let's just take this is the first case we did. It was essentially just a toy model. 120,000 square foot, 1 megawatt facility, Macon, Georgia, real-time pricing, no demand charge, should be straightforward. Look at the intraday price swings, 40x, no demand charge. This is insane. And we're just riding right through it. Constant energy usage. So then you go back and you're like, wait a second. There's lots of cold food on the left. We're using a bunch of power on the right. Maybe I could treat the food like a thermal battery. The only constraint is that the temperature needs to be lower than 0 degrees Fahrenheit. There's no rule about how I do that because this is already frozen. Food freezes at 32, maybe a little lower, 28. I'm already way below freezing. Thermal expansion is essentially negligible. This is fine. So here's what we do. On the left, we're just riding through peak hours. On the right, we just overcool when rates are cheap and turn off when rates are expensive. This is a cute idea, but how do you do it? You need a thermal model. This is what physicists do. The simplest model you can come up with is a warehouse. It's just got food and air in it, and there's some coupling coefficient between them, alpha, and then there's heat coming in watts, and there's heat going out with refrigeration in watts. You can just write a differential equation on the left, which just describes how they change as respect to time, and then you solve that, and you get a constant, a linear, and exponential. This is how I expect the temperature, the air, and the food to change over time with this toy model. Oh, there's details. So what if I'm only measuring one temperature in the warehouse, maybe in the center? It's not always true, but maybe a few temperature points. But if there's a hot spot in the corner that I didn't think of, well, then I'm going to ruin that food and get people sick. That's unacceptable. So I'm going to deploy 175 temperature sensors that report their temperature in 10-minute intervals, and then I'm going to make temperature maps and make sure that no matter what, the food will never get compromised. Okay, so now we can run experiments. This is where it gets fun. You go to the engineer in Macon, Georgia, and you say, I want you to turn on your warehouse for 15 hours. And he's like, you're crazy. Absolutely not. And then you offer him a Bud Light, and he'll turn on the warehouse. Then, a little later, I want you to turn everything off. And he's like, I thought you were crazy before. Now you're really nuts. This thing's supposed to be maintained cold. No way. 2 Bud Lights, and you can get him to turn it off for 8 hours. And if you look at the average temperature versus time, and I also have the plots for the max distribution, everything else, we never go above the constraint. Look at the fit function that we have from the earlier differential equation. It just perfectly works. Holy shit. This thing is just a big battery. This is it's an overdamped harmonic oscillator. It's just an RC circuit. So now I can take the mathematics for an RC circuit and then apply it to this physical system. I know you have to be smart about it for the most part. What are the expensive hours of the day? I can turn off for 8. I'll just rank them and then not choose for those, not cool those hours. Experimental results at first were not so elegant, but they turned out. So you also have to have safety nets in here, because what if I actually need to cool for 9 hours instead of 8 and I underestimated? Well, you have to put safety nets, and that's what that red dotted line is. We're actually much below 0 when I ran this experiment. So if things get too hot, which kind of happens up here, the system catches itself and says, no, you're getting too hot. I don't care what you're trying to do with energy scheduling. You have to keep it cold. And then I just picked the cheap hours, and then we ran. And so you can see the gray shaded areas are the variable rates. There's not a lot of variation in November when I ran this, but it's representative. And then the pink is the power consumption. So we're using more energy when the rates are high and less when the rates are low. But you can see I'm overcooling the building because the temperatures are dropping over time. So something's not right. There needs to be a feedback system here so that it knows, uh-oh, you're overcooling. So now we're going to go to the big leagues. This was minor A base, single A baseball. Let's go to the majors. Majors look like Lineage Logistics in Miraloma, which is a 700,000 square foot facility that uses 4 megawatts, second largest power consumer in the portfolio, $2.2 million annual power bill. It's got time of use and demand rates, and the demand rates are really, really tricky. If you're not familiar with the demand charge, but very briefly, it's akin to a speeding ticket. And you can get different speeding tickets at different times of the day. So for the entire month, the most energy instantaneously, over a 15-minute interval, the highest kilowatt draw or megawatt draw, you get a charge for that. And then during different times of the day, sub-times, you'll get additional charges for that. So if I were to try and do something very simple, which is just cool when rates are cheap, I'm actually going to set my demand charge because I think I'm going to save on the usage rates, but then I'll peak in my demand rates. And demand counts for 50% of our energy costs, so I can't just ignore it. So what are we going to do? We're going to have to juggle. The way you juggle is you send these problems to computers. We absolutely cannot juggle like this as humans. So there's these great tools called convex optimizers. And what they do is if you formulate a problem in the convex framework, it guarantees you two things. First thing is the solver will always find a solution. It won't say, I failed, I don't have anything for you. The second thing it will give you is that solution will always be the mathematically optimum solution or as good as any other solution, as good as any other optimal solution. So you massage this thing into the convex framework, which I'll show you a little bit of the code. I mean, this is like a toy model of it. Put in the initial temperature, you put in the min and max bounds, you're allowed to vary temperature, T, temperature of the food, TF, you're allowed to vary the power consumption, which is what I want to know. Your objective or your cost is the element-wise multiplication, which is just the hourly usage times the hourly rate, plus the demand charge, which is this max function on the right, times the demand rate D. Your objective is to minimize that. Given the constraints, can't let temperature go out of whack, can't use more than 100% power, can't use less than 0% power, and make sure you use that differential equation we had from earlier. And then the great thing is you just hit problem.solve and it will solve it for you. I wish I had this for my PhD. I would have just problem.solved it and would be out. So here's what it comes back with. On the top is the energy rates. These are time of use rates, SoCal Edison. There's a flat demand charge, remember. It will give me the middle temperature schedule, which is what it wants to push, the temperature set points it recommended for each of the rooms of varying sizes that corresponded to the power usage in the bottom panel. And you can see it didn't want to exceed that blue dash line because it knew it would have set a new demand charge. But at the same time, it did play within the constraints and use power when rates are cheap. You can see during this weekend period, there's a nice lull and the facility goes as pretty much all out, trying to consume power within the bounds. Now, another good lesson learned is what we call the pina colada principle, meaning the problem isn't solved until you can go drink pina coladas on the beach and it's still working. So this is how you go talk to people in San Francisco and they're like, oh yeah, no problem, we do all sorts of cloud stuff. So this is how the algorithm works now. Temperature set points are being pushed to multiple facilities as we're talking and as I'm talking, and it's not worried about it. So you get the rates from the grid that needs to be sent to the algorithm. You go get the conditions from the facility, which tell you the conditions of the RC circuit or the state of the RC circuit. It then tells you, here's the optimum cooling schedule. You then send that to the facility, it ingests it, refrigeration system runs, spits out a ton of data, 3,200 fields coming in 1-minute intervals out of that system, goes back here and then back in again. So it's just a big loop and off it goes. Here's what the results look like. Instead of showing temperature, because that's not very intuitive, I've shown actual thermal watts coming out of the building. So here's the amount of thermal energy being removed from the freezers by room, they're color coded. And that corresponds, sorry, that's a pattern. And that corresponds to electrical load on the compressors in units of kilowatts electrical. By the way, no one else has had this type of data. So we're actually the first people, as far as I know, to be able to plot the efficiency of the system over time. Most other people just guess, oh yeah, this system is 30% efficient. I can tell you as a function of time what the ratio of the kilowatt thermal to kilowatt electrical is, meaning I know the efficiency of this engine, which is cool, by the way. And then here are the rates on the bottom. So we got off the SCE, TOU-8, BIP, whatever it was, and we got on direct access, which has nice variable rates and a demand charge of $19. And so this is what the compressor power draw was to minimize costs given that rate structure. Patented, which was cool. We can do better. Instead of pushing temperature set points, my real goal is to get a power draw from the facility. So right now I'm kind of just setting it and hoping that those temperature set points correspond to the optimum power. But you can do better, which is you send the power draw to each of the rooms and say, I want you to use that much power at that time of the day. Adjust whatever you need to within some safety constraints to do that. And so this is, we've called this the Otter. It has a cute little acronym. And so the blue line is what the facility, what the algorithm wanted the facility to use. And this is the best that the evaporators in each of the room could achieve. So it's not perfect, but we're optimizing the thing we want to optimize. And then the facility kind of adjusts around it. And this is optimizing every 10 minutes. This saved a ton of money. So 2016, volume went up 57% at the facility, rates went up 9.9%. We would have been in the $3 million range, but we did this technique. We put in new doors, as I said. We also did a bunch of other stuff, which is great. And this saved us around $1 million for this one facility alone per year. Other cool things you can do. If I have solar on the roof, I can leverage the two technologies together. I can put my load under the solar. Okay, cool. So if I just was able to turn off this facility for 10 hours, save 19%. If I had solar, I'd be able to save 34% on the bill. If I leverage them together, I can actually get close above 50%. So that's fun. This is what I'm really excited about. In certain markets, you can lock in at the day ahead price and settle on the real-time market rate. So I know the day ahead market rate. I send that to the optimizer. It says, here's the hours I want you to use. Then when the 5-minute spot market comes up, I can then respond hours 3, 4, and 5, a tree blew down a node, and the grid is in a state of panic and the real-time market rates are high. Well, I can actually help. So I will not use that right to use electricity that I had. I will curtail my usage and then I'll sell that back to the grid. It will automatically happen and it will settle at the spot market price. So I can actually turn this cost center into a profit center by providing utility to the grid cosmically. So that's pretty fun. I don't know how much time I have left, but I'll talk about blast freezing. This shows up every morning in Oxnard, California. This is strawberries. What are you going to do with that? It all needs to get frozen. It's 75°F. So some dude in the 70s decided just make a space that holds everything. Cool. So now here's a magic cold box that makes things cold magically. The issue is the airflow is just completely inhomogeneous over this thing. It was just designed to hold it. It wasn't designed to freeze it evenly, and we're running a 3-legged race. I can't take this like a garage. You load up the garage, and then the last pallet to freeze is when you take everything out. So even though I have excellent airflow on the bottom left, I actually have really poor airflow on the top right, on the top left. So what are we doing here? So we kind of leveraged computational fluid dynamics techniques. This is why we have lots of airplanes in the office. And we did a new design, which is just wind tunnels. Wind tunnels are great at homogenizing airflow. And then you put louvers in the back. You measure the velocity with an anemometer. You measure the temperature coming out of the pallets with temperature sensors in and out. And then you just have them automatically adjust. And so this is the new blast cell we made in Oxnard. We built it. There's actually there's a row of pallets above here that you can't see. So when the pallets get put on a little, I don't know, what do you want to call it, a wooden slat, and then loaded, and so they kind of create their own wind tunnels. That way you can safely load it and unload it. By the way, if you want to just turbocharge it and you have only a very few number of pallets, you can do that. Or if some pallets came in hot, you can go address them and give them more juice. So this system's kind of nice. It's a really simple feedback loop that runs this. So here are what the results look like. We put temperature sensors in certain pallets at the core. because we care about how the core freezes. So those are the very faint lines that you can see. And then I shaded in the min-max range. And so there were pallets that weren't freezing in 100 hours in the old cell. The average was somewhere around 80 hours. And in the new cell, I don't know, that's the longest one's going to roll over sometime around 65 hours, and the average is down to 50. So just by rejiggering the airflow, we've increased the asset utilization 40%. Also, that was nice. No one had really thought about the box design. This isn't sexy work, but it's important. So I go and I call the paper manufacturer, International Paper, and I'm like, dude, why are these boxes built like tanks? He's like, oh, I didn't know they were supposed to be frozen. Holy shit. Okay, let's open up some holes. So you go in and open up holes. I have a nice CFD that, run some simulations, rejigger the pallets. And just by changing the product design, you can go from 175 hours for this product down to 30, 31 average. And I don't know, the maxes are longer than that. So that's just kind of being more thoughtful about the process. Let's flywheel the blast freezer. So remember, I just put all the pallets in the big room and freeze them. There's a nice CFD that I will skip. I think this is one of my last slides. This is a brand new one. Paul needs to see some new slides, so I gave him one. Essentially, if you just run the thing all out the entire time, that's the black state, and it's the on state on the very top. You'll get the black line out, meaning it will freeze in 60 hours. This is a simulation, mind you. This is not experimental results. If you turn the blast freezer off for 15 hours between hour 33 and 48, it only takes you 7.5 hours longer to freeze. It doesn't take you 15 hours longer to freeze. And then if I pulse between hours 33 and hours 60, meaning I'm turn off for 3 hours, turn on for 3 hours, then it only takes me 3.5 hours longer to freeze. So we can start leveraging this asset as a demand response asset. Even though ostensibly it's hot and needs to be frozen, the system needs to thermally equilibrate, right? So you can give it some time. You can set up a huge gradient and then give it some time to equilibrate and not necessarily hurt yourself. Once again, there's this great commercial, diamond commercials in Northern California, which is like, Shane Company, now you have a friend in the diamond business. So I'll kind of use that tagline. You now have a friend in the logistics business. If you ever want to run a crazy industrial size temperature experiment or whatever it is, IoT thing, look me up. We'd be glad to do it. Thank you. Good question. Average temperature of the food after the first project. So we always you have to give the energy back, right? Because if I were to just cheat on the system and then have the average temperature be higher than when I started, then I couldn't really count that as energy storage. So I start at, I think the food started at -3, and then I ran this thing long enough to get it back to -3. So you have to give it all back.
Are you looking at weather data?
So interestingly enough, the weather data affects us in 2 ways. One is price, which I'm getting. The second one is efficiency, because if you run at night, the system's more efficient. But interestingly enough, that kind of just ends up reflecting in price also. So yes, but interestingly enough, it doesn't matter as much, or it's not that much of an independent variable as I thought it would be.
110 versus 70 degrees outside.
It's going to be expensive. Right. Other people's systems are less efficient. That's one of the reasons why the grid is having issues. I thought it would be a big change, but it turns out not to be.
Do more cooling when it's predicted to be 110 degrees tomorrow and
The optimizer uses that as an input. So that very simple toy model I showed you didn't have any of the external factors for the heat loads, but we do model the external heat loads. The bigger factor, interestingly enough, is the product volume. So you can set this thing on the weekday and no one shows up on the weekend, and then you can overcool. So you have to use the historical product volume data, or at least that's been found to be the strongest variable on how much heat load we have.
Have you run any, since you have the capability to simulate operations of the warehouses, you simulated and optimized on energy? And also, what would it take to simulate or build in a GHG type of optimization?
Great. The question was, have I simulated on energy based on optimizing energy usage, probably based on my operations in the warehouse or just refrigeration system, and then I'm optimizing cost. So that would be great if we could align those two for Kyle's discussion. So yes, I think another opportunity is being mindful of what the contribution margin is for the warehouse, meaning how much money do I make for all the individual tasks. So having a customer come in at night versus during the day, there is a tangible cost impact of that. And so we want to try and incentivize, or at least pass through first and then our customers to then incentivize the right behavior. So it's kind of a secondary effect. And then the GHG emission, I think, is we can now quantify that because we're pulling all the fields from the facility. And so we at least have all the raw data, and we just need to figure out how to massage it into the format you'd like for GHG.
Energy piece, I guess what I'm also asking perhaps is, can you run the optimization on energy, pure energy, and determine what the cost impact would be?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
In the back.
You guys thought about applying this to residential?
Yes. Same thing, even this applies a lot of places. I'll just name a few off the top of my head. If you think the food storage industry is a big thermal battery, think of all the crops in the ground. You go talk to a farmer and you ask them, what's the constraint on watering? And they'll say, oh, you have to water all the time. I'm like, wait a second, but you're not watering all the time. They're like, oh, actually, what really is that the water saturation content of the soil can't go below a threshold. Some farmers flood the plains every 14 days. Others sprinkle all the time. So that's just a big battery too. And a lot of energy is used in the state for irrigation. So we could just apply this framework to that with some water content measure thingies. And then furnaces, we could go on and on. Gas purification.
Does this change or incentivize having a larger inventory in each warehouse?
I haven't thought about that yet. It's an interesting question because it's a question of, it comes back to the thermal work from the facility of like how many miles does your car drive? And so I've been taking that as a constraint that I can't control because customers just send us stuff. But I think that we could be smarter about maybe incentivizing customers to send us stuff during the optimal times. But it's not obvious to me how that would manifest in terms of something I could optimize towards. Okay, please. I'd love to hear it. Anything else?
How many warehouses are there in California? Oh boy.
We just made an acquisition of the third largest cold storage warehousing provider. It was $1 billion+ acquisition. I think they have 45 warehouses as well, and in which case 10 of them are in California. So I think we're at 20 in California-ish.
Are there smaller warehouses?
Oh, Paul had a number.
Paul had a bunch. You didn't have the preferred ones though.
The number that consume above 1 megawatt is above but there's about slightly less than 100.
That would be one way to coordinate a warehouse as a way to optimize the storage. Distance travel as a way to reduce logistics management different level, transportation with storage.
And sort of to that end, have you
started applying that to the transport mechanisms as well, enclosures?
I would love to, and I haven't done that yet. But a huge opportunity and very excited to try that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Alex. So it's about time to conclude today's event. So, wow, I learned so much from today's workshop, and I really want to thank all the great speakers, inspiring speaker, and gave us a lot of important information. I think it's everyone walk away understanding what others are working on and the opportunity for collaboration. I do encourage you to contact us and see how we can team up. And by working together, I believe we will really come up with a better solution for really reaching the goal for carbon neutral society by 2045. Maybe we can accelerate that by working together. So now is the time to have the network reception session on the fourth floor. So Mike, are you going to lead everyone to go there? Yeah, so you can meet with our students and inspire them to work with you. Thank you.
Yeah, you have to have the answer. This particular hearing.
I already switched it off.
No, no, it's the same.
Yeah, just bring in the other, the presentation component. Yeah.
Who's is this for? Somebody else is on. Okay. I think you need to end the webinar. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Oh, he's